ka Zulu mo go channel 4 o monyana maybe a ga ra nna ke batla ka Tshivenda or Xitsonga ke o e kra go channel 3 so bo mmele bo ntate ba le ba balungu morao ba ile re ba batla thuso eo le tlo gono e kra mo bona mo la ke mare na le motho wa rona wa sign language a ke ra re tsebo fo efefelo re o mollomo go no bua e bua ona le ba ile re magono tlhalwanya ka mogomong akere so that is why re kopile ntate o ra tlo re thusa le na e tlhalose ka sign language akere ba golo so ke ba tlo ithaka mo tseleng o re sa senya nako ke modula stulo wa committee e shabaneng le di petition di tletlebo ka moara barbonne committee of the legislature ena le maloko a di political party di farolane so a se maloko fela a mokgatlo motona o re bitsang re ke African National Congress mara hona le maloko a EFF hona le maloko a DA hona le maloko a mekgatlo e otle e farolwaneng so mo mosong wa ga jeko re na le maloko ao la ile ra ba felela mara ba bang ba bona ba teng mo ka jeko akere gore ba tlo thusana le lona ka lenaneo la rona la o shebisisa ditletlebo tse le re di tlhagisitse through our system akere boikopelo ba rona a re simolla gore lenaneo le tsamaisa ke molaotheo wa rona le melawana e leng teng ya legislature tse re di bitsang re ke di house standing rules and one of the rules e re ha re tswile ko kagong e le re sebeletsa kona e leng legislature ra declare ona le section ka mara melao e re ke section 56 subsection 2 so what declaring lefelo le as a precinct of the legislature again era o reng into ya re declare era o re the conduct of the members of the public who are here including the members of the committee who are here must behave as if they were in the legislature again meaning that arabatli di disruption arabatli modumo arabatli di thogano again re batla o re nne le lenaneo le le tsamayang ka mogolo re ntshwantse le tsamaya ka ona re gone o thusana a ke re la utlwisisa so ke yona kopo re ikeletsang yona o re le movement re fokotse movement a ke re go na le dinako tse re tlo breakanye re no ra breaka re a lunching ra boa re tswela pele ka mosebetsi wa rona a ke re so re ithare re because re tsamaile mafelo a farolwaneng re tswa ko bo Westland malobanyana mo ne re le ko bo Vosloorus re tswa ka mara bo Thembisa re tswa ka mara bo Soweto re ithao re batho ba mo ga e reng wa the same e reng ra tswana a re tshwaneng le ka conduct a ke re a re bona mo nga fapoga re muse and then we're also streaming on YouTube on our social links, YouTube or on Facebook. I'm not sure whether Gauteng channel is covering. Ordinarily it will cover, but the feedback would be later on. Again, so eriki simulle ko maloko nga ikitsisi maloko a komiti. Again, ke tlo simulla ko re mole a ikitsisi.
Dumela. Lebitso la ka ke Malesela Ledwaba. Tobel. Lebitso la ka ke Malesela Ledwaba. Ke member ya portfolio committee. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wilrie Peach, and I'm a member of the Petitions Committee. Thank you.
Dumelang. Na lebitso la ka ke Petros Mabunda, member of the committee.
Agere le ba bona agere. Okay. So ke wa tlonga se ba ka se o le tlhalosa ka bokhutswane fela. O re banyeng. So molaotheo wa rona wa naga ya gore mo ile re mbana le ditletlebo. Ona lo re ba tsuwe ba o tshesa mataere, ona lo re ba tsuwe ba ile o tshesa dikolo. Ba Petitions Committee ya ka mara legislature ya lona ke re le ba ru utlwa. So matla la file ke molaotheo wa rona wa naga. Mara hona le melao nyana engwe hape lo reng e teng. Even at the level of the municipality, le bona ba na le committee e shebaneng le di petition at the level of the municipality. So rona re le ko provinceng re berekisana mmoho le our municipalities. Agere. Mare mona kong e fitileng re itemetse hore nako nngwe batho ba itse di petition ko Tshwane. Ba kra ile hore outcomes tsa teng a se le hore ndi a ba thabisa. Agere. And that is why le na le monyetla still hore ha ile hore a wa nna le khatlego ya outcome ya petition now at the level of the municipality. O gono e kuka o ise ko rona ka mara province. Agere. Mare ke batlo tlhalosa ntshengwe le reng ke batla re utlwisise ka ofela. Rona re le committee ya di petitions in the province. Ano ka re ka fokotsa movement ona le movement o mongata ko mora. Agere. It's too much movement. Rona re le committee ya di petitions. Re na lo re mona gong re kopana le di petitions e lo reng a di fole or a di wele mo matleng le ka re thusa ka ditshebeletso tse di rileng le tse di rileng. Mara re shebisi sa ra kra ile re ka mara Gauteng a rena department ya science and technology. Agere. Department of Science and Technology we kra fela ko national. In that case, petition e wa re latla ra e a sa rona. Agere. Petition rights e ka mara legislature, all the legislatures dinale di delegates to ntwe re bitsang re ke National Council of Provinces. Ke nngwe ya di component tsa parliament ya rona ko national. Agere parliament na le dintlu di le 2. Ena le National Assembly e be honna le re bitsang re ke National Council of Provinces. The National Council of Provinces is made up, but there are also those that are petition e lo reng aina ka magano le ditshebeletso tsa programa rona ka mara province. Ra e tlhatlhosa. Agere. Re roma ba rumiwa ba rona, our delegates. Hore bona ba ise ko dimo in the petitions committee in parliament. Hore e shebisisiwe ko. Agere. Ntlha engwe maybe re ka e fang gore o mo a ka nna kwa la petitioner e man re na le problem le ditshebeletso tsa ka mara home affairs. Mara re sheba ra kra ile gore ka mara province ya rona re na home affairs. Agere. So le ona petition e a re latla ra e tlhatlhosa e enda ba ile go ka ko national parliament ba e shebisisa from go. Agere. And that is why ba gono le bitsa a ona le ntshwe re bitsang re ke taking parliament to the people. And by the way, re kupile national o re tle ka mara Gauteng. Ba tlile mo letsatsing la ka jeko ba simolla ka moso. Ba tle ba tsamaya ka mara province ya rona ya Gauteng. Le delegation ya bona, akere. And entse ba tsamaya le mafapha re nang lona a farolwaneng from national. O re shebisisa hore dillo tsa batho ba go borona di ko kae ene re kgono thusa yang. Akere la utlwisisa. So ne re na no re simolle ko re re nne le kitso hore petitions committee e bereka yang. Ko bofellong re ba tlo tlhalosa ntshongwe le re batho na go bana le o struggle ka yona. Ko re na le ntshwe re bitsang re ke makala well, I don't want to say government, our state. Agere. makala a itria and lona ka maramula wa rona a bontshiwa kere kala entlar nan lona ke parliament agere parliament. But at the level of provinces, we've got legislatures. But you can also say provincial parliaments. Kala ya bobedi ke ntshwere bitsang re ke executive. Ke ona e le re nna le lona loosely re ke government. Agere aliwa ga government o kre le re no department e or municipality o le o. Agere mareka le lemi la constitution re ke executive. And then ko bofellong re na le kala e nngwe re bitsang re ke the judiciary. Ke ko lo reng dikgotlatshekelo tsa rona di mo teng mo. Akere re na le constitutional court, supreme court, re na le di high courts, re na le di regional as well as your district courts. Akere and of course there are other specialized courts. Tse di shebaneng le mananeo a farolwane. Why ke batlo bontsha ntwe ya makala kore rona we belong mo lekaleng le reng ke parliament a re ka mara executive. So ha re tlile ka mo letsatsing la ka jeko a ratla ka ditshepiso akere a ratla ka re tlo no ro le fa metsi ro le fa mosebetsi ba gonno nna le kitso gore ba ka gonno kwalla petitions committee gore na le ditletlebo ko mafelong a farolwane and rona re krile di petitions tse re filwe matla ke molao re nang lono tsamaisang mosebetsi wa rona wa di petitions gore re krile petition now re gono bitsa any official of any department or any municipality. We are also given powers to subpoena, to summon people. So we can subpoena a premier, we can subpoena an MEC, we can subpoena an MMC, we can summon a city manager or municipal manager, and we can also call any official of any of these entities, whether it be at the level of the municipality or it be at the level of the provincial departments, including its agencies. Again, pona lo mo motlomo ga nna re na tletlebo ya ka e tsamaisana le agency re bitsang liquor board. O mong a re no ke itemetse mathata ka ntshwele ba bitsa gambling board. O mong a re no le nna ko Gauteng enterprise propeller. Again, o mong a re no ntshwele ba bitsang ba re ke partnership fund e tlotlang. Again, so re filwe matla ya re kgone bitsa any of these people. And that is why mo mosong wa ka jeko bo mmele bo rre ba leng ka mora moja wa ka a ke re la ba bona ba tswa ka mara mafapha farolwaneng ba tswa ka mara municipality wa lona wa Tshwane ba tswa ka mara di department tsa province tse re nang le tsona a ke re hore re tlo nna le puisano ka di petitions tse lo reng di tsentswe a ke re go bofellong I must also just explain ntshwe re tlisa mo ka jeko ke dilo tse di le two o re tlo shebana le petition tse di tseneng tse fela tse a ke re mara e seng gore ke tsona fela tse lo re di tsentswa ka mara legislature ke tse di ngata di petition mo letsatsing fela le le one re gono kana di petitions over 50 a ke re ene la re leka re na lo leka ore di petitions tse re di resolve kana go lo reng irreasonable mara kra e lo re na go nngwe arena control of all the processes in resolving petitions because adi resolve ke rona re facilitate the resolve le mafapha a golomente akere so na go nngwe ho nna le di delays and ra itse mo na go nngwe fitile batho ga lentse ba lla re mara nna nkile ka submit a petition so long ago. It was never responded to or it's still lingering somewhere. netefala gore re na le backlog, because everywhere in our province everybody is entitled, they've got a right to submit petitions. Agere ya utlwana. So re rile re nopola ra re shebetse le re nkhale di le mo systeming re khono di pusha re di resolve di felelle. Agere mara even behind the scenes re na lo nna le dikopano tsa rona mo le re lona leyo mo re bitsang fela mafapha re dila ka di petitions tsa lona. Agere the second thing e re tletse mo gore through this platform we also are encouraging citizen participation. Agere ke ona ntse re bitsang re public participation. Agere molaotheo wa rona o re hona le ntse re bitsang re ke participatory democracy le representative democracy. Hore gulumenta rona gono tsamaisa lenaneo la yona tshwantse be lo re it gains a legitimacy from involving the voices tsa badudi ba go borona. Agere so government I decide le fela idutsi ko ile one. Ara nna ke tswa ke tsa so. That is why kana go ngerileng le gono bitswa ba re hona le pitso ka mara di hoto tse le tswang ka mara tsona. Agere le utlwile mo councilor a le biditse are hona le meeting o shebaneng le dilo tse re di bitsang re ke di integrated development plans. Agere tse le re di submitwa ko municipality and from there budget ya draftiwa aya previewle ba gono sheba hore ba ka prioritize ditshebeletso go kae. Agere la utlwa. So we thought we should explain that part. Or us being here is not by any favor from our part, but we are fulfilling our constitutional mandate. We are obligated to be here. Or later lona ko bofello agere ona le ba lo maybe o kara motho na itshwaretse petition asa izor mar petition e ke itsentsha bang ya go kae le ona platform e ke monyetla era re fetsa ka kopano wa rona o re tshwarela go khoneng ore modula stool le nna ne ke na le tletlebo ne ke kopa hore o ka re nga bontsi hore tsamaiso ya hore nka tsentsha petition e tsamaya. Agere gore lo ena next time maybe ya re le go Mamelodi or re le go Atteridgeville re khono o invite re re na le dikarabo for petitions tsa hao. Agere la utlwisisa. So ke ka mogho lenano la rona le tsamang ka teng. And then we invite the councillors. I'm not sure whether our councillors but thing. I know in this area you have got 10 wards, isn't it? But I invite a fella batho ba Mabopane Winterveld le Garankua. Again. Re berekisa fela bofelo bo because ne rena no re ke bona be lo reng bo central. Ona le batho ba lo re ba tswa Shoshanguve. Ona le ba lo re ba tswa go bo Yerstrasse. Ona le ba lo re ba tswa ka mara Mamelodi. Ona le ba ba tswang le go bofello ba tswa. Or go tshimollo nya tswa. Ko pleke re bitsang ba re ke refilwe or Rayton or Kalinen or Brongomspruit. Agere I'm sure if you na le bona le mo le story nze tsel di shebanze. Agere ya o krenze ba refile ko di diamonding. Agere so le bona ba teng kamo. And we must also welcome them in your area. Agere so re ba tlo simolla mari ke check or whether our ward councillors are here. O ka re ba ka emella maybe ra ba bona ra re shine ba ikitsise. Agere mai go kae ba isetse o ka re le ka ba isetsa re kre motho ka ba isetsa mo.
Ke Neo wa kwa Motsumi ward councillor ya ko ward 20.
Dumelang baagi wa bolelang ke Elene Phumzile wa Gambokane ko ward 21 councillor.
Thobela baagi wa bolelang ke Mama Catherine Mawas, ward councillor ward 22. Ke lebogele legislator petition committee to be in my ward. Thank you very much.
councillors are not really thing akere maybe ba bang ba tla sambane ba tla re tla nna ntse re ba introduce ntse ba tsena akere ke batlile ke tsa pause ka mo morago ka ka mo akere a re tsamaye re le baesi re na le team e re berekang lona who is our support staff ke bona ba ba etsang gore ba re kgonise gore re nne le manane wa tshwanang le akere ke batla gore le bona o ka re ba ka ikitsise le ba itse because ha re no hona le petition re le referela go bona akere gore ntate mang le mang ke ena tla facilitateang submission ya petition ya hao or a le thusa akere nako ngwe na le ba ile gore makanna le bofokodi go ra ile gore gona le nkgono a kgone kwala sentle or na le nkgono a kgone tsena ka mara internet ona le ntate mogolo a kgone gore a ka ya ko legislature ko Joburg akere so bomme le bontate ba ba kgone go thusa ba tla ba tlo shebisisa gore ba ka thusa yang gore di petitions tsa lona di tsena akere so ke rata ka re ba ka ikitsise le bona gore re kgone go simolla semmuso
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Leina la ka ke Lesego Mngwango ke tswa ko legislature mo lephateng la communication, public participations le petitions. Ke nao bagaetso. Ra leboga.
Good morning. My name is Nombulelo Mfuku. I'm a committee administrator for the Petitions Committee. Go Joburg. Thank you.
All right. Sanmonani, Kamala Musimpiangwaning, you're researcher for e-committee.
Dumelang bagolo, ke nna Jabu Shabalala le nna ke server committee ya petitions.
Dumelang bagolo, ke nna Mosa Shabangu. I also assist with the committee. Thank you.
Dumelang bagaetso. Aw, a leng ka mogele. Aw. Ke tla boela Joburg. Ka lebitso ke Seno Totiane, ebile ke modudi gape wa mo ward 19 Lebanon. Ke a leboga.
Sanibonani. Njani? Kamela mu Israel wakaphakathi ngiserva ku committee ye petition. Sabona.
akere le ba bone ntate Teane o tswa mo Lebanon o tswa mo Lebanon mo irile re no re ka isa ka lenaneo la rona ra a re le iso go mabopane mare sa man re tloa go mafelong a mang akere a re felelle mo so ba golo re tlo simolla mosebetsi wa rona mo letsatsing la ka jeko re na le 13 petitions tse re di selectileng e seng gore tse dintse le gore ga di yo mo a di botlhokwa akere it's only because re kry-a le gore letsatsi may not be enough to deal with all petitions. Because in reality, we've got hundreds and hundreds of petitions. So, mosebetsi wa rona gore on a daily basis, ra kopana as committee, re kopana le mafapha to clear off these petitions. Tse ding re declare le gore a hona an external hearing such as this one. But we wanted to demonstrate that the legislature works for you. I get it. And you must also make it work for you. That's the only platform that you have where you can raise your issues. Well, of course, understanding that different departments, municipalities often call public meetings. I get it. So we complement each other through that work. So, petition is the way re tlo dealang ka tsona go re bitsa mokwadi or the sponsor of the petition. Ore a ikatumetsa tla tlo dula ka mo, and then re bitsa le lefapha kgotsa municipality e le gore petition e o shebane le yona ore ba re fe report ore bona mo tshebisisong ya petition eo report wa bona ke a kere. And hona le mo le gore re tlo buisana le ona report a kere ba re fe report e re it's okay. A ile report e satisfactory e khatlile le a petitioner re kra lo re kwalla sentle akere, and then we follow up. Mara mo lo re ngare kre le thabo re buisana le report e ra sheba mo re khonang re khono e butsa morao re yo lokisiwa akere or mona gong e tlang and right time go ra re no re no indefinitely right time or boela morao le lokiseng report e re tlo e batla within a specified number of days e lokisitswe akere. And then go bofelong ke a itse una le ba ile gore maganna ba nna le dipotso a re ba tlo di tsa ona ba no dipotso akere re tlo di tsaya maybe before lunch, and then also a re tlo feleletsa program rona akere. Yeah, and then re tlo simolla ka ya ntla. Of course, how they are scheduled, we may change from time to time. Mo agenda ele filweng ya ntla e bontshala ele ya dilo tsa police station akere. So a re lo simolla ka yona ntla, re tlo simolla ka ya bobedi akere. Re tlo simolla ka ya bobedi. I just want to yeah, who is facilitating? Yeah, if you can maybe just can you, what do you want to sit here? E ga reo ke batla nne mo pela ka mo a ska nna gole le nna. A ithulaganya so re tlo simolla ka petition a rona ya ntla, and ke yona mo le tlo bona gore re di manager bjang akere ka ya ntla, and then we'll flow with all others. So ntate Teane, yeah, over to you.
Ke a leboga modulasetulo. Ke dumedise gape maloko a komiti le badudi ba Mabopane le ba tshwane ka kakaretso. Re tlo ya ko petitioning e bidiwang gore ke reconstruction of Odi Stadium Mabopane. Ke tla kopa re Sello Modisenyane a tomele. Ke kope gape go checka gore masepala wa rona o teng to respond re ra khatla ra leboga. Okay, ke fetsa go bolella gore le province teng tate Mathebula ra leboga. So ke tlo buisa summary kapa yona ngongorego ka mokgwa ne tsentswe ka teng. So title ya petition ya rena ke reconstruction of Odi Stadium.
Ke kopa ba ba re thusang mo ka ntshwe. Le santshang rona re ba tlo re a ke re batho ba re bona. Re ba tlo re ntseng the actual petition. Summary ya teng a ke re. Yeah. Because we want rona di tshwantsho ka sethusi. Yeah. So that people are able to follow with what we are dealing with. Yeah.
Zamoira full page.
Full page. Kwala the slides on the sides. Ya tswenya.
Okay, please scroll up. Again? No. Please go to page 8, petition number 12. To number 12. Yeah. So the title of the petition is Reconstruction of Odi Stadium, Mabopane. The petitioner is Mr. Sello Hendrik Mudisenyani, submitting this petition on behalf of the concerned community members in Mabopane. The petitioner indicates that the community of Ward 22 requests for the immediate reconstruction of Odi Stadium. He alleges that Odi Stadium has become a hideout for criminals and a drug den, and this has led to the youth easily abusing illegal substances. He further alleges that the city of Tshwane municipality keeps promising the community that there is a budget allocated for the stadium, but nothing has happened to date. The petitioner also alleges that given the lack of progress, even the police are not helping when they report crime happening at the stadium. In terms of progression, members, and when we received the petition, it was tabled and adopted and then referred to the city of Tshwane and also to the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation and also to the Community Safety Department for investigation reporting on the 18th February 2020. The city then submitted a report which was later communicated. And in this instance, the city is then now expected to provide the status quo on the petition. Thank you, Chair.
Ndate Mudisenyano ke. Ndate Mudisenyano. So we want to confirm whether the contents of your petitions were well captured, and if that is the case, you will give us an indication or we are confirming. I get a summary version. So if there's anything that would have been missed, you will give us an indication. But we are not bringing up new matters. You are focusing on the petition that you had submitted. And you go again. Because and then after that, the Mudisenyana fetsa I'm not sure who's reporting on this one. Is it you? Okay, C2 of Tshwane. I suppose even the province may chip in. Yes. So maybe let's start with you, Ndate Mudisenyana, just to confirm.
petitioneng ena dumelana le sona
se na le bonnete
se na le bonnete
no ra leboa ma e re kope rre ke o le mole o tla ikitsisa kere o ikitsisi o rotswa ko kae wena o tshwere position e feng akere and then o bo re fa report on this issue. But then you must also, I'm not sure whether we have got the report, formal report. We have the report. If the report can also be screened, ne? So if we can also beam the report, so if we can assist with that thing, it's in the stick, yes. So arabatlo re bue fela ka re wa itse re tswile mo dating re ile ha re the base akere ba tlo nna formal akere so re a ikitsisa.
Thank you, Chair. Towe. Leina la ka ke Tshepo Rakgahla. Ke tswa ke le City of Tshwane in the department called Community and Social Development Services, in the division called Sports and Recreation. I'm responsible for sports and recreation programs. I'm here representing a colleague who's responsible for sports capital projects. I will then be presenting this report on behalf of the department. If I can start with your permission, Chair. The report, basically the purpose, as they presented the petition.
Maybe let's wait. I want the reporter to be beamed. I'm not sure why. There's a bit of a delay there. We don't want delays. We want to move with speed. Allen Nemacha, to Monday. Re dile le kwa legislature. Yeah, are kopa re kren report ka speed ne. We don't have time. Meshabalal. We don't have the whole day. That's what I give you. Legislature alen power. Are tlile mo mabopane mo. Re kra di service provider ke. Transport re kra motho wa mo hae. Dijo re kra motho wa mo hae. IT support re kra batho wa mo hae, akere. Re letsa eng gore ha re tsamaya mo, o ska nna le motho a llang gore mara batho ba le banotla. Ba tla le batho ba Gauteng gore go Joburg. We don't want those things. But you must make sure that every feel opportunity, you render qualitative services. Kare ka o sane lo re solo re mara why o tlile motho wa go Thembisa ka mara mabopane. Again. So we don't want those things. So if we can just deflect the report. Le ntwe le etseng e tlo re tshwenya. Yeah, a re tswelle.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. As I've already introduced myself and just to go through the report, the purpose thereof is to provide feedback to response that was submitted to the legislature following the receipt of the petition by the department. Maybe just by way of background, I know that most of us would probably know this information, but I think it's important that we give just a bit of a background regarding the stadium itself. We all know that the stadium was previously in the northwest rather.
On a about to allow meeting somewhere more, right? Again, I about the meeting. There's one meeting. Kararu, about. So please. Sorry.
No problem, Chair. Thanks. As I was saying that renofy a bit of a background regarding the stadium. Some may already know this information, but for record purposes, I think it's important that we give this background regarding the stadium, which was previously in the Northwest Province, and following the redemarcation of provinces, it was handed over to the Gauteng Province, Department of Sports. Then subsequently, it was then handed over to the city in 2012. And it should be probably noted that when it was handed over to the city, it came as a liability asset already, because there were a number of challenges already that the stadium was facing in terms of its state. Most of the facilities in and around the stadium had dilapidated, and when it was handed over to the city, it was not in a functioning state already. And prior to that, the province conducted a feasibility study just to assess the stadium and whether it can be used or not. And that study conducted by the province found that the stadium is unfortunately structurally non-compliant because of the challenges, particularly the pavilions. And as such, it's also not complying with the OHS regulations. Hence, it was decided then that it will be closed off for public usage for safety purposes. We are aware or however, it's important to note that it is used voluntarily, so without any permission given, because apparently there's a need. Of course, there's a need, and communities are just using it, but it has not been officially opened for public usage. The only areas that are allowed to be used are some of the areas or facilities outside of the stadium within the precinct. So as we speak currently, the stadium is officially closed for public use because of the report that I just mentioned, that we cannot guarantee the safety of anyone who would want to use the facility. Then, given the pressure that the city and the province in particular received from pressure groups, from concerned communities, from the community, and from the sector stakeholders in particular, the department was then instructed to see how we can ensure that at least the facility is functional, minimum, so that it can be used. Using the same report that was developed by the province, the feasibility study report, the department then started a process of assessing and investigating what could be possible in the short to medium long term in terms of how then can we rehabilitate the stadium, or parts of it at least, so that it can be usable, whilst we see how we can resolve the long-term issues that we have with the challenges regarding the structural non-compliance of the stadium. To that effect then, that necessitated that investigation and assessment, and once that was done, there were options that the report that we developed to council made or presented in as far as how then can we rehabilitate the stadium, or rather ensure that it is functional. What we then were instructed as per the regulations is that we should conduct a public participation process wherein we'll be presenting these proposed options to the community, out of which then we can then develop a subsequent report to then present what the community would have said. To this effect, then, on the 7th of September 2013, a public participation meeting was held at the Skills Center in Mabopane, facilitated by the Office of the Speaker. And in that meeting, in that public participation meeting, the options were presented to the community. There was, just in summary, the first option would have been to demolish the stadium and rebuild it altogether. The second one was to retain the stadium and only deal with the problematic areas that do not comply. And then the third option would have been to demolish the stadium and convert it into a multi-purpose sport and recreational center. The majority then of those that attended that meeting opted for the third option, that which said we should demolish and re-establish, or rather downgrade and do a conversion to a multi-purpose sports and recreational facility. Once that has been approved by MECO on the 22nd of January 2014, MECO then approved that proposal, and then we made submissions. I heard the petitioner mentioning the department having said that we have a budget, or there was budget allocation. Maybe just to clarify between allocation and submission, we submit our wish list every financial year. We submit a budget proposition to council for consideration. So each time that happens, the finance department would then come back and say, you've requested X amount, we can only give you X amount. So unfortunately, over the years, when we submit this proposed budget for this rehabilitation of the stadium, we could not get what we request from the fiscus, from municipal fiscus. That is the challenge that we've been facing over the years to date. So what then prompted, before I can get to that, the key activities that would involve the demolition of the stadium would be to construct, immediately after demolition, would be to construct 2 soccer fields, to rehabilitate the public ablutions, the change rooms, fencing, a whole lot of things that needs to be rehabilitated when it comes to the total reconstruction of the stadium. So all these were quantified in terms of the projections, and these projections range in the region of around 130 million or so, which has proven to be very difficult to source. With the help of the province, we tried a number of options, or various options, of how we can fund this project. And to this day, we are still trying to find a way of how we can fund this project. We are currently we have prepared a report in collaboration with our sister department, the Property Management Department. We have sponsored a report that is currently circulating internally, wherein we are then proposing that, given the challenges that we are facing of being unable to raise the requisite funding for the rehabilitation of the stadium, we are then looking at how the options of partnering with private sector in order to assist us to totally revamp the stadium, given that it has become clear that it is not realistic, given the financial state of the city, particularly currently, that in the next medium term or even 5 years, we may not be able to raise those funds, or we may not be able to be granted the budget that we have projected to rehabilitate the stadium. So then the option would then be to look at how we can solicit private partnerships through unsolicited proposals. We have prepared this report. We are requesting council to approve that process. We are requesting council to also give us permission to come back to the community. Even this process, it won't be done in the office. It still has, it still needs to be consulted and discussed with the community. We will be presenting this report to the community through a public participation process, wherein we are giving the community a chance to input on whether they agree or not that we go on private partnerships, because there are implications when we go on private partnerships. So the community needs to be taken on board and also be amenable to that suggestion. So that, in a nutshell, Chair, is the report in summary. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. No clapping. No clapping. No clapping. No clapping. There's really not much to be clapped for. Ntate Mudisenyane, maybe let's get your response to the report, and then the committee will also engage with it.
Mache, na ising na fela, na le baagi bana ban support-a go kwala this petition. A ke nagane gore ba dumelana le option ya Utuba Stadium se. Na ke nagana gore mo di option tse 3 tsela. Option 2 gore thina stadium se la le gore se lokisa. Utuba Stadium ke tšhelete engwe. Go se aga ke tšhelete engwe gape. Go aga ntwenyana gape he batho ba bo share ground fela ba share di ground ba ira le fence. And then rena mo maopang re sala ka eng. Wa bona. Then the athletes tse ding phela, that thing is a multi-purpose multi-purpose yona self. So ha kona le gore batho be stadium se la ragana re kopa ba tle ka plan ya go lokisa stadium se se kono bereka se benefit di athletes tsa mo gae. Yes.
Ntate Mathebula, do you maybe want to come in from the side of the province? Is there anything that you may want to share with us, so that we also get a sense what the thinking of the province is?
Thank you very much, Chair. And maybe let me take this opportunity to also render the apology for the MEC who should have been here and indicated that due to other commitments couldn't make it. But also...
Who is your MEC? I must not assume that everybody knows. Who is your MEC?
Of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation, Ms. Balifope. So I'm rendering her apology effectively, Chair. But also, just to thank Mr. Rahat, I think he did give a comprehensive status insofar as the state of Odi Stadium is concerned. Now, maybe where we are as a Department of Sports with regards to that stadium, firstly, the issue of ownership was clearly clarified that it is now under the ownership of the city of Tshwane. So Now, I just want to make a small indication, Chair, so that the responses are put into context. Currently, we are having a stadium that is being demolished in HMPG. And we don't have a plan on how we are going to rebuild that stadium, because it costs us around 600 million to rebuild. So now, but also the stadium as it was could not be used. And it was actually doing more damage standing there as it was. Now, also where we are, we do not have money. We don't have a budget. So this stadium is not budgeted for on the departmental budget. We don't have any cent that can be used towards the refurbishment of the stadium, so that we don't. What is possible, Chair? What is possible, which is what we could, in the medium to a long term, explore together with our colleagues in City of Tshwane, is that on major projects like this, we do make, if we have got a proper request from the Council of City of Tshwane, that we can maybe come up with a business case that we can present to Treasury and say, Treasury, we are looking for 150 million, which can be used towards the refurbishment of the Odi Stadium. Then they will be able to look into their own coffers and assist us as to whether it's possible. There are funds to that effect, and then we can take it from there. The last thing maybe that I want to indicate, Chair, is that if a structural engineer comes to a stadium and makes an assessment that the structural integrity of this stadium is to the extent that the stadium cannot be usable, when they have made that assessment themselves, I think it is important to give them an ear. To say, what do you mean when you say we can't use the stadium? Because you can find that it's a danger to ourselves and to our community, actually. And in that case, the cost of even refurbishing that stadium might be way, way, way much more. So I'm saying that let us listen to the report that has been presented by the City of Tshwane with the interest of saying, is it because the damage that is there on the stadium makes it impossible to be used? And if that is the case, I think it might give us, Chair, an option to look at what then becomes a more credible solution going forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Thank you for those additions. Let me just check with members whether there's any input that you may want to make, and then I will come in last. You want to come in? Okay. Member Peach.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't make a comment on the sad state of affairs that a lot of these very well-known and well-respected old stadiums have unfortunately fallen into a state of disrepair over many, many years of neglect. And we are left in a very dire situation where we have to make an extremely difficult decision. And I think the decision, what I can hear from the officials, have in effect already been made for us. You know, that for all intents and purposes, Odi Stadium, just like HMPG, is not able to be saved. And that's a very, very sad state of affairs. I would commend the department from province as well as from the City of Tshwane to please take these stadiums further and look at developing a private funding mechanism, a business case, to revive the culture of sport, specifically in these formerly disadvantaged areas. I think this is incredibly important. So yes, Chair, I'm very, very sad. I'm left without much option. I think we can lament this as much as we want, but we have to look at the realities that is facing us. So, Chair, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Peach. Member Ludwaba, Member Mabunda.
No, thanks, Chair. I think I share the same sentiments with Member Peach, that it's unfortunate that we are at this state with regards to the stadium. I, however, have one or two concerns that sometimes it becomes unfortunate that we discuss issues of what the city and what the provincial government could have done in a petitions hearing, rather than the two departments having had to meet outside or before this hearing. Because from how I hear the Gauteng department's response is that there seem to be suggestions that the official there is bringing up, which should have conversed with the City of Tshwane's department. Because from what they are presenting, it's the 130 million that needs to be spent if we are to rehabilitate the stadium. But listening from both, the City of Tshwane seems to be at a cul-de-sac in terms of resolving the issue of rehabilitation as a result of the Treasury's failure to allocate the money to deal with the maintenance or rehabilitation cost that it's needed at the stadium. But from the GPL's point of view or from the GPG's point of view, I seem to be getting a proposal that says that why don't they jointly develop a business case that could have an element of triple P in it, and find ways of making sure that the stadium is rehabilitated to its good standing or to its good integrity that can be used by the community. So I think my view and my problem or my challenge with the entire report is that it also makes no mention of timelines. And I failed to track, if I heard correctly, it was speaking of 2013, and if indeed it's 2013, the process of government seems to be taking long. So you can die with a petition not being resolved. You raise a petition, 9 years later we come and listen to a petition, and still the report that is presented on the table here makes no mention of or giving an indication of whether this issue will ever be resolved. So they still bring a problem on top of a table. What I seem also to be hearing from Tshwane is that they still want to go for a public participation again, to come and report on their non-failure to deliver the service that is expected. So I'm not understanding what do they want to come and get from the community. They have quantified the cost. They now understand it will need not more than 130 million to rehabilitate the stadium. There's the Department of Gauteng who think there could be a way out, and both are not talking to each other. They should have talked about this thing before they come here, and it's not that we got them off guard. They had up to date 9 years to meet within themselves and agree on a solution to the problem. And it's unfortunate, Chair, that we are discussing this thing very late. But I think both departments needs to meet as a matter of urgency, find a mechanical way of both of them developing a business case, opening it up for triple P option, but getting funding to get the stadium back to its normal glory. This thing of demolishing facilities, it's not going to assist us. You heard they demolished the facility. They are saying They just threw 600 million down the ground. And you want to also throw this down the ground, and you have no option that you are providing, because you don't say to us here, we've got a budget to construct a multi-purpose center if we demolish this stadium. So it means you'll demolish this stadium, and then the area becomes just one of the historical places where we'll say, there used to be a stadium, and it can't be allowed. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Let's not do that. Member Ledwaba, I hope I'm not closing you out. Are you fine?
Chair, I didn't want to talk, but let me just say a few words. Where I'm standing, Chair, is that there is no report. Because the last information that is provided to us is of 2014. And up until now, nothing happened, except that we are told that they are looking into something now because they were requested to come and present a report. And further lament the fact, Chair, that when they talk about OHS regulations compliance, the FIFA regulations compliance, I must indicate, Chair, that when we went to the World Cup in 2010, there was no stadium that was compliant. So there was nothing exceptional with OD. The same things that were done with other stadia, they were supposed to do with OD Stadium. So let's leave it there, Chair. There is no report. And I was going to be maybe sympathetic if they were saying to us, in this process of 8 years, we have gone to Treasury. And Treasury said to us they do not have money. They have never been to Treasury. They are telling us they should have done a business case. That was not done. So now we can't say there is no money. Based on what? Who said there is no money?
Okay. So, I'm also worried about the report or absence thereof. And I'll tell you why I was saying this thing. Maybe now going to worry with passivity. But is that for those people who come from this area of Mabopane, Winterfell, Garangua, Shoshanguve, even the outer environs of this area, Makaunyane, Khabalatsane, Hebron, Amaskral, all of those areas. When you talk about Odi Stadium, they speak of it in nostalgia. There was a time where we had this pride in this area. And Odi Stadium was not only just a stadium, simply because it was a stadium, but it represented greater efforts of developing the area in which they found themselves situated. So it is but one of those recognizable pride of this area. And so we must be able to understand that the sensitivity at which the issue around OD is being raised. And similarly to how residents of a Mamelodi will raise the issue of a HMP. You see? So they are not just raising it because it's an issue that we can easily dispense with and say, no, it's okay, go and do what you have to do. But there's that issue, emotional attachment. And what worries me is that we speak about the deterioration, state of disrepair of the stadium, which in essence means that there was neglect. Because if we have come to that realization, it means that something was not done that was supposed to have been done to prevent that from happening. And I'll show you an example. So if you go to Mafikeng, 250 away from here, you have got a similar stadium, which actually comes in later than Odi Stadium. So they are both built around the 80s. The one has a capacity of 59,000. This one with an addition of another 1,000 seats. And so the one in Mafikeng is still functional. So you have got different clubs utilizing it for training purposes, local tournaments. You know, there's a number of other facilities there. So even some of the schools still utilize that stadium. So we're speaking comparables. Brauba. But here you find that we talk about a state of disarray. Around two stadiums built around the same time. One functional, the other not. And so we begin to wonder what actually happened there. Because a stadium just does not rot on its own. You see, any one facility does not deteriorate on its own. It means there's a abdication of responsibilities to maintain the stadium. And so in 2008, we say we do a feasibility study to determine what about stadium was in its current standing, would it still be workable? And we determine that PSL says it's not a compliant. FIFA also says the same. But we're not even bothered by that. We're not concerned about that. You see, we're concerned about its access, its usage by the locals for the purposes at which it was intended for. Why have we not made that a priority? At least. At the minimum, at least. So we're not saying turn it around into becoming a FNB. We're not saying that. But we're saying at least it could have still been utilized maximally for other sporting codes. You see? And so we wonder why that is not the case. But I'm also worried as a member of Dwabo States, or between 2013 and now, there doesn't seem to be much effort at trying to remedy the situation. It just lingers. All the while, there are other programs that we are committing to develop sporting infrastructure, be it at the level of the municipality, but of course, including in the province. So we worry, why has OD not been prioritized? And let me tell you, one of the things that we will have picked up over time is that even prior the building of a giant stadium, which is just some 6 km away from OD, the issue of OD Stadium was still in the agenda. But there's a redirection of resources to not prioritize OD, but build a newer half a stadium somewhere else. Which, by the way, is also not being utilized maximally. You know? And this is what invokes the emotions that you are hearing here. But why? Why do you build a stadium, half a stadium somewhere, when that too is not compliant with the PSL, when that too is also not compliant with the FIFA standards? What was its purpose, which OD Stadium may not have catered for? So it makes no sense. It really makes no sense. And so in 2019, we embark on this exercise. And I worry, when we say we've got public participation engagements. I mean, they're all good, enshrined in the Constitution. So the question that I have, number one, who was engaged? Number two, you then, through the report, say, people then considered option number 3. Isn't it? People considered option number 3. But when they do that, there's still no movement. You see? So there's a regurgitation of the very same issues that came even prior, that public participation engagement. And this is what worries us. The superficiality of the process. That even when you now say, we are going to call another public participation, we are no longer as trusting of the true intentions of why those engagements would be held. So we're really worried about that. Why could we not have considered the conversion as per that option? Why has it not happened? And we said no, but issues around the budget. But when you start a process, you know it sounds in resources. So you start something knowingly that we might not even have resources to actualize. I mean, it doesn't make sense. So you propose a me. Hore mama wezi neke wa tlo lenyala. Mara ke khono reka ring. Koro gone utlwa re ntse there's something fundamentally wrong with it. You see? You say we want to embark on a journey. We're going to Durban. But we can't even afford to pour petrol. So we're not going to take off. You see? So the superficiality of the process is what really worries us. Because just when you start a process to engage, you must also have insight the objective reality that it might happen that people, because of the emotional attachment, and you know when you lead society, you must always be sensible to what enthuses public emotion. So you should know what the outcome of any engagement is likely to be. Especially on issues that are nostalgic to society. So there's no, you don't even have to second guess it. It's almost automatic. That nobody around Mawopani, Winterfell, Karangua, Shanguve will say demolish. Because they see the stadium linked to the symbolism of their own origination and identity. So that is the case with Odi Stadium. Not that I was saying it's one of the best, but there's an emotional attachment to it. Of course, emotions do not necessarily make sense for governance. We get that part. But the part we don't get is, why would we not be sensible enough? Maybe had we said at the time, right, there are no monies, so that we don't create a perception or an impression that something can be done, knowingly that it won't be done. So the point that also worries me in the report is the latter part that says there wouldn't be any budgeting within the 5-year budget cycle. What it essentially communicates is that, look, this thing is not within our sight, even within the next 5 years. So we're deferring a matter that we should be saying, yeah, it can't be done. But we're throwing around language in saying, maybe after the 5 years, there may be a reconsideration. And we're worried about the current, the manner in which the report is couched. You know, when you say it may not be done now, you know, what are we saying in essence? You know, so that is what we are really worried about. But the hallowed resolutions of council resolves and doesn't actualize. So you have got hallowed resolutions. Pass a resolution, nothing ever comes of it. And that is why you have got a similar situation with HMP. Hallowed resolutions. And so today you can't go to Mamelodi. And the residents of Mamelodi do not raise the issue of HMP. You know why? Because there's a preservation of a stadium in Atteridgeville. You see, there's a preservation of other stadia elsewhere, but not in these two areas. So people worry naturally. But why does it come across as if our plight is not being catered for? Or there's a degree of non-responsiveness when it comes to people situated here as well as in Mamelodi. So naturally people will worry. And I know we might be offloading on you simply because the person who was supposed to be here sent you. And I suspect they would have known the kind of emotional charge in respect of the issue at play. But in that Matebula, of course, colleagues are quite correct here. It can't be now where we are saying we may still need to interact with Tshwane on a possibility of developing a business case. I mean, it can't be at this stage. Because our expectation is that there's a level of cooperative interaction between yourselves at the level of the municipality and the province. And naturally, that is how it must flow. So you can't work in silos. Especially when you know that this is a burning issue in the community. I mean, what this stadium has now become, it's a haven for criminals. Hijacked cars, hidden here, abductions here, stolen items hidden there. So that is what it is now, against what it used to be. So naturally we are worried that the report does not give us much joy that we are seeking to intervene. You know, when we are still talking about public partnership in 2022, when we commenced the process in 2008, not even 2013, 2008, and I suspect Brauba, it might have even been prior, because this issue of Odi Stadium has long been on the radar. Even prior to 2008, there were lamentations about the stadium. So we want you to take back a message to Tshwane, and I'm happy that the councillors are here, maybe even to council, that from where we are seated, we are not happy with the status quo and what postures to be a report. Because it's a hallowed report which does not inspire any hope around how this issue may possibly be resolved. Maybe we must be honest. If we can't do something, we must communicate it as such, so that we don't have our people lingering on some artificial hope that may never be manifest. So we need to say it, right? And demolisher, that's it. So that people begin to adapt and accept. But once you defer it or no, maybe within the 5 years you can't do it, you are giving some false hope that maybe beyond the 5 years there might be a reformulation. And that is what we are really worried about. So we want you to remember that part. That the Odi Stadium symbolizes the pride of the inhabitants of these areas. And if anything can be done to salvage the situation, efforts need to be made, and they need to be made urgently. So, Ndate Matebula, we want to give you, well, not in Ndate Matebula, Ndate Rakhatla. Well, I suppose even in Ndate Matebula. We want to give you a month. We want to give you a month to revert back and feed back to the powers that be in the municipality. Obviously, we are fully cognizant that the provincial government might be limited because ownership of the stadium now resides within your control. But that those interactions must flow but that we're giving you a month within which to give us a truest formulation of the municipality on this issue. We don't want it to keep on resurfacing when there are no true intentions to really remedy the situation. We must be honest, we must play open cards on this issue. So that is how we would want to leave it. In reality, there isn't much coming out of this report that we can say, you know, there were efforts made, certain steps that will have been taken. It has been a rigmarole. And I suggest that up until that report is generated, we don't even embark on this, what may be a fruitless public participation engagement. Because already the public had given you a mandate. They had already done that. I'm not sure whether there would be anything different from what they would have said back then as against now. And that is where we would want to leave it. I'm not sure you want to respond. You seem eager to respond. Maybe you will say something different from what is contained in the report.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Maybe just to first appreciate all the inputs, and they're quite genuine. Just to clarify that issue of public participation, the regulations are such that when you want to enter into a public-private partnership, you have to consult with the community. So the consultation that I was referring to here was not about those options and other things, no. It's a totally new process that we are undertaking. As I mentioned, that over the years, given the fact that we've not found joy as a department ourselves in terms of sourcing the funding, requisite funding for the rehabilitation of the stadium, you're correct. Every financial year, the stadium finds its way into the ITP after consultations during the budget and ITP processes. Every financial year, we are expected as a department to make a submission in terms of our funding requirements. We've been doing that. So what is slightly different currently or now is that seeing that it is not working, we are not getting any joy as a department now in terms of funds being allocated for this project. We have therefore, the month that you are giving us, we will also share that report with you. We have sponsored a report currently, which is looking exactly at alternative ways then of raising the funds to rehabilitate the stadium. Not only OD, it also talks about HMPJ, of course. But because we are dealing with OD now, we can only talk about OD stadium. So that is a realization that then says we cannot be doing the same thing over and over again and hoping for a different result. So instead of only submitting our budget requirement, let's look at other options. This report will be serving at MACO hopefully by next month, latest, after it has gone through all the internal processes. But the public participation, I just wanted to clarify that part, is not necessarily about rehashing what we've done. No, unfortunately, the process of the Triple P requires of us to consult with the public.
Yeah, but we're genuinely worried about the time lapse.
Yeah, no.
You know why we're worried about the time lapse? Because we expect that to function systematically. You see, we're saying, and this is the point that all the members are making, between then and now, over not only 8 years, not only 8 years, over 13 years has passed. 13 years. And we have been on the same issue. So at which point do we then have a realization that, but hey, we have not been succeeding? How many financial budgetary cycles? You know, So I don't want us to excuse that part. Yes, I understand what the regulations would say about any venture in raising capital to finance, an infrastructure-related program. We understand that part. But we're saying it's suspect that the realization only comes in now. Because in 2020, you gave us a report. 2020. And this is the report that was flagged. Why have we not commenced with those processes then at least? You see? So this is what worries us. So I wouldn't want us to excuse it. We're happy that you are saying, well, there's a report that would be tabled before council. It would assist us to have a peek of the contents of the report. But beyond that, we want that Tshwane becomes honest about its overall thinking insofar as this stadium is concerned. So that we don't go into a secular engagement, which would not take us any far. So that is where we are. Because all other things being said, they wouldn't necessarily assist us. What would assist us is in getting the municipality to say, this is where we are. In all honesty, we either think we can consider, because we see, much as you speak about the alternative ways, there's really not even an indication what that may possibly be. So it's a generic term or alternative ways. But what are those? Because more with certainty. We don't want to rely on suppositions or but there may be alternative ways. We're not excited by the use of language like that. You see, we want certainty. We want that somebody says, look, where we are from the previous 3 options, this is the options that we are forwarding for consideration. You see? So, like we will have resolved, we are giving you that month. We obviously will interact with yourselves within the month to track a progress on that. So that we have a much more meaningful conversation about the true state of affairs insofar as this stadium is concerned. And by the way, I must also mention that there's another stadium, Garangwa Stadium, which the department may want to consider. I don't want us to make it much of a discussion now, but it's also there. So seemingly that it appears as if there's no thoroughgoing support being given to these sporting notes where you are able to sort of harness talent. Where do we expect the young people to organize themselves when we don't have these recreational facilities? So they end up baby. You see, they end up everywhere other than where they should be. And that's the immediate thing for us. That why are we not prioritizing? We're prioritizing every other thing other than what people say, this should be prioritized. And we know the budgetary constraints, we know that. But if we can achieve it, maybe let's trade in earnest to reach. Maybe in the next 10 years, it would be adequate response.
Thank you. No, I'll send the message back.
Yeah, please, because for us to have a two-way engagement, when we are not providing certainty, it's not going to assist. You see, or is okay. The ward councillor wants to say something quickly.
Dumelang gape. Ke ward councillor ya ko 20, as I said, ko stadium se leng ko teng. Ke utlwa ntate ha bua mo a bolela issue ya gore the issue must also e go counseling. Ke ba le pressure le concern gore most of the issues tse di amang especially community tsa rena tsa batho ba mo hae when they go to council the hangata di ka se di favor their side gore there's a petition and go ka se be le tsela e leng gore it can address this issue ya stadium. And I wish nkebe re filwe maybe the documents report and I'm already the complainant hana document e ne ha go bua because the slide it was difficult to follow. But one of the things I bulletin ke gore the stadium is closed. But that stadium is not closed. There are people who are using the stadium. Severing the stadium was a danger to the people. So I'm worried at the report, and I second you, Honorable Letwalo, when you say reporto it's empty. And nekikwala di notes, one of the members took what I wanted to say, especially ka time frame. And I went also ke lebela issue ya budget. Gore sports hanke se ba le budget na. And go back to another stadium. Honorable Letwalo mentioned Soshanguve Stadium Giant. What about Bana Stadium? Elongor also it was there after the petition and everything. Budget ela nega se be enough to go and do something ka mogare ga odina. So ke feel gore the city is neglecting community ya rona ya mogae. And I think you must go back, because some of us will raise this issue ka mo counseling, but di tlo gatelwa because we vote ka di issues. So rona di councillor tsa di local tsa mogae, no matter how hard we try to raise these issues, they will never come out. So ki kopela as the ward councillor to say what is it? How ya mola? I go there. Nka o bolela la o ka tswa wa ya kwa le gona no. Le beile sentlhaga mole le strogetse. Bana ba dinyao pe dintlo tse di leng mole they are affected. They are part of the stadium. Hona le di foreign churches tse di kenang mola mo stadium ba dula mole ba nna mole. It's okay, there's no budget. And another thing, hona le di tennis court, you don't even maintain your things. O ka re lira ka bo mo city gore a di bole di mo makeisheneng a di bole. So now I'm saying take us serious. Re tse serious ya ka batho ba mahae when you sit down and go and report. I'm not happy. Kore ne ku utlwa o bala mo gong ke misega ke re I don't have a document e nka ira. Ke ne ke kopa the document if possible. Ke kgone go e file the community in the next public meeting for them to know.
All right.
What is happening? Ke leboga.
Are tlwele mo re ska ntsha boloko kaofela. Let's so ntate Modisenyane, that is how we're going to proceed. Ne? We'll follow up. We'll engage the municipality as well as the provincial department. We're going to force you so that you start with that process. Is there anything? Yeah, Ari keep it short so that we move on.
Just one sentence, Chair. So I wanted to reconcile what the department or the municipality is saying. They said there were 3 options, and they opted for number 3.
The people.
No. That is what the report says. And then Tate Modisanyane yes says they, the community, they opted for number 2. They may need to go back and reconcile that when they do the second public engagement so that we get the true reflection. They were not talking to each other. Thanks, Chair.
So that is what we will have said, or give us the true state of affairs insofar as the issue of OD is concerned. Yeah,
let me
to quickly clarify.
Yes. The city did not decide. It was based on a report that was presented to us after the public participation process. So what Ndadem Design is saying is not necessarily contradictory per se, but it is what the report said. And if indeed there needs to be another round of consultation, so be it. But that is the report that we received. I'm not so sure if Ndadem Design was in that meeting or not, but that can be taken probably outside of this meeting so that we understand what could have gone wrong in terms of the inputs that were received through the office of the Speaker. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, when you go back, also communicate to the responsible manager that we take exception of his absence. We really take exception. It's not something that we take lightly. So we appreciate you for coming, but the manager responsible for that program, we take exception. Thanks. So so let's step off this one. Okay. We want to take the next one because I got to lunch. At what time? Oh, they are saying we can take 2 more before lunch. So let's take the next one that Tiani.
Thank you, Chair. The next one is it's actually the first one that we're supposed to start with. Request for a police station, Mabopane, Tate Mkabela, Tlakopotle ka mopele.
Tate Mkabelo ga?
Ba motsekini tla bo morago.
I want to read it.
Really Kosi for life. So the title of the petition is Request for Police Station Mabopane.
Let's minimize the movement, don't we? We must always abide by the rules. We don't want a lot of a commotion.
Request for Police Station Mabopane registration PP44B0720CS. The petitioner is Mr. Alfred Mkabela.
Volume. And zoom it. Go Batuba TV. Zoom.
So the petitioner is Mr. Alfred Mkabela, who resides at Extension 1 Mabopane, submitting this petition on behalf of the community of Block R, Unit T, U Extension 1 Block, and Midas Mabopane. He requests that a police station be built that can service Block R, Unit T, U Extension, Block, and Midas, which are all located in Mabopane. He states that the reason they want a police station in their area is due to poor service that they receive at Terminus Police Station on occasions that they are assisted. The police officers, he alleges, have an attitude toward the residents of the above-mentioned areas, and instead of assisting the residents who lodge complaints, they resort to telling them that they are not special. He further alleges that there is a high crime rate in the area, and instead of speedily receiving help, they are always told that there are not enough cars to head their direction. As such, he alleges that they resolved to lodge a formal complaint with the station commander who was assisting with the situation. However, he has since been transferred to Soshanguve, and he also states that the station has further deteriorated. In terms of progression, the petition was referred to the Department of Community Safety for investigation and reporting, and also to the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety for oversight. We are yet to receive a report on the matter. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I want us to deal with this one and that Mkabel. And I want to explain, because I had spoken to the MEC of Community Safety, but me Faith Maziwuku. We also had a similar conversation in the morning. Now in Gauteng, you have got a department called Community Safety, but the department has got limited powers. It merely plays oversight over the functions of the South African police services. But it does not have overwhelming powers to decide the policy, but also some of the operations of the police services. Because if you remember, at the level of national, you have got the Ministry of Police, which have functions somewhat differently from the Department of Community Safety. Again, so the Department of Community Safety runs the programs jointly with SAPS, but it does not run SAPS. So the issue around police stations is one which falls under the Ministry of Police, but not necessarily the Department of Community Safety. So they don't enter a space of, the number of police stations, the hiring of a police. They don't enter that space. That space is the preserve of the Ministry of Police, which is centrally coordinated. Of course, provinces play a supportive role to that. So what we have done with this petition is that we will have caused for its ascendancy. So we've requested the MEC to also escalate, so that they look into the issue. So it's not only just with a Loate police station. I'm sure if you go to Garangua, you'll realize that you only have one police station for a now expanded catchment population. Because on Alebo Zone 14, who are now part of Garangua, on Alebo Zone 1, go barking, go sporung, can't tell go sporung. And then le Rama, and then on a expansion ya Wooded. So all of those means that the catchment population of these areas has expanded over time. Including Lemo Mahoban. I mean, if you go to Mopomolong, I mean, it has expanded. This area, yeah, it has also expanded. If you go to 24, 24 on the West, what 24? So this issue is a prevalent issue. So what we have done, we said let's not address it as an individual petition, but deal with it as a whole. So that when the response comes, it deals with all of these areas around Mabopane, Winterveld, as well as Garangua. It might happen that even in Shoshanguve, it's the same thing, because Shoshanguve only has two police stations, if I'm not mistaken. So we requested the MEC to deal with this issue holistically, so that when we get a report, we deal with a comprehensive report. So I know it might be of inconvenience to you, because we're expecting a report that says there's going to be a police station. But in reality, the only people who can advise as to whether it would be feasible to have an addition of police stations, it's actually the Ministry of Police. And unfortunately, at the level of the province, we don't have a Ministry of Police or any Department of Police. So the police are centrally coordinated. The province plays just a supporting role, but also facilitating other crime prevention programs. And so on. So those are the kinds of programs that it runs. But it doesn't dictate to SAPS on the hiring of people, on the procurement of vehicles for police, as well as on their infrastructure. So that would be handled by Public Works nationally, as well as the Ministry of Police. So we wanted to flag it, but also give that explanation. The MEC had indicated that she would have wanted to join us, but unfortunately she has a bereavement, so she couldn't join us this morning. But we thought we would still deal with it. And then what we'll do, because ordinarily when we don't have external hearings, we're also giving powers to call internal hearings, where we call the Department of Community Safety, so that they can also be able on their own give an account of what they think they can do in the interim. So if it's about an issue of crime prevention, the department must give us their strategy on how to respond to the manifestation of crime in Block TU, as well as the extension that you will have mentioned in the petitions. So that is what they would want to prioritize, so that almost immediately we get a sense around how best they can assist. But I know the C2 of Tshwane, I'm not sure who may assist us from the C2 of Tshwane, to also jump on board insofar as those programs are concerned. Because it would not only be the preserve of the province, but the C2 of Tshwane also has got a role and responsibility in ensuring that they respond to instances of crime by coming up with different programs, but also entering into partnerships with the community stakeholders, to sort of rebut the effects of crime. I'm not sure whether you follow the logic of the response. If there's anything that you think we might not have covered, you are at liberty to engage with what we are presenting. Thanks.
Chair, I'm disappointed. I want to put
Maybe ikitsi pele hore batho ba o itsa kere. Nna ra o itse mara ke re batho ba o itse.
Libito la ka ke Alfred Mkhabela. I reside to Goa 22. Chair, I want to put it straight. I'm so disappointed up to so far. If ever we still don't get a response. Because sometime 2 years back we get a response in the Itago police station, their terminus. They promised us, while they're still busy with the problem, the issue, they will bring us a satellite police station within our area, whereby there will be a violence and the police that will assist. As I speak now, our area or our ward, it becomes something else, something different that I can't call it. Because every day we speak of crime, but what can you almost every day in the case, but what about me ba kenela ka mo dintlong ba nkelwa di property tsa bona. Our area has got a lot of criminals. So that's why I put this way. I'm so disappointed what is happening. Why that contingency plan they said they will put and try to resolve the problem. Because we're speaking of a daily problem that is happening almost every day. I've thought today they will tell us, we'll get a report that says this is the contingency plan that we come up with, that we promise will bring at your area to try and resolve the problem that we have, because we speak of a crime. Bomba to bombe, abasali safe. But pabontata abasali safe. When you report a crime, you become a target. 2 weeks back, there was a group of men to the very same police station that we complain about. Bio report out of Huring, relabel the suspect, whereas Rena now. Relative dintlong tsa rena re tlo butswa re tlo bolaiwa because rena re tla report go police station. Do you see the danger of community where they are? Che. So that's why I'm saying I'm so disappointed in this thing. We have tried issue community safe, safety, patrolling, whatever, but doesn't need any results. We need the intervention of safety. Please check, come up with, please check all departments. We need a serious plan that will assist our community. So I don't want even to say how many people must die, or should they die people, or should remote one me or one rapiwe, abulai, and then the safe to come. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we can assure you that so we'll get the councillor to come in. But we want to assure you, so what we deliberated as members here. So in the legislature, we've got a portfolio committee on community safety. It's the committee that overlooks the functioning of the Department of Community Safety. It's where we had a conversation with her. Focused intervention start on the area that you are mentioning, including some of the needs of the community in seeking to respond to the scourge of crime. So we'll want to follow that with you. But I just want to check before you come in, Councillor. Braupa mo Kotswani, who is responsible for this aspect of crime prevention, community safety? I'm taking advantage that I know Brauba. Okay,
Chair, my name is Tibu. I'm in the office of the city manager. I want to believe that MMC community safety will also be responsible for that, including the chief of Metro Police. While sitting here, I've taken notes and I heard what the complainant said. I'll then revert back to the acting city manager and then give her the details of what has been said. And probably she will take it up with the chief of Metro Police, and then she will liaise with her functionaries, especially in these areas where the complainant is talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The reason why I was asking Swan, that Mkabel, it's because previously, in my recollection, there was a resolution passed by council for the deployment of, I think, 10 metro officers per ward, you know. So we may just want them to sort of prioritize the area that you make mention of, so that there's a greater patrolling, but also greater, visibility of police around that specified area. But I get more in a conversation form. It's in a form of a report, you know. So I'm happy that we've got somebody from the office of the city manager, because they can equally be able to escalate. But our councillor is also here, and she's the host, so she's hosting us, because I think this area falls under Hot 22. Ne? Agar mo councillor, rega go re mo bofelong ba hao ka mo. Ko wena motshwara marapo. You wanted to say something there?
Thank you, Chairperson. Libitso la ka ke Mama Catherine Mabaso, Ward Councillor Ward 22. Ke batla go add something se Ntate Mokhabela a se bolelang about the issue of satellite. In 2013, by that time it was Minister Nathi Mthethwa, both the commissioner from Northwest, also the colonel from Klapgat Police Station and Mabopane Terminus Police Station, they identified Bochabelo OD Community Hall. And they also went there for site inspection. Everything was done. Unfortunately, after the reshuffling of Minister Nathi Mthethwa, by that time I was the ward coordinator of ward committees. Unfortunately, after the reshuffling of him, everything just vanished into thin air. So we do need a satellite police station, because they did came and do site inspection. Can you, from the office of Tshwane, can you do a follow-up? Because they did come. We need that satellite police station at OD Community Hall. Thank you.
Orale again. Mare re tlo kopa mo councillor o re thuse o re tsamaetse la ile Ntate Mokhabela. A ka re ba tlo latlhela fela. Oro tletle bo a shima re no e latlhela fela. So there's a commitment from the city manager, office of the city manager. Ya tsa di contact tsa mo councillor. Le tsa Ntate Mokhabela ne. So that we have a three-way engagement. Again, a three-way engagement so that we can be able to follow up. Ya utlwa Ntate Mokhabela. Re tlo sala morao. At least you are familiar with this locality, ne? So maybe I follow, allow for that process to flow. Meanwhile, we will still get a report from the MEC around how best they can assist us to respond to this issue. But not only just around Ward 22. It's across the board. So the issue of crime, it's rampant now across the board. So just an assessment of that program here, metro officers, to assess whether, they have been deployed. We need to assess that part as well. So if we can step off it, and then we'll follow up again. And then Ntate mo kana ke Ntate mang? Ntate Nyambeni again. So Ntate Nyambeni, you will exchange contacts. And how phone la grey Ntate Nyambeni? How phone la grey? Because now when I call you, I don't find you. I subpoena you. And when I subpoena you, I'll embarrass you. So, agree you are making that commitment. Agree that Nyambeni?
Yes, sir.
Or you are raising it, you have recorded it, you are going to raise it with the city manager. Agree? Yeah, whatever that you say here, it's on record. That is what I do. So, I give out to Ntate Mokhabela ka sana ra Ntate Nyambeni ke we don't want those things. Again. Yeah, so ra le wagen da nyambeni. Da dem kabela nga di number tsa ntate nyambeni. Au fe cell number is office number. Cell number. Office aga, please get the cell number as well from ntate nyambeni. So let's go to, I want us to go to the last petition before lunch. We're going to take our lunch at 1:30. Ne? Oh yes, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. In this regard, not to belabor the point, but I think the petition is quite clear that there's been a request from SAPS specifically for a satellite office or for a new police station in this area. And Chair, I'm concerned that we did not hear from SAPS in this hearing. And now it seems as if the city of Tshwane has been tasked with taking up the work of SAPS, which is a national competency. I don't understand why must TMPD take up the job that is supposed to be done by SAPS. And that is very concerning for me. Chair, I truly appreciate and understand quite clearly community safety, the Department of Community Safety within the Gauteng province. Its mandate only is to do oversight over national government and SAPS. We cannot tell SAPS how they must do their work. All that we can do is to do oversight and to make sure that the work is done correctly. But, Chair, I think in this regard, and in numerous other regards, I think that SAPS needs to come and give us a report on this specific, because it seems as if SAPS has made certain commitments to this community. From what I can hear, even the ward councillor, Mark Catherine, you've indicated that there was an indication that there would be a satellite station. And as I can ascertain, it sounds like it's been more than 2 years. So I'm quite concerned. Maybe I can be corrected or some more information can be given to me in this regard. But I do believe that SAPS needs to stand up and take their place and make sure that they do the job that's required of them. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Ndate Peach. So maybe just to quickly explain, and I think I will have spoken to it, is that where SAPS is located, is that it's a centrally coordinated through the Ministry of Police. And the minister there, Agarla meets, Kintatoloa Barging, Dobbs. Agarla meets Wawut, that they beg it. Is the one that oversees the work of SAPS, including policy development, as well as a policy coordination. So SAPS ay mo rona mo Gauteng. What we have in Gauteng, it's a department that runs crime preventative programs, but also plays limited oversight over the operations of SAPS. But what it doesn't do, it does not step into the shoes of SAPS. Yar ahang the police station, hiramba to rekandikolo, it doesn't do that. That is done centrally from the Ministry of Police. But also remember that there are also interactions between the ministry as well as the SAPS itself. And that is why Kamara SAPS, Ograona lady structures about Tobarwabis and the commissioners. So they are also a body themselves. They've got their own configuration. But then what we are saying here is that both at the Department of Community Safety as well as the municipality have got a dual responsibility of ensuring that there is some level of measures to respond to the rampant manifestation of crime in Hot 22. So we are not absolving the municipality, we are also not absolving the province. And that is why earlier on we will have said we spoke to the MEC. And the MEC admits, we need to look at how best that we can fashion measures and responses to sort of minimize the effects of a crime in that area. But not only in that area, across the board. Again. So as we go back, we're still going to say to the department, we want the report from you around your interactions with the Ministry of Police in following up with the commitments that you will have made some time ago. But be that as it may, the city of Tshwane also carries a similar obligation and responsibility of ensuring that it runs some degree of a crime preventative programs. Again, about Metro Police, they are not only there to manage the traffic. Again, aba hero la vela or one nemule ba manage vela traffic, including even crime. And you have seen it where there's a cash in transit, incidents. Members of Tshwane Metro Police Department would also be intervening there. So we're requesting them to also complement the work of the Department of Community Safety. But as for all other issues that relates to the infrastructure program around the delivery of either mobile police stations as well as the building of a brick and mortar, that would have to be dealt with at the level of the Ministry of Police. Yeah, that the pitch. Yeah, so thank you very much. Let's step off that one. Can we, I know we're scheduled to take the one on Lotus Gardens at 12:30, and I'm told that they've got other pressures. So if we can quickly take that one so that we can release them. Sorry, program because process alone. We want you to have an understanding of how the petition system works for you. You can write the group a petition, you can write an individual petition, associate petitions. So the NGOs, the task enjoy one to raise a petition on your behalf. So that is how we manage these petitions. Again, so that we minimize instances of protests, burning or touching of buildings, and so on. Okay, so let's take the next one quickly, and then we'll break for lunch.
Thank you, Chair. As per directive, we'll go to request for housing development project Lotus Gardens. Tate Phala Kopotle Kamupele. Tate William Phala.
Tate Phala. Kumukuzwane yana sona kongo. Okay, good. Tate Phala.
So the title is Request for Housing Development Project, Lotus Gardens, registration PP 14A 00621LOHS. The petitioner is Mr. William Phala from Lotus Gardens in Atteridgeville, submitting on behalf of the residents of Lotus Gardens, Extension 19. Here in the petitioner alleges that they were previously relocated from Brazzaville informal settlement to Lotus Gardens in 2017 by the city of Tshwane. He also indicates that there are 906 service stands in the area. The Deputy President, Honorable David Mabuza, in 2019 committed to donate funds towards the construction of 9 houses in the community. As community members, they are grateful for the 9 houses that were constructed and dispensed to the community members as per the commitment of Honorable Mabuza. In addition, he states that the former mayor of the city of Tshwane, Councillor Solim Simanga, committed to construct 40 houses for the disabled and old age members of the community. As the community members, they are thankful also for the 40 houses that were constructed and given to those vulnerable community members. He further indicates that although many community members have commenced building their own houses, several community members cannot afford to buy or construct their own houses. The petition was then adopted by the committee and referred to the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements and also the City of Tshwane Human Settlements, or housing as they call it, and also to the Portfolio Committee on Cocktail Human Settlements for oversight and investigation on the 25th of June 2021. It is also worth indicating, Chair and members, that the petition was tabled at the external hearing held at Valmore in Lodium, wherein there was a dispute on the report that was tabled, and the city and the department were requested to then engage and provide a status quo report in line with the resolutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ntate Phala. Ke ona petition e le hore ne le re kwalletse yona e. Re batla le confirm hore ha ona ntho e re shileng ko ntle na.
Chairperson, thanks. The petition that they've read, that is the correct petition. But however, Chairperson, that as they already indicated that the matter has been tabled in the previous petitions in Velma Hotel. And in the report, which we believe that as community should have been received, is that it was not a report that we thought that it will seek to advance what we have been talking about. Instead, the divisional head of the city of Tshwane, Nontomemel, when he wrote this report to your office, he wrote a misleading report. And I'm here today to come and clarify the House with this misleading report. Because of one, our report did not discuss and say we need 40 houses. We say the development of houses.
It's okay. So maybe what we'll do, because we have already confirmed, let's wait for the report to be presented, and then we can engage with the report as put forth. Ya utlwala. A ke batle re tswelletse pele the confirmatory part when we have not even had the report being presented. So maybe let's start with the report being put forth, and then we can engage with it. So Ndate Phala confirms. I'm not sure who from, is it from the city of Tshwane or is it from the province?
Chairperson, we are together with the province. City of Tshwane and the province.
And the province.
We are together here.
Okay. So let's get your response to this petition. Do we have it in written form?
Yeah, yes, Chairperson. It was actually shared with the team, with your team.
Where is it?
I think it was immediately after the Velmo meeting.
Okay, it's okay. Definitely.
You're correct.
I want to see the report. You see? So, if you can beam the report, that is simple. So there we have the report. Quickly navigate us through the report in that day. Can I get that, man?
Chairperson, good afternoon, Chairperson,
Sure.
and the members and whole community. Kesello Chibu from the Human Settlement Department in the city of Tshwane. But I'm not alone. I'm having the team from the Human Settlement here, both from the Human Settlement Planning, Human Settlement Provision, and other team members from city of Tshwane will be responding to the other issues. I'm also taking this advantage, Chairperson, just to request that all the team from city of Tshwane, can they just come up front here so that we have a proper coordinated response in terms of going forward. Chairperson, the issue...
Maybe let's get them first to come. Where are they?
All the team members that are here, Rose, every other person who's here, there are a lot of chairs.
Yes.
Can we come front here? All of you come front here. Yeah, I think that I was looking for the roads because Mabobani here is having a serious problem of tar roads here, so we must talk to them here.
Yeah.
Chairperson, thank you very much. As I've already introduced myself, I'm the divisional head responsible for human settlement planning, and the issue of the petition lodged by Ndate Phala has a context, a historical context. From the city's point of view, you will appreciate that the issue in relation to the construction of the low-cost houses that are usually known as the full subsidy houses is not the competency of the city, it's the competency of the provincial government. And in that basis, in 2013, the city of Tshwane realized that we are struggling in terms of the backlog of housing, or the backlog in relation to the service stands.
Hold on in that the chip. I get why Bansa picture. We don't want to see a picture. We want the report, yes.
So on that particular basis, Chairperson, the city took a conscious decision at that time. In 2013, I think it was popularly known to adopt what we call Re'agatshwane. The basis of that was that in the national government took a decision to ring-fence what we know as the Urban Settlement Development Grant, which is simply the grant that is actually proclaimed or promulgated to be able to deal with the new settlement. And that Urban Settlement Development Grant, precisely you can utilize it to acquire the land, you can be able to provide the services, starting with the infrastructure, water, sewer, electricity, roads, and stormwater. So on that basis, there were a number of informal settlements that were identified. And the one that we have identified in this case is Atteridgeville Extension 19. It was a land, and the city took a conscious decision to go through a process to approve what we call the municipal transitional settlement for us in terms of the clause 32 and clause 16 of the town planning.
Or navigate slowly, because some of the concepts or terminologies they may evade people. So if you can just simplify where we can, so that everybody understands.
So on that basis, the Spetos chair from the city side to redeclare some of the areas, what we call the municipal transitional settlement, to simply mean that we can proceed what we call the parallel development. And the intention at that time is to say, let's actually address the backlog. In this case, the people who identified Skibon Tatepala, who were sitting in an informal settlement, that is Brazzaville. Then the area was then identified as Atteridgeville Extension 19, declared as the municipal transitional settlement in terms of specific clauses of our planning scheme. And on that basis, the city appointed a town planner to say kindly proceed with what we call the township establishment process. And that is in line with the ordinance. Based on that, we then came up with the draft layout map and all the key studies that were required, including the environmental impact assessment, was actually conducted. Then the decision was taken that now is fine, we have the area, let's then appoint what you call the land surveyor to go and peg the site. After pegging the site, we then relocated beneficiaries from Brazzaville. They are now going to the stands. Remember, in Brazzaville, they were having shack number. Now we are taking them to the stand numbers. Then parallel to that, the city then proceeded with the parallel development that I'm talking about. Reticulation of water, sewer, and electricity. So as we speak, all those people in Atteridgeville Extension 19, they have these services. But the challenge is that the city didn't conclude the township establishment process because of the technicalities that are there, which the city is currently working on them to be able to finalize. So what ought to be done? Based on that, we then took a decision as the city to conduct what we call the pre-screening, the beneficiary administration, to say we have relocated X number of people from Brazzaville. There are those people who will then be able to say, in terms of the Section 26 of the Constitution, we are unable to build for our own houses. There are those who are saying we are able to build our own houses. They can be able to proceed building for them. And there are those who will then be able to say we are unable to build our houses. And there will be those who are saying we have benefited before. You will remember that our economy is migrant in nature. Some of them are coming from different provinces and they've benefited before. So on that basis, we then do what we call the pre-screening to go all of them. And based on the pre-screening, we have actually been able to confirm that 640 people are not able to build for themselves. And the rest, others, are either able to build for themselves or are benefited before they don't actually qualify. So on that basis, we then wrote a formal letter, a formal submission to the Provincial Department of Human Settlement for them to start to be able to do what we call the subsidy application and start to put the project on MTREF. So the letter has been submitted to the HOD, who's currently working on that. In fact, in the morning, we had a session with the province. They are confirming that they are considering the MTREF. It's not.
I want you so that we don't lose you, give us the timeline.
Yes, I'm coming.
Just speak to also the timelines, so that we don't assume it's a recent thing, whereas it could be a historic thing.
Yes. The process, if you look in terms of the value chain of a human settlement chairperson, you'll be working within the 10-year period for you to finish what you call the proclamation of the township. So this project started in 2013, while the executive mayor was still, and there was a program known as Agatswan. So that is the generation of those particular, and it's not only this project. There are a number of projects. So what we have done, we then prepared the submission to the provincial HOD to say, can you kindly be able to allocate the funds and start with the construction of the houses for those who are not able to build for themselves. What we done, Chairperson, in terms of our submission is actually covering a number of projects. It's not only Atteridgeville, but Atteridgeville is one of the priority. For instance, if you go to Atteridgeville and extension 90, what is required in terms of the budget is actually 74,795,174 rand, which we have actually done in terms of the subsidy progress. But all the projects, all of them that are submitted to be able to be included in the M3 period of the Provincial Department of Human Settlement, in total, is 1,669,314 and 607.24 cents. And this is based on the quantification as far as the subsidy quantum is concerned. The province have actually accepted our submission. They've actually indicated that, yes, indeed, they are prioritizing the allocation of this project in the M3 period. So on that basis, the team from the province and the city, they will then went down to Lotus Gardens, starting from the next financial year to start with what we call the detailed subsidy application for those 640 who are not actually qualifying. So that is the basis in terms of the project and the development, which we have agreed with the province. I can share with the letter that has been sent to the provincial HOD. It has been confirmed by the regional head. And I think the provincial colleague is here for us to be able to proceed, because we have agreed at the high level to say the city will be responsible for implementing urban settlement development grant, and the province will solely deal with the human settlement development grant. The urban settlement development grant, Chairperson, is what I've said. It will deal with the township establishment, the servicing part, the bulk services, and the province will simply deal with the construction of the houses. But in line with that, Chairperson, there were a lot of donations that have been made previously, like Depal have said. The deputy president came here to say, I can be able to build nine houses. We went through the process because the areas declared a municipal transitional settlement, which was a very constrained and a very difficult process. Because some of the legislation, there's a deepening contradiction in terms of the legislation. We had a problem as far as the building control is concerned, in terms of that particular process, which ultimately we have actually won, and then they were able to build the 9 houses, and we also appointed a contractor from our side. The former executive mayor, Dr. Musimang, once went outside to say he's selling the mayoral house, and the benefits from the mayoral house will then be used to build what you call the alternative, the houses for alternative building technology in that particular area. And the 40 houses were identified. We appointed the contractor. The contractor proceeded. Unfortunately, we had a serious contractual issues with the contractor up until we end. There are a number of areas that we had some problems. And those areas where we had the problems, the decision has been taken that we need to appoint what we call the structural engineer. I think the BAC was able to sit on the 17th of March. And now they've recommended, we are only waiting for the city manager to issue the appointment letter, and that structural engineer will then be able to go and do the review. The challenge from the procurement point of view is that at that time, the executive mayor was able to announce. And when he announced outside, he also announced the price. So the people who were invited for proposal were actually working within that, which led to a lot of constraints in terms of that process. So where we are now, we are working on that for us to be able to finalize. So I think that's and address all the concerns that have been addressed by the Depala. If there are any questions, I think can be able to respond. I'm having the team here. If they want to be able to add, they can be able to add, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
All right, thank you very much, Ndate Chibu. I hope that the Pala will have followed with your presentation. I get why but tomorrow ba iti ya ona le bufokodi nyana khale re go more le presenting report man no ke ra go morago kwa we have long requested that the report be beamed. I'm not sure why I was struggling with that part. Because we want people to follow up. Again, it's one thing what is being raised by Ntate Chipu, another with the report. Again, what is being said must correspond with the report. Again, like, okay. I'm not sure whether we should take in Ntate Phalapele, or is there any other input from either the province? Ntate Xajwa, you want to say something? You are fine. Ntate Xajwa is from the office of the MEC of Human Settlement and Cogta. Ntate Leboga Maile. Re o le mona mo emela o re bone. So Ntate Phala, that is the report. Yeah, but there's also that one that we have flagged. And so I'm not sure whether you may want to engage with what is being presented by Ntate Chip.
Correct, Chairperson.
Okay, you may do that.
Yeah. Chairperson, there are a number of issues that Ntate Chip would say. And those issues were not set on the previous hearing. On the previous hearing, Ernest Mhlala, representing the city of Tshwane, he very make it clear that it is not the responsibility of the city of Tshwane to build top structures. It's the responsibility of the province. And the province were requested in that day that can they clarify when and how are they going to assist these communities. And they make a commitment in that hearing and say it will be done during the financial year of 2021 and 2022. Now, this report that was done, which does not seek to even indicate anything that we have been said to the petition. It says something that we did not raise. It's something else. And even though, Comrade Chairperson, the very same 40 houses that they are claiming that they have built, I'm telling you today, that the NHBRC, they have disapproved these houses. If they're saying I'm lying, I've got proofs of documents here from NHBRC, because they disapproved these houses. They know what transpired in that project. I was the CLO there. I know exactly what transpired to the entire 40 houses. So today, they want to tell us that no, we are still going to appoint an engineer. Last year, the very same table there, were sitting with us the Elvemo Hotel, when they say, the city of Tshwane, that by December last year, they will be finished with the appointment of the engineer. But today, they are still telling us that no, we are still busy appointing the engineer. How long are they going to finish of appointing these engineers? The other issues, this Comrade Chairperson, that the last hearing agreed that it's going to visit our area so that they can come and see things for themselves. Because I can tell you, Chairperson, 5.1 million has gone for 40 houses, which the what you call the NHBRC 5.1 million gone. They cannot deny and say, no, I know. They know exactly that I know exactly what I'm talking about. 5.1 million gone. The project is not finished even today. It is not there. Houses, Chairperson, are cracking. The very same 40 houses are cracking because have been built with wrong material. When I was raising these issues with the very same city officials, they were telling me, hey, Phala, I want a degree in civil engineering. Go home. Today, that people, those who caused the project, they've run away. One of the project manager, Kulfeli, ran away from their office because she knew that she has cost the city millions for nothing. And they cannot deny that the money has been spent without completing the project. Even now, it's not complete. Even now. Now, I was just racing and said, and Chairperson, according to me, man, we were not even expecting this report from the city of Tshwane. Because the petition, our petition didn't go to the city of Tshwane. It went straight to the Provincial Department of Human Settlement and your offices. So we believe that any petition or any report should contain the letterhead of the Provincial Department of Human Settlement, not of the city of Tshwane. We know what you are doing. If we should use the city of Tshwane, they've got their own petitions committee here in Tshwane, would have taken this matter to them. Because we know that it's not their competence, it's the competence of the province. That's why we went straight to the province, because we knew that the city of Tshwane, they are going to tell us lies. And they've been telling us lies. And I will repeat that they are telling us lies even today. They must be honest with the community. The reason why you are saying this community are sitting there, they are frustrated by the very same attitude and misleading reports that are not correct to the community. This report is totally incorrect, it's misleading. They know exactly that I know the truth of the matter of that area there. So they cannot lie today. No. No. So let them go and tell their bosses that Phala was telling us straight with our own corruption today that we have done. You cannot come here.
Maybe let's Ndate Phala, because we don't want to invoke emotions, because once we start branding people corrupt, it's a very serious statement. We wouldn't want to say that, you know. So let's engage with the issues without any labeling. So if it is, I mean, that will come about through an investigation. But let's deal with the issues at hand so that we can also be able to address those.
Yeah, Chairperson, thanks very much. Sorry for this thing. But Chairperson, what we want to know as the resident of Extension 19, I don't have any problem. I'm staying in a house. But there is a next door neighbor of mine who cannot build. When rains is coming, they have to come to our house and request where to sleep, because rains goes direct into the houses. There's no any proper roads that they know. Now, can someone explain to us today that why the province last year in December promised that the project will start on the financial year of 2021 and 2022. Now, subsequent to this report that is done by the city, and now there is now change of things now, and said no. Even though they don't say when are we going to start building, they are saying we are still going to look into beneficiary what. How did they obtain this list? Because when we were removed today, they've got the list. Why today now they still want to go and say, let's check this one, let's take this one, let's take this one? I told them and said, those who can afford to build, they've built for their own houses, and there are still those who are going to continue building. But we've got people, those who cannot even afford to buy one stainer. This one. Now, what about those people? They're not saying no, Ratomaga June or Ratomaga July. No, they're saying no. We are still going to look on the next financial year, which is the 1st of July. 1st of July comes, they'll tell us about the 1st of July next year. Because that's how they play game. At the same time, when we go to communities and say, hey, Makomo, Arenro vote, this committee go and vote. But when it comes to service delivery, no, the time frame, the financial year, what. We know all these things. One, Kinyagorban Poach, Baba Province, or why last year, Tomaga financial year 2021 and 2022. And after this report, then it tends to something else. This table there were there when they make this commitment. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
All right, let's be orderly so that we can allow for engagements on this issue. Members, do you want to come in? Malugwa Committee. Are you fine? Member Mabunda? Are you fine? Yeah, let's settle down. Let's settle down. And earlier on, we requested that we minimize movement. Because we want to wrap up quickly because we said by past we should be breaking for lunch. But we don't want to hurry these issues. The Chibu, that the Pala takes exception. Well, there are reservations about what is being presented. But I just want to check. And earlier on, I said, what is the timelines? I asked about the timelines. So that we get a sense from when the project would have been initiated and the stages of the project. So that we seamlessly have a full-on appreciation of where the delays might have possibly been. Because as we're reading into the reports, the one thing that stands out, which is resounding for us, is that seemingly there would have been delays. Unintentional, intentional, there would have been those delays. But possibly even lack of proper planning and foresight. And if that is the case, I think it would be appreciated if we can be navigated through that so that there are no distortions. Because if we leave it to chance, without explaining the timelines, somebody interprets as they may want to interpret. And this is the sense that we are getting. Because Reaga Tshwane announced in 2012. Yeah, well, I know the discussions initially were in 2012. We were often abreast about some of these things. So in 2013, it's formalized. It's formally announced. So 2013 against where we are now. And of course, and that Pala is quite correct. That we are not interacting with this issue for the first time. For instance, we're also sitting with a report, I think, of 2021, where Bondate Motlala, I'm not sure whether it's Ernest Motlala, or the Ernest, make a commitments around some of the aspect of the project. For instance, appointment of, what is this? Appointment of the engineers will be made by November again. December 2021. So all of those things, they are made. And on our part, the thinking would have been that, well, we're moving right swiftly to the actualization of the project. So we wonder where the delays are. But just when we're dealing with that, other things surface. Poor workmanship. And there was a commitment that there would be remedial works and so on. But as in that the Pala presents, it seems as if there hasn't been much movement on that front. And we're asking, what would be the reason that is the case? Because at least we identified and diagnosed that this is a problem which needs to be urgently attended to. But it doesn't get done within the date which was committed. So we wonder what would have militated that. But I just also wanted to get a sense. Because we speak about beneficiaries, well, there are different categories. So there are those that would qualify for your subsidy houses, which obviously would be rendered by the province and so on. You are running with a different stock of housing provisioning. I just wanted to get a sense of the overall number of those that will have qualified across the two streams. So you mentioned the 690, where is it? 640. The potential overall. And they would still have to be differentiated, isn't it? Yeah, maybe let's have it on record. So the 640 is an overall number of beneficiaries. Okay.
And then 640 are the ones that are the potential beneficiaries.
Yeah, but you are not on record. On record. No, it's okay. We can have an interactive engagement so that we're clarified. Ne?
All right. Chairperson, I think the challenge in this case is an unintended consequences of what the city decided to start to expedite the development. And the unintended consequence is this one that is coming. Because when that decision was taken in Agatwan, it was a very different approach altogether. It was to say, you have people who are sitting in different area, Brazzaville, in Esquala, you need to be able to provide them with services. Because if we are waiting for province to construct houses, we will never be able to reach the target. The city takes to itself to say, in terms of the USDG that we are getting, we are going to do things different. We'll provide the service in an area that is not yet approved in terms of the township establishment process. And then that led to the declaration of this area a municipal transitional settlement and the relocation of beneficiaries. That the Palawa is living now. He has water, he has electricity, he has
Yeah,
fuel.
just on that part, because that is what I wanted to understand. The 640, who you said couldn't build for themselves.
Then what we have done, when you relocate people, you have the information. Based on the information, you then run what you call the pre-screening on the national
Housing outlook,
subsidy
yes.
system. We then ran it. When we ran it, it came back. In fact, I've sent it to your team so that they can project it here. I don't think it's anything confidential about it. If they can project it here.
Maybe let's do that. Let's
back.
do that.
And when it came back, it says to us, 640 people are unable to build for themselves. What do they mean? If they are working, but they are any less than
yes.
500. They are South African citizens. They've never benefited before. Therefore, these are the people that will then be able to be focusing for building for themselves. So the other numbers are also the because it's spreadsheet. The other numbers are the people who are not able who are not actually, in fact, they are earning more than what they are employed. And
They couldn't qualify for that category. Yes.
And the other one are the one that have actually is a different categories. So for now, we have actually written to the province to say these are the 640 people that will want the top structures. We have given them water, we have given them sewer, we have given them electricity. So you are going to build the houses for them.
So the service stands are there.
The service stands are there.
All 640.
All 640.
All 640.
The only thing that is required is the province to build the house. So what we have done from our side, we wrote a formal letter because there were a number of technicalities from the planning point of view that were not completed, which might be the constraint from the provincial point of view. So we had a meeting with them, we agreed, we sent them a letter for them to be able to...
Yeah, so what we are failing to understand is the time lapse.
Yeah, I'm coming to
from which you will have committed to doing that, the rollout of formalization as well as ensuring that you have got those service stands. Against your interactions, cooperative governance with the province. Is the delay on your part or is it on the part of the province?
No, the project is a success. Already the service, people are living the service stand. The only thing is the construction.
Yeah, but that is not what you will have committed to.
Yes.
I get it. So if we track back to what the intentions of the project would have been, was that we are rolling out, we are going to provide for houses, not only just the service stands.
Yeah,
is that what we said?
What informalization, it was us to give in service stands. That's why he's correctly said that there are those people who have already built for themselves. And for those who will not be able to build for themselves, the province will come in. But the province was delayed because there was a technical issue from the planning point of view, which we have addressed now. And the province, they are putting it, in the next financial year, they are putting it in terms of the MTRAP, for them to start with the construction of that area.
Yeah, but that problem took too long.
There?
Because when did you conclude the process of ensuring that there are service stands? At which year?
We have concluded the area we concluded in 2017. The service stands started in 2017 to today, which has started with the water, sewer, and electricity.
2017.
Yeah. But the issue is that we were running all this system in parallel. Behind the scenes, there were township establishment process that is going ahead, which different departments, remember the township establishment process is regulated in terms of the land use management bylaw and SPLUM. So the different departments came back to us and said there are a number of studies that are required, which took a little bit long for us to be able to conclude that until we have concluded.
And at that time, province was unable to start to say, we can start to be able to enroll this particular project, which we have actually completed now. And it's not only at Ridgeville Extension 19, like I said. These are the generation of projects which we said we are going to have the different approach.
Oh, it's okay. So I want you to navigate me through some of the commitments and delivery of houses. So there's some 40 houses that are built.
Yes.
Who built these houses?
What happened? We then said, remember, from the city side, that area we have declared it a municipal transitional settlement. When the deputy president visited the area, he said, I'm having the money that I can be able to donate to build at least for the 9 houses. We then said, within that context of the municipal transitional settlement, let's actually proceed with the construction. Then he proceeded with the construction of those 9 houses. The second part is that the previous...
Of the 40?
Of the 9.
Of the 9,
yeah,
okay.
Yes. And these are the people who, ordinarily, they are falling within that category of below 3,500. Then we will then the second part is that we then said there are 40 houses coming from the proceeds of actually auctioning the mayoral house. But remember, the auction of the mayoral house was a public process. To say we are auctioning the mayoral house, the money that is going to come will then be able to construct 40 houses using the alternative building technology. It was a kind of saying...
Is that the 5.1 million? Okay.
Yes.
I wanted us to address that
then
part.
We went there. When we came back...
So the 5.1 was spent towards the construction of the 40 houses. Okay. And they are there?
Yes, they are there.
Okay.
But there are issues. The issues that have been raised by the national NHBRC, there are also issues that we have identified. That's why we are now moving for the appointment of structural engineer to start with the conducting the assessment of those particular areas for us to rectify. The challenge is that we had a serious constraint in terms of the contract. He knows in that Tepala. He was the CLO in that project. But the budget itself was not actually making provision for him. We had to go and do what we call the deviation. And the deviation, which we engaged with him in terms of that particular process, for him to be able to be paid for the next 12 months of the project. Unfortunately, the city was dealt, was actually failed by the contractor on site. But because of you need to look at the cost-benefit analysis when you do the contract management. The city then took it in to say, let's actually conclude this particular contract in terms of what is actually delivered on site. And let's have the structural engineer who will do the review and finalize that. And fairly speaking, the 5.1 million was not even enough for the alternative building technology of this particular project, because there were a number of things that were required, which are detailed in terms of the assessment that has been done from our side. But I'll request that Muthala just to detail on that. But as it is, us and the province, we are on the same page. We have submitted them the proposal. They have accepted it in MTREF. They will then build those 640 houses that are required to be able to build. Obviously, there are a number of variables that are considered. We may find that there are...
Just 2 things. Have we cost for recoveries from the contractor? The one who couldn't, execute insofar as his contractual obligations are concerned. Then, secondly, there's a mention of 900 stands. 906 stands in the forthcoming, or is it even the current financial year? So just navigate us, because I want us to deal with all of these gray areas so that we can come to an understanding of where we are and what the issue really is.
Chairperson, the stands for 900, they are including with the other land zone. For the total project size, for residential, the residential size is 864. These are the residential sites. The other portions of land are not for residential. It's for your schools, for your crèches, for other areas. Okay. So that's why he has included them. So those 864, out of them, 640 people are the potential beneficiaries to be accommodated in terms of the Section 26 of the Constitution.
Okay.
And then the outstanding number is the people who have actually built for themselves. And those people who have built for themselves, already they have services on site. And they are able to be able to proceed. Others, they build rooms. Others, they build whatever in terms of that. So we are focusing for those who are saying they are unable to build for themselves. And the province will be doing that.
It's okay. Ndate Muthala, maybe just quickly take us through. But I also want to get a sense from the province where we are. You see, because it might be, you are not from the province, I get it?
I'm from the city.
You are from the city. Do we have a sense of where we are insofar as what will have been the ongoing arrangements? insofar as the delivery of the top structures. Let's take in that the Mutlala and then you will come in.
Thanks, Chairperson. Dumelang baagi. Nna ke Ernest Motlala from the Department of Human Settlements, Kabo Provisioning. I'm responsible as a director for implementation of projects. I'm responsible for implementation of projects as a director within the department. And that the chairperson and the other members and the audience, I don't want to be emotional, but I'm a little bit disturbed. I want to be honest with you. I'm disturbed by what Ntate Phala is saying, because today we are painted as being corrupt. In my entire 36 years of service in the city, only one man called me to be corrupt, and again Ntate Phala in front of this public. I engage in Ntate Phala on a daily basis. He comes to my office not less than 2 times in a week. I engage with him. I'm the one who presented the department, and I put it very clear. Let's look at the initial petition. The initial petition was lack of development in Archville Extension 19. It had nothing to do with 40 houses. Until Ntate Phala was given a platform, then he raised the issue of 40 houses. And I know it's emotional, Ntate Phala, because he was a CLO of that particular project. He represents Sanko and he was a Ntwenge. And remember, Ntate Phala is a beneficiary of the 9 houses, Zamabus. And we don't, we are coming here to be heroes. But we don't say the truth. You understand? And that disturbs me so much. Because I engage in Ntate Phala on a daily basis. In that hearing, I put it very clear, the role of the city and the role of the province. I put it very clear, the issue with province or Baskai is the issue of promulgation of that particular area. There are bylaws and policies that we have to adhere to. And you raised the question, Chairperson, to say that you gave a commitment to say by December we'll have appointed. Yes, I gave that commitment. But there's another report that we did, I don't know if it was received, where we've updated why we could not appoint December, and we'll make sure that we'll appoint before March. And fortunate for us, we sat with BAC the 17th of March, and it was approved. We must understand that before approval, we go to what we call a BSC, a Bid Specifications Committee, where they interrogated the specifications. Why are you appointing this particular person? So we've put all
we have appointed the engineers.
Exactly, we're just waiting for an appointment letter just was signed by the acting city manager. We've appointed.
How long do we think that would still take?
We hope that by the end of this month we'll have the appointment letter. Then we can start with the process of doing what
let's make sure that we do that, because an appointment is only when the contractor receives the appointment letter.
Exactly. But all the processes have been done. And now I'll ask Ntate Phala, let's not deviate from the initial petition. Because the issue of these 40 houses was not there in the initial one. But it was raised by Ntate Phala being emotion because of the sore relationship between the employer and the employee. That raised all these issues. Remember, it's been coming all along as a CLO, up until the relationship sought. Issues of payment there. Then everything comes up. You understand?
No, it's okay.
That's why it makes me so emotional. But in that debt, he's still my brother. He's still going to engage with me. We will engage with him on a daily basis as we do.
It's okay.
Let's be honest.
So can you account, because I know Sipo is not so much, he's in the office of the MEC. He may not necessarily know the granular details of where the province is. Do we have a sense of where the province is?
What I can say, in that meeting that we had, there was a commitment from Tate Hlatswa. I think that's one confusing Tate Phala to say the report from Nonto Memela is not the report that the community was awaiting for. They wanted the report strictly from province to say, based on the commitment that was made by Tate Hlatswa in that meeting, that in 2 weeks, they will provide this platform with a detailed, comprehensive report. That's what the Pala wanted.
I'm asking, do we have a sense of where the province is? Well, this is notwithstanding the fact that we are waiting the appointment of the engineers, you know. But I just wanted to know whether the province is also gearing themselves,
Yes.
you know.
Yeah, Chairperson,
Sure.
we have given the letter to the HOD. We had a meeting with the province, and the province is currently considering putting all the projects that we put in the MTRF, with Atteridgeville Extension 19 to be prioritized in the next financial year. In the morning, they had a meeting with the province, with the team. Unfortunately, because we were coming this side, we have agreed that as soon as we finish, they will conclude with them. So as soon as we get the feedback from our side, I think Bala will be the contact person. The provincial, because the province is going to appoint a provincial manager, the project manager who will start to engage Pala. There are two things that are going to run: the detailed subsidy application and the issue of actually enrolling the project in terms of going forward. Thanks, Chairperson.
Kajwa, you are covered. You are okay. So that is the explanation. So we really have to navigate some of these gray areas in also understanding what the issue really is. And where we are is that on the issue of the relocation, those were done. On the issue of the beneficiaries, that process was done. Against the 640, 40 houses were built with an addition of 9 houses. Well, there's a separate issue about the structural integrity of some of the houses, which I was told that an engineer is going to be appointed to investigate, so to do their assessment, to look at some of the remedial works that could come about. Then the province, at least the municipality has now engaged the province to say commence the process, and this is pending the appointment of the structural engineers. But the province is also gearing themselves for the rollout of that in the next financial year. Which financial year? The forthcoming one? The one that is coming now. So at least there's that level of a commitment. I'm not sure whether there's any other overarching issues that we may still want to follow up on, which have not been addressed here. And I want us to be very, very careful not to exchange labeling. And that is why I cautioned earlier that we want to have a matured conversations. I about to invoke the emotions amongst you. So that the truth is laid bare. Where there are difficulties, and maybe that you are mentioning that there were difficulties on the part of a planning. So there's a recognition and acknowledgement that somewhere there was just some encumbrance, you know. So there's an acknowledgement of that. But at least it's now been rectified. The process is still moving. What we may have to do is to track progress. You know, because where they say in the forthcoming year, we'll still have some actualization of some of the commitments. It might mean we time it and then we follow through on that. Fortunately, how we work in the legislature, we've got our sister portfolio committee, which is a committee on human settlement. Ordinarily on these kinds of issues, we'll give them a report. Or because Lona, you play oversight, not only of the department, including the municipality. So it deals with COGTA as well as the human settlement. Follow up on our behalf and give us a regular updates. I'm sure you know her. So that is what we would want to do. But I don't want to close out members as well as yourself. Maybe let's take members quickly and then we can round up.
No, thanks, Chair. And must appreciate both the petitioner and the response. Although one is a little bit disturbed that the Provincial Department of Human Settlement is not here to answer on their part. Because from what I hear from the municipalities, that they are saying they have written to they've submitted the final letter to the HOD, and that is not a decision on itself. You submit, it can either get a nod or not a nod. And you can't come here and sit with us now and make commitments and say, no, we've done everything, it's now here. And you might find that what we have submitted is not necessarily accepted by the department. And we might need to meet again and still discuss this issue that we are discussing here. because the Department of Human Settlement is not here. And I think I'm not taking kind to that, and I hope that the official from the MEC's office take note of that. Because as is now, everything, the progress to date, particularly from the city's point of view, seem to be giving an indication of where we were and where we are going, and they've mostly played their part. What is then left is the provincial housing department to also play their part. And in their absence, it's very difficult to think that what is left will be done as per a discussion. Because remember, and Tate Pala is correct to say what was committed in the previous discussion we had at Velmo and what we are discussing now seem to be just moving around. And probably, and I agree with you that it's at times frustrating when you've been told of a deadline and the deadline is not met. Because as we continue to commit now, we are saying the process of appointing the engineer, it has been to the BSc, BC, BAC, and the recommendation now is with the city manager. And I seem to be getting a sense, no, the process is done. And you see, as long we don't have an appointment letter, we must never say to the community like this, the appointment is done. You understand the point I'm trying to make here? Yes, it's a recommendation to the city manager because there's a lot of technical issues. The appointment might even be deferred back. And here you've made a commitment that you are appointing. In March, we'll have a civil engineer, an engineer on site. And by whatever disturbance, it might not happen, and the community will have understood you to have made commitments. I think it's the wording that we must be careful of next time. And you see, it's what actually in most of the times upset the community because they think you came to them with information, and you are not sticking to the information that you are giving them. And probably it's where Mr. Pala is coming from. It's issues that we must continuously try to avoid. And yourself, sir, it's nice standing for what you think needs to happen, but don't be emotional about these things. Don't want to score points on things that it's not necessarily true. Because coming here, you want a resolution to the petition. You are not here. These are not politicians. These are officials of government. They are not politicians. Whether you say they are corrupt or not corrupt, all what you are doing, you are dealing with the character of the organ, of the municipality as a whole when you talk of corruption, as if it's everyone is in the institution is just corrupt. And I think I agree. I don't think it's fair to him. You probably must apologize before we close the session. So that in future, when we talk, let's listen to ourselves. I know, and we all know that there is corruption sometimes in government departments. But in this process, from how I understood it, they have taken us through where it was, where it is. And it's no exception that there were challenges. And we are mentioning one amongst that. When you say the report, it's now with the HOD of Human Settlement. It's not a decision in itself. That HOD might also find some technical ways of not agreeing. And we are also, Chair is asking, are you talking this current financial year? And it's the city of Tshwane that says no. And it's not the HOD of Human Settlement that is saying yes. It might not be. Because we don't know whether they have it within their budget as now. Because what is going to, the budget has been approved. All what is left is to spend and implementation. What if that budget is not part of what has been approved? Yeah, so I think that's what I wanted to raise. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. You wanted to come in, somebody? You are fine. Okay. You are covered. Ntate Palari are repa bene. Because in reality, I don't know bureaucracy. There might be unintended delays. So long as they are within a reasonable time frame. So we would have been worried if this thing took 3 years for the appointment of a civil engineer. But if it was supposed to happen in December, then it hasn't happened, but there's a commitment or a recommendation. It's still within a reasonable time frame, you know. So what we want to advise is that let's follow it up. Sipo, we in the next, in fact, in the next 2 weeks, we want to have an account because at least the letter has been written to the HOD. Please give us an account of how the HOD is responding to that, so that it doesn't take 6 months for it to be responded to. We don't want that. So please give us an indication in the next 2 weeks, just to get an indication. Give us an indication by Thursday this week, just where that letter is and what is the process that needs to be followed. So it's just on the letter, and then explain to us what the processes would be, so that we can advise and so that we are not amazed around the eventualities related to what was deposited in that letter, and then we'll monitor it jointly with you in that part. So we'll get an indication from the province, and in that Mabunda is quite correct. We usually want managers of these programs, so that we don't have you, because you may not necessarily be able to account. That the city manager, just lastly with you, there's a letter sitting with the city manager. Can we also request the same thing? That at least by Thursday, give us an indication of where we are and how long it would take still, so that we can also be able to advise and that the pala correct. These are like maybe a magalam frustration. Correct, I you respond to one. But if we can just give an indication, I think it will assuage some of his anxieties as well. I wanted to leave it because we are pressured for lunch. We have taken 30 minutes. Is it a burning? Quick, okay.
Chair, thanks. Chair, I thought you would recap on this issue, not only the resolution, in terms of what is expected, what is expected of the province, the municipality. Like, there have been a lot of information that is presented to us. Now we talk of a structural engineer that, according to my understanding, is meant to address the defects and everything. And you remember we spoke about the scope creep of the petition itself. So that when Tate Phala lives here, we've got the same understanding that what is it that is expected of him and his understanding as well. Because there was a mention of 640 houses that still to be built. Are they part of this process? They fall outside. Let's be clear in terms of what is expected from the BSC, what is expected from the HOD in terms of the content of that letter, so that we have got the same understanding. Otherwise, we're going to come back here and the person said there was a commitment that 640 houses are going to be built. Okay. Thanks.
No, I really thought I had explained it. So the two-part processes, what they see, that is why we're asking that go and follow up with your city manager around where we are and what would be the processes related thereto. So that check that part. Or recommendation, what are the next steps and what are the timelines? So they are going to do that by Thursday. That is why I specifically said Thursday. And we're doing the same thing with the province. The province goes back to the HOD. The HOD gives us an indication whether the letter would have been received, but what are the processes related thereto. So earlier HOD is really just about planning processes for the delivery of the top structures. So that is what will come from the report. But after having appointed the engineer, how do you follow up on the issue around the decay, the structural issues of the 40 houses? And then they will also give us a plan of action around that. So by Thursday we get an indication. It might still take a bit of time up until we've got a fully fledged report, but just to have an indicator of where we are. Yeah? Yes, the 640 is addressed by the province. Ke letter ileng ko province. Ya utlwa la ke re baholo. Ndate Phala I sharp. I sharp. All right. No, thank you very much. Let's adjourn for lunch and then we'll come back. So just wait. That then Menombulelo, just yeah, advise us on how to move about.
Sanbonan Bahul. Yeah, what we're going to do is this one. Our serving station for lunch is just here when you go out of this door. So what we're going to do, just for us to keep order, we are going to go according to the way we are seated. Because if we go out, it's going to cause a lot of confusion, and which we do not want to do that because we've got the elderly people in our midst. So what we're going to do is we're going to request this first row is going to go out to dish and come back, and then the second row is going to follow, the third row, and in that order. Thank you so much, Bahul. And then there is someone that is going to direct you. And then those that they have headphones and that you are using for interpretation, kindly drop them by the door. Don't go out with it, please, because outside is not working at all. So it will be a waste of time to go out with it. And then our authorities and our members. There is a lady by the door there that is wearing a green dress. She's one of us. You are going to follow her where she's going to, where you are going to have your lunch. Thank you so much.
We were indicated that we are resuming at 3. It's already 3:05. It's so somebody has forgotten their phone here. We don't know. Oh, it's Jabu's phone. Yeah, so we want to resume. It's a Monday again. It's a Monday. I don't know Monday mogodu Monday. Re batlo lo ja mogodu. Again. So we want to resume. But we are just going to slightly change our program a bit. So we do that as we move along. So that we move with a bit of speed. We want to take we want to take number 7 and 8 quickly. So all RDP related issues quickly. And then we'll deal with other things. Okay? So we'll take 7 and 8 and then we'll still 9, yeah? Yeah. 7, 8, 9. And then we'll deal with number 4. Yeah, I get mindful because number 4, they are from Refilwe. I'm also mindful of the traffic. Are they here? Oh yeah. I'm also mindful of your traveling time, okay? Because Lidula go home. So we'll start with 7, 8, 9 and then go to number 4, deal with 3, go back to 5. Okay. As we move along, we want to prioritize years because it's also a bit of a distance. Okay. So 7, 8, 9, then we take 4, and then we do 10. Okay. And then we'll move. So let's get. Let me just. I want us to get. Just hold on. Let's get me Nelly Makubela. Is she here? Mama Nelly Nnamole Mobudulombole. And then I join me Polen Rajojo. Ona mole mam. And then Ndate Mpago guy. Philip. Yake batlo lenga kana kwe 1. Le Ndate Mpagela na dule mon. We are going to deal swiftly. Again. With these petitions. So we are going to start with Meneli Makubel again. And then followed by Rajojo and then Ndadempag. So these are housing related petitions. And then we'll go back to number 4 as well as number 10. So if you can quickly give us the summary quickly so that the petitioners can confirm and we'll move right along.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Lima Kubela, your title to request for an urgent intervention RDP house allocation, of which she's the petitioner, the main petitioner in this regard, where she alleges that she applied for an RDP house in 2000 and reapplied in 2005, but she's still without the house. She further alleges that the house which she's occupying has dilapidated to the extent that there is not much left as the structure is collapsing. Moreover, she alleges that she informed the ward council about the matter, but did not receive any response. The matter was then referred to the City of Tshwane and the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements for investigation and reporting, on the 18th February 2020.
Let's quickly get confirmation from Mama Nelly. Mama, ke ona summary petition a lona e. Ne re kopa fela le re confirm e leng gore ke ena le bonnete na. Okay, no re le buile mama ne. Kana mama ona le jara tse kae? $57. 25 June. 65, 64. Yeah. Yeah, 65 around there. Okay. Let's take 65. So let's take Mepolina.
Thank you, Chair. This one is titled Misallocated RDP House, P. Ratsotso. The petitioner is Ms. Pauline Ratsotso.
Are utlwene because ona le di mama rings. Agere, apele toloka la re disturb a lo rona. Agere. Ale batla di meeting le tla tswala go ntle and then have those meetings. Agere a re simolla re buile re conduct ya lona ka mo must complement the house which is the legislature. Agere. Kore ya le ka mo le tswana ka re le go parlamenteng. So ara tswanno nna le di meetings tse ding. Agere. Okay.
The next petition, Chair, is titled Misallocated residing in Harankua. Submitting this petition as an aggrieved beneficiary. The petitioner alleges that she applied for a housing supply offices in Pretoria and Magopane. She states that during her inquiry, she was informed that she has already been allocated a house in 2003 at F2970U extension in Magopane. She further alleges that she went to the house and discovered that it was illegally occupied. 21. We have not received the
Summary captures your petition accurately.
Thank you very much. Didn't need this as bulletin file.
Okay. Nora Lewo.
Philip Mpake, who resides in Block U, Mabopane, submitting on behalf of the community of Block U in Mabopane. The petition alleges that there is a housing development project underway at Block U from the project for private investigation and reporting on the 11th of August 2020. We have not received a report to date. Thank you.
Can you just confirm for us?
Thank you, Chair. There is nothing in progress. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. These are the three petitions, housing related. Let's get a sense of who from either Tshwane or the province is going to speak to the three. We'll start with Me Makubela, and then Me Polina, and then Ndate Mpake. Who will be responding?
Chair, it's Petrol 3 from...
Okay. We are just Petrol. I always have my name butchered, you know. So I'm sorry for that. I'm just worried. Ya me Makubela ya 2020. Ya me Polina ya 2021. So a year has passed. No status update report. No report forthcoming. That is Sydney. Where is it? That is Kajwa. Where are you? You are there. Okay. Wonderful.
Thanks, Chair. We received both these petitions on the 20th of February, so I'm not sure where they got lost in the system. And both of them were... So if I can just start with the Makubela matter, we did request for an ID number and a and a contact number. We did have an address, and the team went around to the house twice but weren't able to find anyone at home. If we can get the ID number, we can check from the National Housing Needs Register and the subsidy system what the status of that is. So unfortunately that we don't have much information on. As soon as we do, we can undertake to give a response within a week.
But why have you not liaised with us?
We did. We sent 2 emails to the legislature to check.
Did we receive emails? It's not. Jabu? An email saying there's an outstanding ID.
And contact details.
Yeah? You only received it this morning. Yeah, you have recently just sent it.
We sent it on the 28th of on the 26th of February, and we sent another one.
Yeah, be that as it may, I'm saying this petition is now 2 years. So you're only sending it recently.
Yes, we only received it on the 20th of February.
Yeah, because I don't believe an issue of an outstanding ID should hamper a process. Mama ID alone. Yeah, so she's going to give it to you now.
That's fine. I'll take a copy of
She's 65 years of age. I don't think any woman. And in South Africa, we deal with what they call the triple oppression theory, where women they bear the biggest brand of socio-economic disparities. You see? So when there are women who say, "Hey, Rabatla me petal," now I get your name. It's not petal, petal. When I pronounce, in a Cambridge tonality, petal 3. Now I have it, but. Just on the point I was, and see, but we take exception. By the way, when you have women who say we want shelter, you can't take it for granted. Not necessarily that we are saying, applications by men do not matter. But we are also mindful that mama might be having children, grandchildren that she looks after. And she indicates that the house that she stays in does not afford her much of the dignity. And the issue around dignity, it's one of the constitutional imperatives. Sipo. We don't want the reasons that are administrative in nature around why we have not been able to respond. Because those don't make sense to us. You see? Those do not make sense to us. So Mama, 65 years of age. She applied for this house in 2005. So you can almost imagine the timeline. The timeline. And in between that, there's been multiple projects all over where we could have easily prioritized. So we really take exception. It's the same thing with Mayor Paulina, who applied in 2000. So 22 years later, we still can't give reasons as to why she doesn't have a house of her own. I mean, it doesn't make sense. I know earlier we will have had a conversation about some of the those reasons do not make a reason at all. There are no reason at all. You see, because there has been multiple projects, and even when we referred these petitions to you, there were other projects elsewhere. You see. So I want you in your formulation of your responses to them, notwithstanding the fact that you are waiting the ID on the part of Mama Mukubela, because you must still check that against the housing subsidy bargaining system. Ne? But you sort of troll along around what would be worked back to you. We don't want that. You know why I was scared of that? Mama Pedal. You know why I was scared? And we deal with these things daily. When a person is at 65 years of age, they are in their golden age. Anything can happen. And not necessarily that we are saying anything will happen. Is a place which she says is not habitable. may ultimately lead to her not being able to cope any longer. And so we will have failed her as the legislature as well as government. We don't want that. Of course, we are mindful that there are constraints because the issue of RDP allocations, it's a universal issue where there's a greater interest. So we deal with what is before us. Because we accentuate the voices of the voiceless. Because had she not come through us, it's possible that she may not have been heard. She may not have had her voice being heard. Because she says she has been trying to deal with this thing on her own. No response. Lackluster attitudes. And so she comes to us. Why defend us? And when you are a defender, you can't say, no, hey, your status quo is okay. We can't do that. Sibo. So we will have wanted you to apply yourselves. We will have wanted you to generate some form of a report. And we're also mindful that there's that discretionary allowance, especially for elderly people. She's old. She's 65. It's an age of retirement. 65 years. Or 66. 65, yeah. 60 actually. There's been changed. The law has changed a couple of years back. So, exceedingly, she's now 5 years into retirement. And she's pleading with us, I applied for it. So I followed all due processes. But to this date, I've not received that house. So it's a very painful thing. Lena says the same thing. All that I want is that I want the house. At lunchtime, she was explaining to me. We were hiring in a back room. There's 7 of us. So she's a backyard dweller. 7 of them in a shack. There's a sickly child who has got cerebral palsy. You know that ailment? Cerebral palsy. That is it. So you can't raise a child who has got those kinds of disabilities in a shack. So she says, for the sake of this child, can government assist me to get a house? So that at least we are able to cater to the health and needs of this child. She says that thing. And from where we seated, we are worried that it would not make any reason for us to keep on saying, no, because of the overburdening number of applications, therefore we can't respond to these ones. We should find an amicable resolve. We should find an amicable resolve. And so I want to hear your explanation, Mayor 3. But I'm worried about the vulnerabilities. One of old age, the other one, as I will have described, around the health needs of one of the children that stays in a backyard shack, which is just inhabitable. So maybe let's get your response around what would be the best course of action in trying to intervene in these two, and then we'll deal with that one of Ntatem Park.
Thanks, Chair. Indeed, Chair, the issue of elderly people, people with disabilities, child-headed households and others are priority groups, and not just for the city, but nationally. So yes, we do take those very seriously. The city, however, as you know, not only the city, but nationally, we are sitting with a major backlog. Our main group that we're dealing with at the moment is people who've registered between 96 and 99. So that's how far the backlog is going towards. In some of the areas, we are beginning to deal with those that registered in 2000, but we are still very far behind in that respect. Unfortunately, the projects that we are running at the moment are all for in situ projects where there are people who are in the project already, so it's just developing on their sites. The only possibility is for serviced sites. That might be an option. And I will take the details of the two ladies and check with them if they are amenable to that, and we can then put them on that list as well. It is a bit of a catch-22 because, as you say, one of them is elderly and one of them has a child with disabilities, but unfortunately that's the only options we have at the moment. Thanks, Chair.
So Mama Makubela ke report tswang go mmemole. Bare banally challenge a backlog. Going as far back as 96 to 99. And they are still trying to deal with that. Marbana, or in your case, there are certain sites where already batsense bulk infrastructure, batsense metsi, you have water, you have electricity. Ablution. So on a metsi, on a toilet and so on, marasoka ba handru. So Nebana, or maybe it could be a consideration. But I disagree with them, even on the part of Mepolin. Because Mema Kubela is unemployed. She can't build for herself. Are you employed? Are you employed, Mepolin? Mepolin is also unemployed. She also can't build for herself. So even if you give her a service stand, there's nothing that she's going to do. So, Sibo, we're worried about that. Yeah, or be that as it may, they are not going to do anything with service stands. Service stands ideally, kaufile ba chawaban. Mo chaya na wa ma 34, 33 wa izo rotla isolela. Ah, yana something big. Arega stay na mo. Agar la utlwisisa. But when somebody's at 65, what do we expect? When she's already struggling in extending a house that she stays in, which is in a state of decay. So Mama Petal, I want us to really go back, reflect, and just check. Sipo, through your intervention, give Sipo the mic. I want you to say something, Sipo.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members and the communities. My name is Sipo Tejwayo from the Office of MEC Lebogang Maile for Housing and Culture. I think, Honorable Chair, one will have to concur with your statement. All what needs to be happening and all what we need to do is to try and explore the options that they are required and at the projects or the upcoming projects that might be coming in the near future, not very far from now, to say, would the petitioners be able to relocate from where they are? Because it will depend as to where are we having the projects. You would have heard, honorable members, that there is a Winterfeld renewal project. Those are projects that we need to sit down, explore on those options, and also give a report after that agent meeting between ourselves and the petitioners, Chair.
Yeah, I just want to ask you before you give our Mama chance. So on the issue of a Polina who says she was allocated in a house at U Extension, so somebody illegally occupied this house.
That's
right. As I recall, that there was a point where the department had gone to court to make a request for a generic eviction order, isn't it? So that in these kinds of cases, you can then be able to effectuate the eviction of those people. Because it's a crime. When a house is allocated to somebody, where now it's a crime. So how far are we insofar as that is concerned? Because we come across similar petitions all the time, where people are allocated, somebody go. So it's a crime, but there's also linkages of corruption. So earlier on, the Pala spoke about corruption. You know, so where are we in terms of that?
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I should have said so. Ratsotso's house was built by the Northwest Provincial Government. There were 266 houses that were being built, and they were all invaded. This was sometime back in 2000.
All of them.
So yes, it is a big, big problem. Across the city, we have lots of these projects. Ourselves and province have been to court on multiple occasions. Yes, we did try to get a overall eviction order. We weren't granted. The court wants names, ID numbers, details about people. And unfortunately, when people have invaded, they then want the city to provide alternative accommodation, which we just don't have as a city, and especially because of the numbers we're speaking about. So we are doing it on a case-to-case basis now, but the issue of alternative accommodation is always a thorn in the flesh for the city as well. So we are dealing with it in terms of that. We are working with the province as well as national to look at what we can do. And try to make sure that these people that have been allocated are allocated. First of all, their subsidies must be withdrawn because, in fact, they haven't been allocated, and then we need to try and put them in other projects as well. We're working with national and province. We've met with Lawyers for Human Rights on a few occasions as well, but Lawyers for Human Rights is adamant that people that have been illegally occupy be given alternative accommodation. And so we really at a catch-22 with them. However, we continue to work with national and province to find a way out on that. But we can undertake to look at both these cases and see what is possible. The issue of funders, yes, we do work with groups such as Habitat for Humanity, so that might be, or maybe a private funder as well. We know that earlier on we heard the Deputy President also came in and assisted with some houses as well. So we can, with province, look at the possibility of providing serviced sites and then finding donors to assist us to build the houses for them. And that might be a possibility. But yeah, it's difficult to commit on that. We could do what we can to try and get that sorted, but it is difficult to find those donors. Thanks, Chair.
I'm going to pressurize you. I would want monthly status reports. So this is not a report on what you could not commit to, but just the tracking that you are addressing their issues. You see? Then you give me monthly reports. Yes, confirm.
Yes, Chair. I do.
Good evening.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. So you must assist me to expect monthly reports. Sibo, monthly reports. So we want monthly reports from Mayor Petal, just telling us where are we, including on the engagements in sourcing possible bargaining, what do you call it? Partnership funding or private funding. Agar la utla mama kubel, Maria oro dila bilegan to ID. Agar. So irreguli fe monye la gutlor lona, my gutla lona ring. Ari simulega mama kubel. Kanna gua kali limilelin agar mam. Bato utla bana li dilo. So Mama Petal, Mama Makubela wants to express herself in Chivenda. So you will be on channel 1. So if you can put on the Still, she would not hear you. Do you know Tswana, Mama Petal? No, we want you to hear for yourself. Yeah, so please, table assistant, let's assist Mama Petal. I wanted to hear you for yourself. I know Mama Petali is very progressive. She's going to... Yeah, so this is a house. I want you to see the pictures of Mama Petal's house first. Move. Where she's staying. You are on. Translator, don't make a mistake of mistranslating. Where you are saying something which is not being said here. Because I'm also going to listen to what you are saying. Okay, Mama Makubela le kana la bua.
Tabela ke tla khotso mstha. Mina ne khomba muni ne le makhubela. Ke bile ka tlhokofallo ke batsadi ba ka ke na le 2 years. Ka sala le ku.
Translator, wait. You see, you are not translating. Mama, uele stara squad tsensa so tleka na go one. Re batla re mola nne le monyetla o translate again. Re ye in bits and parts, yeah.
Tshwarelo ke bile ka ba ngwana o a hodileng le kuku. Kuku a ka ne le wa mchangana. Ke sina mme from 2 years. Kutlo ka ra utlwa le make o. Shangoni la chibasa gamba ntutene muluwana. Shangoni la mbilwi. Ampapuri. Kuku ubile afellwa ke bophelo. Katsiwa ke malum.
Tswara fela ba mama, there seems to be a problem. How change maleme mama, wa ma confuse go marago ne?
Alright.
Because ba no ntshwantse o mong a tsene o tsene le wena ke. So, are stick to language here one. Ha ile Shivenda re bua ka Shivenda, ha ile Setswana re bua ka Setswana.
Ndasala na makuru anga makuru varova. Hange mbili ampapuri. Hawana zondo sarandi ndote mudini. Ndajiwa ndavuya fano ha malume yanga. Malume yanga arova. Hawana zori mnendo chimbile sandi likomorate wandi chiruwa nanga mapolisa. Ndina mabadzi nanga hafa murau nanga hafa kato. Ndo shonanga manda. Uwana nandi chividziwa li terrorisi na zvivadzi. Marandisi na mdu ya RDP. Ndo urandisi na haya. Ndisina na mwana wa miyanga na koti ndisina. Atina karadzi. Ndo beba wana watano. Kinyako bulela riko kitlenka tonya ka pleke ka toka ntukote. Mwana wanga warupezi uko vota wakaradzi ya wenga rupanga. Achiko muvangisa zori uya jena hapo. Huna karadzi ya wawanandu. Ndi hahawe. Ula mupandera wa mtukana visa rupanga taba karadzi ya we 6 holes. Amuruma na munwe. Hoyo shivara
Mama, maybe I will stop anyan. Detail yo e botlhokwa thata, mara ke batla re focus mo ntshweng ya RDP, ya kere.
Yeah. Kuri ke go bulela mo.
Re sa go gole go morago.
Udzima mubebi RDP zita zori vana va ulayane. Ndo pfa butungu nga manda nduhumbera government entuse impe RDP. Uri namusi ndichifa ndisiye vana vanga ngomunduni ya safe. Tovela kia nakombela kia hupela muso. Mudimu pile peu kitla ishia kai. Vry gaat gebeur. Hukupa hubeilwe ngiyacela. Court.
No, utlwile mama kere. Agar la utlwar mama Petal, that's a plea. And she gives a life story where she comes from having no parents who passed on earlier, from having a family disintegrating, and what seems to be an inability to protect the dignity. And she says her last wishes is that she has a house, so that at least with that house, she will be able to render some legacy to the remainder of her children. And so a plea is only one, Sipo, that we assisted to restore her dignity. That's the only plea. Mama is not asking for silver and gold. She's not asking for a job. She's simply asking for shelter. And I'm sure you will have seen the pictures of the house that she currently stays in. Again, and you will agree, no elderly person should be living in that kind of a settlement. It's not even a settlement. In that Arugle Me Pauline, on the report that Me Petali gives her.
Good afternoon, everybody. Kina Pauline Ratsoto. I applied in Kluka 2000. It's Santane Eli College of Education. I think we were the first people about apply the RDP houses. So I went to go and check on the checklist. Each time I get Barawa, Osalmo waiting list. Osalmo waiting list. Got 2005. Kafilor no mar maybe could be a problem. I go apply Rama seat because I can't understand what is happening. So I went to a Department of Housing in go Hamilton. So when I get there, when your house has been long been allocated. And then Garawai, and then Arawa. I travel phone Northwest, whatever, they were offline that particular day. So I don't know, leave your phone numbers, I will call you. Definitely he did call me on Monday. I don't know, sister, go to Mabupani, next to, there's a housing department, Mabupani, and go there and find out. I give it a go Mabupani. Even like this lady, you know, she wasn't keen to help me, and she was like, you know, reluctant kind of thing. But eventually she helped me. So now, well, I don't know, yes, your house is being allocated. Your house number is 2079, block, just next to Murulasan, I think behind Murulasan here. So, and then then he showed me instead a jigiza like computer. You see, this illegal occupants. Get how? So Mara, because you guys are aware of the illegal occupants of the house, why don't you do something about it? I don't know. You have to make an affidavit, and it's going to stay there. Nobody will help you, because if people have been coming in and out, so nobody will come and help you. But you know, I've got a special case. My son is very sick, and I need a house. Now there's nothing I can do. Instead, he wrote me the address number. Then I went there and go and check. When I went there, I found there was Mama Papa, but under the tree. So Mama later into among. obviously, now we are on the waiting list. And now I feel like the councillors didn't. Immediately, we are to the councillor to the community. Ulompiletsa community. So I was afraid to go like batho.
Ma'am Mapetal, I see you don't have your thingy jinx on. Can you hear?
You can.
Okay.
Okay. So when the community comes, I don't know whether to run or do what. I just told them no. Now I was just asking Ore, Mama doesn't know where the house is. But hey, don't come and tell us shit here. And people were so violent by the time. So I just apologized and then I went. And, I was afraid even to go to the police station, to go and open a case whatsoever. So I went back to that guy from Human Settlement in town. It's then when he told me, no, you have to make a petition. So that all I was asking is, I can't evict those people myself. Rather, somebody help me either to go and evict them or give me an alternative home. Because already I've got a home that is under my name. And hence, I'm not going to have a house ever in my life. You understand my problem? So, and I've got a very, very special child who needs a home where, can be able to be, taken care of. So okay. That is my problem. So it's either, my plea is one. It's either you guys, you help me to go and evict those people, tell them, even those councillors, and then people of the community also must know that that is my house, it's not theirs. So that I don't want a service stand to start with. I'm unemployed. If you give me a service stand, it means I have to build. It means I have to put another check again and then stay and wait for you guys to come and build. And then when is the donors gonna be there? Obviously, I know how you guys work. You're gonna give me a service stand and then forget about me. So I don't need. It's either you must follow me, go and see the house, tell those people, give them a time frame of they must leave, because I can't go myself. I'm afraid.
Okay, I think, I agree you have got the gist. So we agreed, Makubela, Polena, that monthly reports will come. We'll monitor and track a progress on this one. Aggressive. We'll also raise it with the MEC. I'll also raise it with the MEC. That MEC, there are these urgent issues. As I take exception when it's a woman. Again, I take exception. I really take exception. I live with me. Again, bana le matsa babar bontshang gore a teng. Again, Mama Catherine ke le bone mare re batla move yana ka speed re tla le tse again. So that we Ndate Nyambeni, you wanted to say something?
I wanted to say something, Chair.
Sure.
The case similar to Marathon, as Petal has indicated, we have multiple of them, and I think the challenge is that some of the people that are sitting in these houses, it's pretty much the communities that has invaded these places, and then as and when the city started to do the eviction, some of them went through the private litigation, and some of them went the Lawyers for Human Rights. So it is my plea on behalf of the city manager, because part of what we have done in the past is to engage Lawyers for Human Rights, let alone the public protector, to say, come to the party, and we are prepared to support the case for Lawyers for Human Rights, so that at least those who illegally occupied these places then get evicted. Because we sit with cases of that one. It's very hard and very bad, because then this special case, she's caught in a catch-22 situation. So it is my plea to yourself to say, maybe you might want to then engage the MEC, probably the national, because we have tried together with the human settlement the department to say, let's get the rest of the people around the table, including the public protector, because this matters, some of them, especially the case that Merit also is talking about. We do not have to, we are unable to find way because private litigators will come around and say, we have developed the house, and then for that matter, we will need to be compensated, knowing very well that they are there illegally. And those are some of the challenges that on behalf of the city, I will request that at least maybe you take it up with the MEC. Surely something should be done, because these are matters that happen before these properties get transferred to City of Tshwane. Thank you.
Norle will and indeed will do exactly that. So maybe let's step off this one. We've agreed on an approach. Sibo, we want that at least by the fall of this year, 2022. Ebelore me makubala le me ratsotso bana le dintlo. Gore I don't know who are conversations wise. We know there may be limitations of resources and so on, but these are now here with us. Something has got to be done. Let me take members.
Just a quick one, Chair. I know I want to belabor the issue of Mem Bethal, who did not have the ID number and everything. I mean, the time we spent here, Chair, she could have long checked whether Mama Kabula, Makubela, has already received a house or not, because their HSS system is online. I don't understand. She came in here early in the morning, knowing very well that she doesn't have the details of the petitioner. And she knew that the petitioner was going to be here. For the better part of the morning, she could have done what she's going to do in the office. Even now, when she started to say this is an ID, she could have checked it from her laptop or phone. It doesn't even take 5 minutes.
Check it, Mama Peter. Maybe let's check, and then after that package, she can give an account. No? Yeah. So maybe let's do as being advised. I was not aware that it's online. So if it's online, let's already check it so that we dispense with this issue. Thank you very much, Member Ledwaba, for that. Member Mabunda, Member Peach, you're okay? You are fine. Okay. So, who is going to take the issue of Ndate Mbaki? Ndate Tella, is that you? Yeah, somebody must speak to it. Yeah. Housing development project. Mabopane block you. Somebody must give us a sense. Again. Ndate Chibuga, what's a mail? Ndate Mutlaloge, you are aware of this issue? Oh, wonderful.
The roads, infrastructure.
Maybe so long as they check. So Mebolena will follow up. Mama Makubela will also follow up. Marame Petale will just give us an indication now in a while. Ne? We'll follow up on these two issues. We'll also raise it with the MEC. But we've given them a time frame of a month. Every month they give us a report. And then we don't want this matter to be carried over into 2023. We want that we deal with this thing and close off the petition. Yeah, Sibo, can you confirm what we are saying? You hear? Can you hear me? Yeah, you didn't hear me. Monthly reports up until they've got their houses. It must not be carried over into 2023. Yeah, Udlan. Yeah, Udlan. All right. Ndate man.
Lebepi.
Ndate?
Lebepi. Yeah.
Oh, Lebepi. Okay, now or Levetri, man. Answer Levetri. Aro Levetri. Oh, Lebepi. Ndate Lebepi. Okay. Eh? Lebepi.
Yeah, Lebepi.
Eh, no, Ndate Lebepi. No, I want that Lebepi for Lebepi. So long as Mama Petali checks the system, can we deal with the issue of Ntate Mpaki? Or go to you, there's an open stand, you say? And they've been engaging selectively with some of the residents there. They feel as if they are being, let me just check it quickly. Online. So the petitioner alleges that there should be a housing project. The municipality has not been forthcoming with the list of beneficiaries or prospective beneficiaries. So we want you to just navigate us through that. Some of the community members have it on good weight that there's an intention to have a housing project there. But the rest of community members have not been engaged. Are you aware of this matter? Well, you should be aware because we referred it to you. So if you can just take us through what is happening here. You seem not to be aware. Are you aware?
Not on housing. I think Mr. Mthala will address that one.
Can't you know what mo sa hitse? Ape nna ke bona o tla ka mafolofolo bjana. Re ndato ke ena re tshwara seng dikarabo. Ndate Motlhala re thuse.
No, Chairperson, thanks, Lebaduri. Or maybe not how this petition. And I think this petition is twofold. It's got to do with basic services and also it's got to do with infrastructure development. That Tabolo Behalemo is from Rose Department. He was here to give an account in respective of infrastructure development.
No, you're correct. You're correct. Maybe let's deal with them at a go. There are two petitions that you submitted. The one is on request for basic services.
Yes.
Where you indicate that there's lack of infrastructure development in the community, including tar roads, lack of maintenance of street lights and high masts.
Yes.
So you're confirming that petition as well?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe let's deal with the two. So we're hitting two birds with one stone. But I want us to start with the issue of housing first.
Chairperson, I don't think I'm in a good position to give account of housing development in that area. If I can listen correctly to the petitioner, Ogara, there's a piece of land that is being identified from their side, and that we might not know about that piece of land as the city, or who owns that piece of land. Maybe if you can take this out of this particular platform and engage with the petitioner so that we get a full understanding the issue. Because in that when he was here, if he was here, I think he would have given an account. Let me just briefly clear this thing that the chairperson, so that the community can understand. We are from Housing Department, Human Settlement Department as a whole, but we differ in terms of the divisions. The division of Ndate, that's where everything starts with him.
But who said he must leave?
I'm not so sure. Maybe it's been given.
Do we know that the Yemben, who said that the Chibu must leave? I call him, he must come back. I really disrespect him. Must call him. Now we want an answer. Maybe in that Mutlal. Let's get somebody to call him to give us an indication whether there's a housing project in Block U. There's even a stand number 2970. There's even a stand number 2970.
No. Sorry, my chair.
No. I'm reading something wrong now. Sorry. Okay, so there's an open piece of land which some community members allege is a subject of a housing development. So we want that clarity on that. You see, and then you can deal with the other issues of basic services.
Chairperson, can I be given maybe 5-10 minutes so that I can engage with the office to understand
the councillor Garwa
Yeah, I'll deal with
Mama Catherine, are you aware of this project?
Yes, there are people that submitted also to farm. Yes, the documents.
Eh? Yeah, Ndate Mutala, maybe just quickly check with us. Lendate Chibu. So that we deal with certainty. I give at least gas estimations. Eh?
Yeah. I'll call Chipu now. Maybe in the meantime I can give it that Lebepe just to do
services.
Yeah,
Yes.
infrastructure, road development.
Ndate Lebepe are dealing with services. Let's deal with services.
Tobe. Nagi Tabo Lebepe, Director Project Management for roads and stormwater. It's not all the services because the municipality has different department in terms of the services. So I'll only address issues of roads development. So the issue road development also address the item number 13, Chairperson. Oh, okay. It also address, I think, the item number 13. The petition of Block U is being long a standing item, and subsequent to that, the municipality has engaged in appointing service providers. We started with the consultants, and subsequently now, this financial year, we handed oversight in April for roads in Block U, and the project started in April, and during December period, the municipality experienced some financial difficulty. We had to suspend the project, but now I can confirm that during the adjustment budget, funds is being allocated for the project to commence, and the project is going to commence. So the discussions within the contractor to start a project to commence again to complete the project.
We just want to check because I got only the UX only you, so we just want to get a sense or.
So maybe let's just club them together.
Okay. Me dube ko guy. Me dube Malifian. Okay. Dula mo le ke batla renda to. Le bebi adile ka because issue alona tshwana le e. Ina le stormwater, so I suspect that the Thabo ko ena.
Yeah.
Okay. But where are your reports?
Okay. I have the report here.
I want the formal report. I don't deal with the verbal expressions. So let's see the report. Maybe Mama Nelili Mebolena can sit where they were seated. I think we have dealt with those ones. We'll follow up. And then Dileganda Dempage, Lea Me Dube. So Mama Catherine, ki you or UX? The U. For services?
So the one in the TV now recently, last month maybe.
O tsama fela or ya ba humi le ai. O tsama fela or ba. Yeah, you know why we're asking? Because recently there was a media coverage around that smart mobility thing. And it gave an impression that even in UX, you had similar challenges. So we want to deal with them holistically. I don't want to disaggregate, I don't know, you fail. When in essence, it's a singular community, UXU. So it's an artificial differentiation. Yeah. So, yeah, we don't want to deal with superficialities. Other block U, including UX. So if we can get a sense around service provisioning, because and they are quite correct, by the way, because Ordinarily, when we come and do these external hearings, ra drive, ra bona di-blankets. A hona ditsela, including look what the D mo la. A hona ditsela. For the longest of you, and ke ko ba humi. Mara hona ditsela. A ke re di dealer ke ko ba humi. Ke sa itse gore na le DX. Mara ke itse di D. Akere? So maybe let's deal with all of them. Let's start with Yanda Mpake. And then utle ka ya mme Dube, represented by Ntate. Ke Ntate man.
Ka le gare modulasetilo ke mogotsi moagi wa mo di-U and ga gona seo se go teng ke di-UX mo mabopane
Ke itlhamelo fela akere.
ke maitlhamako a
Ba mare you prison. And prison e go ntle go. Okay, so are deal ka those two, but please beam the reports. We want to see the report. Akere. Just quickly, I want to step off quickly so that will facilitate. Ne?
Why is he saying that? Okay, let me change the. Hey, guess what?
Yeah, tomorrow we'll be having a meeting. They are coming back.
Yeah,
Yes, and then there is the other one, housing. They differ. Not that side, the U way he runs it.
Oh, okay.
On the other side, Odi prison.
Key housing development.
Yes.
But then that.
That's why I'm meeting.
Yeah.
So when you arrive, start the stick.
Can we continue? Can you present?
Yeah. Can I proceed?
Yeah, we are waiting for you.
Okay. Just also to explain our mandate as a department, most of the projects that are coming from the roads and transport department, the roads projects are focusing on backlog areas. So all the roads that are housing project related, our human settlement department, they will answer to that. That's where Mr. Chipu come in. So currently, the ones that the department is implementing is the one where the contractor is appointed. And as I indicated, that he was appointed in April last year. The contractor queried until December, until the city experienced some financial difficulties, but during the adjustment budget that was approved in end of February, the project is going to continue. So a meeting was held last week, Friday, to resume with the work. And the project will continue until we complete. And the other thing that I must mention is that as roads, when we do projects, sometimes it becomes a difficult issue to address, because if you do a stormwater management area, it might fall into another ward. But we look at the area as a whole. But currently, that project is falling within Ward 22. And also, the priorities are discussed with the ward councillor, and we implement them as per the discussions that we have. And most of the problem that we experienced as a department is that you might find that the priorities that they want, because the way we do implement roads is that we start from the bottom area going up, which is where there is a discharge point. So you might find that there's a difference in priorities, but the final scope of work we discuss with the councillor where is possible. And then we implement this project phase by phase. The little bit of bad news is that, as I indicated, the city is experiencing some financial difficulties, and our budget has been reduced to threefold. So it creates a challenge for us for implementing a bigger scope of those projects. But we are committed into completing those projects and implementing future phases of those projects. Thank you.
That's the response.
Yes. I think the other response is where Mr. Chipu must come in, because on the other side of Block U, because those ones, it's the mandate of our human settlement.
Okay, where is Mr. Shiku? Okay. Did you hear the response?
Modula Stilo, ga ka utlwa sepe gore ntate Thabo ntse a bua ka eng. Ke ne ke enetse gore ke tle ke tlise dillo dingongoro tsa rona baagi ba diu jaaka ba ntse fa le bomme ba botlhelele ba ileng gore ever since re tsena kwa le ka 1986 re ntse re tshepisiwa ditsela re neglectiwa. Every now and then fa pula ena rona ko diu kwale e ba matlhotlhapelo si ba le ba ka ema bomme ba mo diu emelang ba le bone gore ke lona ba ileng gore fa pula ena le tshwara digarao le tsa dikgetsi ebile strata sa lona se bitswa dikgetsi strata mo malobeng premier o se le atla mo di-u ka 2019 ka di-elections e ba tlo tsena mo dintlo tsa bona bomme ba e le gore wa bona gore go mathata a ntseng bjang. So until Reflector a complain maloba ge re bua mo TV mo SABC we have been neglected for far too long. Ke city of Tshwane. Ever since we were transferred from Northwest, habari direla sepe. And this connotation, re di youth tsa bahumi. Ke ka mo e leng gore ebile re kgatoloswa ke city of Tshwane, re kgatoloswa ke provincial government, not even a single service e kile ra bona mo democracy ba mo di you. Ki wa lwana mototlegi Letswalo. Go ka tswa bjana wa lebela strata sona sele. E rile ge ba utlwa gore o tla ka tseno bjana, ba tlhaga ba siane ka ditrokolonyana tsa bona, ba tlo tshela le role le le mo strateng sa bommebo. Ntse re di lebeletse bjano ge re bua bjana le kamo, ba di re bontsha mo social media. Mara what I want to emphasize ke gore ga rena ditsela mo di you, re kwaletse mayor ra kwalla ba botlhele ka di councilor re lebetse motlhamong o le gona tsena o mopšao a ka re direla sengwe. Ga re itse sepe ka di councilor le councilor city of Tshwane for the past 27 years re nna mo di yumo. So ga rena ditsela ntate Thabo Lebepe ga ke itse gore re tlotlela eng. Ke tlile ko ofising ya gago gantsi re tlolla re batla ditsela. Maloba ngwana o na kgamiwa ke metsi ka montlong. Ebe ra bitsa MMC, ra bitsa le SABC. Ba inutse ngwana le sia le gore metsi a fitla mo mpetong. And roof itsewa ke di storm tsa 3 weeks ago. Ne re tlhamakitse le bomme ba the whole day and night. Re le ka go salvage bophelo ba ngwana le bokoko ba nang ka mo teng. And then SABC expositse kana kwa budget ya Minister of Finance ge ba flasher applied ba bontsha bomme ba sa go sokola ko diu. So go re bolela ka matsapa a le a tlisitseng kwale re le boleletse ra bolela MMC malabarare go di contractor tse dintsi tse di pila maloba ge premier a tshwara state of the province ko Medunsa sele la tlhalisiane ba etsa tsela ele ya mo YMCA within 3 weeks ke fa contract ya ranta ya di tshimega ya gile tsele padile for 15 years pala city of Tshwane. So re rile re kopa contract e ka tlo re berekela mo diumo. Re boleletse MMC, re boleletse Randall, re boleletse all the mayors le o sele ba montsha before and the last tsena ona tlhago Winterfeld o tlile tlo bona mathata a rona. So go tla kwane o tlo re bolela hore o etsa tsela mo diu re sa itse re letsa eng ile le re labela hore di use ba humi tse di le re ke the so called UX ga re itse re le bolela eng re kopa ditsela tswetswe. And then re kopa ditsela re kopa puso ya rona ya ka itlile mo rona mo diu mo hoteng ya rona gore today tsela ya mo diu yo addressiwa ka ntlha gore e bile re tsena mo season e leng gore tla be se tlhela dipula di ba teng gore e re ge winter e fela e be tsela ya rona ya mo diu e addressitswe e dirilwe sentle. And sa dirwa ke batho ba ithutang go dira ditsela ya ka re bona mantlwana a dirwang ka go site e ka kwa ga morgo se le ka kwa e go tluwa misima o fitlha mo lengweleng. I can tell you gore ke bone ditsela tse ba re yapa kwa le go tsena bokoko ba palo go tsena mo their gates dikolo di palo go tsena ba epile mosima o kapa meter me ba re ba etsa tsela e leng gore e face le di-engineer tsa teng di face ge ba tlo re bolela bjana di atlantsetse ka rona ge baagi ba ke ba tlile ba botlhelepa motlhamong ke ne ka ba the other thing but ke batla go bolela ntate Letswalo le batho tleng gore mo di ga rena ditsela ne se ke ba re kopanya le other things gore ge re kopa ditsela we mean it re kopa ditsela you have been neglecting us for too long batho ba mo di
okay no ke le buile ka ntate Mphake.
Yeah, thanks, my chair.
Yeah, Ralwana, you will come.
You too. Yeah, the old stock houses. Rena kala relikwa. The youth tse bakrante relate. Mara iskontiri hariyo. Batho mile ko tsa ba rile position ko fase. Mara mo ithomile mo teng di yo ka 1980. Ha o ira hale next. And ho buima ka re metsi a tlhago bo Beirut Lebanon a theoha so a feta mo rena ele morwalla o tsa mo tlhola o isa ko tlase ke mangope fela re Letswana ke a lewa ke tla boa hape ka tsa service stadium.
So ke batla re tle ka way forward ntate Lebepe kana my brother ke ma
tshwere tokomane tse di bolelang ka yona the whole planning tse di come from the city of Tshwane when it comes to
No, ke ra re wena o tsamaya le petition e feng?
yona ya U2
Okay.
e tsamaya le yona ya U2 ke thobela maponya
E re o fe just a minute because we want to
it is just a minute. It
come
will
up
be
with a way
quick.
forward.
It will be quick. Nka o fa le tokomane e la e tshwara mo pele ga lena. This document it tlhalosa the project tse ne sentseng di etsagale ko di-U. On this document, it speaks about the projects that need to unfold, appointment of service providers, mo mabopane UX Ward 20. When they appointed the contractor, it was before the redemarcation hitting last year when they were appointing in Ward 20 for UX. In Ward 22, ke mo e leng hore mabopane U2 prison. Ward 22 was supposed to happen as per the report ya Tshwane le nteng. All that needed to happen on this project, which we've been in the MMC's office, Lebontate, Kahani and them, the MMC and everybody were, even last year, we were even promised to by the budget allocation in last year, April, as per this report, swearing, 2021. That project, Yagu U2, which is the oldest development, as Pentate, Mpaki Abulela, 1978, Hey Toma, Kodiyu. But that community has never received any upgrade or service delivery, stormwater drainage, there's evidential portfolio of evidence that we've submitted to the office of the MMC, even Lebontate Kahani and them. This report was created by Ntate Kahani himself on that time. Moya Dintung Leona returned the full detailed report from the city, even Lendatem Tokosisi Ntunza. Currently, he's late, was working with us on that project. We'll get into it here, Takoyona. Leoneting electronic.
It's, are you aware of this report in that web?
Yeah.
So, when you were saying the city of Tshwane suffered some financial strain, did it also have an implication on this?
Yeah, it's going to have an implication on that because earlier on I indicated, or we are aware of those backlogs that are here in Mabopane U, including U2. So we had a phased-in approach. That's why we started on the phase one year. UX. That's the first one that we started, and then we were.
So you have already started?
Yeah, we have a contractor on site, on the other side.
Is it true? I want to verify. Are you aware that there's a contractor on site? No, it's okay. No, I'm going to check it. So why do we say there's a contractor? Maybe just explain that part.
That's why I said there's a contractor appointed, and I indicated in December.
Or there's a contractor on site.
Yes,
not appointed, on site. Is there a contractor appointed or are they on site?
No, he was suspended.
No. Areme nyana kere. Baholo arutlisaneng raizing tshwe le na le interest a yone botlhokwa kere. Mara re batlo re kre karabo e tlhamaletseng. Re batlo re ntato le be ba re tlhalosetse sentle re mutlwelle sentle kere. So there was a contractor who was appointed, suspended.
Yeah, it was suspended.
So there's no longer any board now.
Yeah, but I also indicated that last week Friday there was a meeting for him to resume work. So he's mobilizing back to resume work because during adjustment budget there was fund allocated to.
Who suspended him?
The city.
So how does he now resume?
Because there's funding allocated to complete that project.
So he was suspended because the city did not have money.
That's correct.
Yeah, but it's not a suspension. The project was ceased. It was halted.
Yeah, but
because of budgetary constraints or unavailability.
It's suspension.
Eh?
Contractually, it's suspension. Yes.
Yeah, because That is why we simplify for us, because our suspended, we could imagine other things. So say the project had to be temporarily stopped because of a budgetary issues, but is now going to resume. When is it going to resume?
Is mobilizing. The councillor can confirm that we had a meeting.
No. Contractor will say resumption of duties is on this day. So contract is always specific. You see, it doesn't say mobilize first and then you will tell us a day. So when is he resuming, on which day? So the mobilizing, it's a preparatory process, but it doesn't in any way implicate the contract.
That's correct.
Yeah.
No, we give him 14 days to do that. So we had a meeting on last week Friday. So within 14 days, he has to come back to site.
You are sure?
Yes.
I'm going to come in the next 14 days.
That's correct.
Okay. You are going to be with me.
That's correct. I invite you, Chairperson.
I hope you don't disappoint me. I get like utla ndate marikema ndate mpakilema. No, emayana. No, get out emayana. I get roatla go bukutlung. Rutlile ditletlebo tsa lona. I get. So I want us to agree on a process. Okay. Let's quickly take the council and then we agree on a way forward.
Thanks, Chairperson. I think Ndate was supposed to say the work was suspended, not the contractor. We had a meeting on Friday, le Sefago. The main challenge...
Who is Sefago?
That's the contract.
Okay.
And then there were issues raised by the community where they don't want Sefago back. So it must be clear, because they raised the issue of Sakiranda to come and finish up the project. And then in that meeting on Friday, unfortunately, there were officials from Kotwani. They said they can't change the contractor because they have a contract with him. He must come back, and the councillor must go and convince the committee that they must allow Sifako to come and finish up his work.
Advice on that one quickly. Community, lolona ke tshwantsela advice.
Yes.
Le ka se tsene mo arabo kgato ba supply chain processes. Agere. Le ka se dictate le rona re batla service provider e ore. Government ina le lenaneo ina le molaotheo, agere. Ina le regulations. Aba appointile motho, it means it went through a competitive process. Agere. So that person who warrants for go must come and complete the work for which they were contracted to do. Regasi khete le rona. Ra no outlisiwe Sakiranda. Agere. Because baba ngokra ba bua bana ile re ba tsere tšhelete go Sakiranda. Agere. So are batle bonwenwe. Agere. So that one is a definite no, Mama Councillor. It's not something that we even want to entertain. You see? So what we wanted to hear was, where is the contract? And then that explains. Their operations were suspended, but they are now resuming. Again, they are given 14 days within which to mobilize, and then they will start. But I needed a definite, and when you say 14 days, you are still not explaining. Because in terms of the contract, which day exactly are they starting to resume work? From the 14th. So we don't know whether the 14 days starts today. It has already started. It is yet to start. Which is which? Do we know, Mama Councillor, when the 14 days is commenced?
Yes, they said tomorrow is the final meeting that I will have to, after that meeting, go and address the community that Sefako is resuming his work. So there is a meeting tomorrow. A follow-up meeting from that one.
Okay, Friday. So maybe let's get that answer directly from Ndatelibet. So when is the 14 days starting, or has it started? Is it yet to start?
No, instruction was given last week, but what she's explaining is that last week Friday, it's starting from the last week Friday.
Yeah, so in generic terms, or last week Friday, I want dates. I get a report. Yeah, your report must be able to detail out all of these things. When you say last week Friday, I must now guess Horkana last week Friday Nelini. You need to know. You need to have this information at the tips of your hands. You see? So assist us. Because we're dealing with a vulnerable segment of the community who want all these details. So when you say last week it was communicated, when did it reach this contract? When are they supposed to start? You wanted to say something?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I think he's still looking at the calendar there. But I don't think it's the contracted date that he's looking into. He's taking a guess on the 14 days. But nonetheless, the office of the city manager must at some point intervene when there's things that are unbecoming, especially when you are in a meeting. Assist us here. When you appoint a contract, don't you appoint a contract with a vote number that has money in it? Because now you are telling us you suspended the contract because the money ran out. I suppose that's what you are saying. Because you can't appoint a contract and then mid-contract and then you run out of money. You say, come again. And the person says, no, I'm still mobilizing resources. What sort of resources is he mobilizing if he was on site? Because it's just to take resources where he is and bring them on site. There's no other way around it. Unless there's something that you were not prepared. But maybe in future as well, when you come to meetings like this, please bring reports so that we are able to hold you responsible on your reports. You are now talking of 14 days, and these 14 days, you are not even sure when it's starting and when is the contractor supposed to be on site. So now we must just take your word, it's 14 days. So if we ask you again, you will say it's 14 working days or it's just 14 days. Because you must tell to the meeting so that chair, when he comes on site, he must not second guess you. He must come on site knowing that the 14 days that you had said to him has now lapsed. And it was 14 working days or it was just 14 days straight. Please assist us.
Engineer. So guys, I'm robbing the process. He has run several housing projects. So that is why we're asking you, contractually, because any one construction project would be governed by an agreement, a contract. And it will stipulate dates within which a contractor is expected to commence with the project. Again, including the milestones, reporting turnaround times. Again, for I look at phase 1, phase 2, what are those the timelines? So that we get a sense. But if we speak generically, people here are not going to be confident over the report that you are presenting. Again, but I also want to emphasize the point that Member Mabunda makes. I want to go moja love. We want to be governed by a report. It's only a report that can govern our conversations, because at least there it will have been signed off by your senior managers. I get that the Nyembeli. Yeah, where is the report? Does it have dates? Can we flag it? Simpiwe? Yeah?
No, the report is there, but in terms of the suspension, remember the suspension, the resumption of work was only communicated last week on Friday, on the 25th of March. So the report doesn't have those dates of resumption of suspension of works. But the report is there.
It's okay, we'll interrogate the report. So I want us to come to a way forward and that deliberate on all of these issues. Tsako blog you again. Raised by Ndate Mpake. Can I get Ndate ma? Ndate Mokhodzi on behalf of Mayor Dube. Again. Or let's combine. We are giving you, maybe let's agree, members of the committee. When can we go to blog you? What would be a reasonable turnaround time?
14 days.
14 days.
From now.
14 working days. Ne? So within the 14 working days from now, let's check it quickly. Who can check it for us? Musa, check it for us quickly. So today it's the 28th. So we're calculating the 14 days. And re na le matla ntate Lebepe mo. Ha o rile 14 days e be re tla on site. E be re sa kry selo. You are in trouble, my brother. When is the 14 days? Eh? It's the 15th.
It's Good Friday. No, let's go there.
Okay, let's come down.
The 18th.
Yeah, it might be a public holiday. People travel and so on, others may come. So I want us to take it to the 20th of April. Is it reasonable?
Yeah, that's fair enough.
It's fair, ne? I get like Woodland that because there are other petitions. So we're agreeing that on the 14th we're going to be on site. The committee is going to be on site. On the 20th. Where we want to see for ourselves what you will have presented here. Yeah, so maybe let's step off. If there's anything we can still discuss. I think we've taken far too long on this one. I quickly want us to take in that we had asked him to follow up on something. I'm not sure whether Mepetal. Let's start with you quickly. Let's start with Mepetal on Mama Kubel.
Thanks very much, Chair. We've checked, and I checked with province as well. Mama Makubela is not on the National Housing Needs Register, which means that she needs to go and register again. There's also 2 failed searches of hers, both of them in the Northwest Province, where she's been declined for a subsidy. We will have to check with Northwest. I tried to get hold of someone there, but they haven't answered. So we'll need to find out why the subsidy was declined for the Northwest.
Okay,
Thanks.
It's okay. Remember, we're giving you a month to give us a status report. But I don't want you to say she must still go back. She may not be able to. So let's liaise with her, Mama Makube, immediately after here, to see how best an arrangement we can come up with. She may not be able to travel. She may not even have the ability to present herself. So let's guide her through the process. Ya udlala Mama Petal. Ne? So Mama Makubel, me Petale utlo number, cell number. You are also going to get hers.
Yes, I've got her cell number.
And then guide her through the process.
I'll
Mama
send
Petal,
someone.
you must also take my number. Where you don't find happiness, you call me. And then I go to her. Yeah. And then let's take that one. Can we give in Mutala? Because I want us to deal with this issue and the housing development in Block U.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, Badudi. Chairperson, briefly, I will deal with the issue yako Block U, infrastructure or housing development. The confusion that was raised here was that Rabalalaka Mabopane Block U, and yet this particular project we are talking about from our systems, the name that is reserved for this particular project is Mabopane U vacant stand. And I want to put it very clear, Councillor, Chairperson and members, that this is a new project. It's a green field. It's still under planning. There was a planner called Mtogosizi Ntumba, who was responsible for that particular project. Unfortunately, he's the one that was shot at VET's March. And the consultants, not the contractor. Remember, when we start planning, we get the consultants to come and deal with issues start planning. The consultants were the consulting company. So the contract with us expired. Currently what the city is doing,
They are currently processing through the BAC a new consultant to take the whole project forward, because we are here to do township establishment. Those have done a work up to a certain stage. Now this new one is going to take the work further. And from there, we'll appoint a contractor to come, and that's where I'm coming in to implement the project. I think briefly I've...
Well, I'm giving something here, but I can't follow. So what we want to say, just on what you are saying, we are going to need a report. So that there's a level of expressive commitment.
Yes, Chairperson.
You see, because it's a matter which is raised, by the way, through the petitions, but we don't have a formal report for it.
Yes, Chairperson.
So we want that report, which is outstanding. How soon do you think we can get that report?
I think a week will do. Just a week. I mean, they have got a report. I think planning has got it. They've been working on this particular project. The issue today is that there was confusion when I called the office of the chief, and the guys who were here, Opapis was here. I'm sure most of you have seen him.
Yes.
The misunderstanding, they thought all their items have been dealt with. They didn't know about Mabopane Extension. I mean, it's called Mabopane Extension 11 and Flex Worth, because it doesn't clearly show on the petition that Mabopane Extension, it was talking about Block U. Hence, the thinking was that it's infrastructure related to the roads. Hence, they left thinking
It's okay.
that they've done that.
Are we happy with that? That we'll get a report within a week. So let's define a week. So we're now on Monday. When we say a week, what do we say?
Next week, Monday, the report should be on our table.
Okay, next week, Monday, ne?
Yeah.
So we'll follow up.
Okay.
I get la meeting that day, Mutal. That day, Mutal. I go share le banna ba mogala wa hao. Ba gone bua le wena. A ba sa kry le thabo, ba tle go nna ke.
All right, no problem.
Nna ke tla tsona le wena ka morareng. I get.
The councillors.
So
We have agreed. I get that day. Eh.
yeah, but since we can only 2 items go class, ne?
Ke tsefe?
It's a service delivery.
No, re ditse ka yona ke re, well, ba ditse ka the one part ya store motor, I get. Le ditsela, I get.
Yeah, can only 2.
And then we are told that others had to leave because there was a misunderstanding.
Yes.
So issues around the electricity and so on. Eh? High masts. Who is responsible for high masts?
Is the region. Street lights is the region. Region 1 Director for Electricity. And I'm not so sure if he's been invited here. But just to clarify, Chairperson, in our new development, it will cover all sorts of services.
It's inclusive.
It's inclusive. It will yield about 1,800 units. So it's got everything in there. When we formalize, we do all the services. Water, lights, sewer, and roads.
Yeah, that's what we call a human settlement.
Yeah.
So it's a consolidated framework. So, but I want us to deal with it in this fashion that they so that we don't take it for chance. So we said we're giving them up until next week Monday on the issue of the housing project, again what they call the greenfield. And then we've requested in that we'll give him 14 working days within which to respond on the issues of road as well as a stormwater. I just want to modify. Can we also, in the very same report, factor in the issue of the outstanding services? Well, I understand that electricity, is a component that belongs elsewhere. But if we can just get an indication, around when that would be catered for, I think that report would assist us. So it would be a comprehensive report. So it will be an expansion of what you will have given us today. So I know you have got different divisions, but if you can just a round robin with others of your colleagues so that you have got a joint report and then it can have a subheadings on the different aspects of the petition raised by Ndate Mpaki. Would that be workable? Ndate City Manager, Ndate Nyembeni, Ndate Libebe. If it's not, it's okay. Our office can write to the speaker. So maybe our office can still write to the speaker. Who's the speaker now? You have taken out refuel. Makwarel. So Russell, where are you? Is Russell still here? Stand up. So Russell, it means effectively, because we have referred this petition to your office, you owe us a report on the issues raised overall in that petition. So we've only managed to deal with two aspects, roads and stormwater. But we don't know or have an account of issues related to maintenance of street lights, high masts, and other things like that. So assist us to follow up and then share the report. How soon can you think you can do that? No, I agree you will follow up, but you must follow up. It's mandatory that you must follow up. How soon can we get a report? Tuesday. Hey man, I like you, man. Tuesday next week. So we'll have the report next week, Tuesday.
Yes, and including title deeds, because
I know when I'm them back out is why always saying
they are on the document. They are on the document.
Not the summary that we have.
No.
Okay, we'll look into that. It's okay. Let's look into that.
They are taking.
And if it's there, Russell will still again, because there's a complexity here of including the province as well. Yeah? Northwest Gauteng, there's a separate process. Our committee deals with that thing at a different level. Again, we deal a lot. Once we have it. Again. So I want to wrap up on this one. In fact, we've wrapped up. I wanted to take my Mama Kuel. There was something she wanted to raise quickly. Mama Nelly. That would cruise one fell.
Ha ke wetswe ke ntlo ka ntlhele a ke ka tla ka motshwane mo o 22 ka tshaba ko ne ke le ko teng ka hoang ke wetswe ke ntlo ka tla apply ntlo ke tshwantse ke temiwe ntlo ke hapeletsiwe hore nna ke yona ko e wileng ko teng ke sa ke se boditseng ke mosadi o go tlile botlhoko hape.
Mama. Mama. We don't do that. Mama, we don't want those things. No. Or go to some mama. No, or go to Sagar mama. Mare, Chanzer Chocomele Lili, Mager, Polelo. Eh, Arabatli, I get one thing you want is or Arabatlu Ruanagam. We behave again. We are matured adult citizens, residents. Again, we treat each other with equality. Again, Kittle where mama you relay what for report. Again, so mama nele raizur mama uhudile marwatla kailo from mama. Again, arbatur mama is saying you go filu. Again, square saying mama retwelo na go retatare salam rao khani. Again. So thank you very much. We've dealt with Isha Mama Nelly, Mama Polena, and the Mpag, and the Yamemadu, through that demo. We are going to follow up as we will have indicated. I hope we have been noting all the dates that we have been committing to. Again, all the dates, because on Wednesday I want to sit with you over those dates so that we release the letters. Mamamu Councillor will come in. We really want to move our pressure against time. We want to, no. Let's take the next petition. Again, all other issues we'll still converse about them after the meeting. Because we're left with 5 petitions and it's already 5 o'clock. Again, others of you have to travel very far. So, we had indicated earlier on that we're going to deal with 7, 8, 9. I'm not sure whether we dealt with 11. Lebanon. Yeah, let me just. Deal with yeah, I want us to deal with the wine because it's also service delivery related. Again, whether there's a report. Do we have a report on this one, Russell? On the Lebanon, yeah, Mebilan, okay. Okay. Itlam Mebilan. Let's quickly take this one so that we deal with it in the same light as the previous ones. And then we'll deal with the refueler one as well as the year's the rust one. Yeah, number 5 re tlo bona kere ba mo shosha mo. Ba tlo dila ka batho ba go gole. Again. So, maybe just quickly take us through the summary quickly.
Thanks, Chair. Various services delivery issues, Lebanon. The petitioner is Ms. Elizabeth Pilane, who resides at 1245 Lebanon, who alleges that there is an open space in the area that is being used to dump garbage, even though it was not allocated by the municipality. She further alleges that this dumping site is a health hazard to the community due to high levels of pollution. Furthermore, she alleges that there is no park and street lights in the area, which they pleaded with the municipality through Councillor Florence Lamini to address. However, they are still waiting. Chair, the petition was considered by the committee and adopted, further referred to the City of Tshwane for consideration and responses on the 13th of March. To date, we have not yet received the progress report. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I want to... Okay, maybe let's take Mama Pilane quickly. Are you confirming, Mama Pilane, the contents? Alene majato batho ba di mic. Sa emelana. Let's quickly get Mama Pilane to confirm.
Sele ka bua ka dilo tse re le ko into basic dumping place everything ba extended into ba tsela mola ba irang ba tsela mola dintlo tse di le mo thoko di ha na dumping place ba na le bana ba banyane ke mathata. And re la ka di Apollo lights number 2 a re na di Apollo lights
okay mama ne wa tla fela le confirm
okay
ya ipua ka yona re tshebeletso tse di batlang ke
yeah
ne wa tla fela just to confirm
mara about the felelets in my yard again ke na le di swat 3 so a se ka mo nka phelang ka teng ke tibisana le mafela makima today and every day ko gating e kholo ka mogara jarata engwe le balane le kitchen engwe e tshwere kona so a ke tsere white tshwentse ke tlo phela bophelo ba kola mafela makima every time please ke khopela le nthuseng ka jarata ka gape and le di patches tsa Lebanon is too much Re tshwariwa dipoo today and every day. Crime e atile ka di-purchases. Sa bobedi a re na le dintshwela di sidewalk le di-purchase le tlo di afola ke tsona tse magodu a-
o itse ke batleletseng mama Pilan a ke batle re expand the petition
Okay.
because rona re tsaya yo petition verbatim and then
tse ke di boletseng the time ha ba ingwala.
yeah I think we also have got an original copy.
Okay.
So we take them as they are. Because if we allow that to be the case, somebody may come here, RDP, Mercedes Benz. So it's about that thing. Again. So we just want to focus ourselves on what is contained in the petition. If there's any other thing that you may still want to raise, you will engage us, you may resubmit again, so that we follow up, so that we don't mess up at the process. I want to check, Russell, that who from Tshwane is supposed to give us a report on this issue? No, you can't say it's Region 1. Who is Region 1? I agree. C2 of Tshwane, it's a singular entity. It's a unitary entity. Much as you may have internal divisions, but you are one construct, which is called the city of Tshwane. Emutho isa Tshwane go court are no ki region 1. Agere. Or emutho atla ka petition are no petition ka ke against region 1. But city of Tshwane. And lo ana tswa go kae? Yeah. Come on. Where is she?
I don't know, Chair.
So Nomsa is undermining us. We invite the city of Tshwane. We don't invite offices. We don't have time for that. I invite the different offices. We invite the city of Tshwane. I get it. And how we correspond, we do that through the office of the speaker. I get it. Of course, we might even send a copy to the office of the city manager. I get it. So we don't do the invites directly to people. They are too special if we do that. You see? So where is Nomsa? Have you invited her? And she's misbehaving. So Nomsa is undermining the work of the committee. Bondate Mothalaki, Bondate Nyembeni, Bondate Libe, Bibomme Patele, Kala Regema Momme, Mopilin Date Me Patel. Hey, Borre Moses. So what is so special about the Nomsa? Is she a B2 queen? Where is she? Because we want our report on the Lebanon issue. Where is she? And where is our report? So we don't have a report here on the Lebanon matter.
I've taken note of the fact that Ms. Nomsa Mabaso is not here. I'm going to take it up with the CM. Probably she will have to take it up with CO because she falls under the CO class. And on that basis, I think then there should be some kind of consequences.
Yeah, let me tell you how we're going to do it. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Tomorrow. By tomorrow at 12, we want our report. Comprehensive report. On Wednesday, Menomsa, you must indicate to her, I will be in the legislature. Again, she must come to the legislature. Wednesday at 10 in the morning. And then we are going to try to make arrangements for Mama Bilan to also be in the so Rosanna session lena ele rena fela. And she will give an account as to why number 1 she's not here. Number 2 why her report was not forthcoming. That is how we're going to do it. Because we don't have an appetite of spending the entire day here, only to be undermined by other officials. I get it. Naturally, you will have seen how we presided over this meeting. We respect officials. But what we abhor is to be disrespected. I get it. Ndadele Bebe might not have his report here, but he's here. He may still be able to speak to some other issues and commit to a report. And no show simply suggests that you don't take us serious. Again, and no show. All of these divisional managers. So there can't be any exception with Menomsa. So Menomsa, we want our report by 12 tomorrow. Wednesday 10, legislature. What? It's there way. Eh? Okay. No, it's another issue, that one. So, Mama Bilan, I don't want us to go review Dagger. Rebator Utego legislature on Wednesday will facilitate. Dagger. Lemme ole barenge menom soul. Artsenele na kamara ring. Dagger.
Yes, Mr. Chair, le tampatela transport again.
Yeah. We are going to coordinate that one. Because Arabatu sinyetsa nako when there's no formal report. Na ke batle batho ba buang ba tsa ba toloka. O ga re ntse somewhere wa bona. Ne re toloka fela. Ke batlo re ha re bua le re hona le report. Ho re engage report re tle ka way forward eo. A ke re utlwana. So re kopa maitshwarelo re tella ke Menomsa. Who by the way implicates the standing of the city of Tshwane just by a conduct. So that's why everything has gone okay. Everything is like a Menomsa. Anti-climax. Why you done that then? I mean, we respected from your office, the office of the city manager here. Bom Mepetal. Again. Baba, lady councillor, they are all here. Ebe Menomsa, oitugure Menomsa kizurna norna le matla ko kaiban. Who is she? What is the designation in that mutlal? Regional Executive Director is now called Regional Head. Oh, so who feel orna le matla? Menomsa must not undermine us here. Not today. No, that the mutala. Wa bona lo ena lo wa thoma bano. Nze ku khuza mo ku praise mo wa thoma bano. Agere, wa isenya bano. O ka ro tla tla ena Wednesday kwa. Agere. So, a re fetse fela ya mama agere. Or on Wednesday, Menomsa o tla tla go legislature because nane re tlile mo ena. Agere, ka 10. Agere. Okay. So re kopa maitshwarelo baagi because of me Manomsa go no ra fitlhe ka jiko agere. Mara re latlhele go ntla le feste re sala morao. And then re tla buisana le me Pilan. Can we, so we're parking that one for now. Can we then go to Eers Terrace? Let's take where's Eers Terrace? Or number 10, and then immediately thereafter we take number 4. No, we're going to take number 4 first. And then number 3 and 5. No? So, Eers Terrace, I want to check. Ndate Masdorp. Where's Ndate Masdorp? Oh, Mezelda. Oh. I think they've made a mistake here. Masdorp. Yes. So, if we can just quickly go through the summary. We have a report. Do we have a report on this one? That tell. Who is presenting on this one? Or ke lunch ape na go ba thoa fetso ja lunch. Eh? Number 10. No, it's number 10. Who is dealing with that one? So there's no body. Agar la wana wa rena lo re tine hegan. Can you see why we often develop an irritation? We try as much as possible to ensure that there's harmonious functioning of this engagement. And because we respected the standing of any official, because when some of these things happen the way they are happening, we really take exception. Here we have Mezelda Masdorp, who has been with us the whole day. The whole day she has been with us. But we don't have any party from the city of Tshwane on somebody to come and give an account. Again, what we have is just a report. Who must present the report? Somebody must present the report. So I suggest to flag the report. Ndate Nyembeni or Ndate Rasel will present. Again. So in the absence of who are supposed to be here for this one?
Chair, maybe I need to just clarify. I'm requested to come and attend here on behalf of the city. I'm responsible for Chapter 9 only. So I'm here to see that all the officials that were supposed to come and attend on behalf of the city, and if there are any other concerns that are being raised by the chairperson, I'll then have to escalate back to the city manager. So right now where I'm sitting, I do not want to even to start to vouch to say I will present on matters that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, but there's a report here. Who must present the report? I will say members Dorobo must just go back home. Is that what we are saying? I mean, it would not be fair. She has been here the whole day, patiently waiting for a 10. Now it's a 10. We are told that there's nobody to present the report. Simply present the report, project the report.
Mr. Chair, can I say something, please?
Yes, Ma'am Masdorp.
I'm Zelda Masdorp. I'm the chairperson of Eastros Local Housing. Chair, this is what the government is doing to Eastros, our community. They are not taking us serious. And the community is fed up for this now. And this is an insult that no one can come in and give us a report. And I really request that provincial in City of Tshwane and you committee come to Eastros and see what is going on there. Because no one is taking us serious. This is really an insult.
What we have before us, and I can read it out for you, it's about service delivery. The requester alleges or the petitioner alleges that community members are disgruntled about the lack of service delivery in the area. Their community is a color-dominated area that has been overlooked for development since the dawn of democracy. She further states that the Civic Center does not provide them with the necessary service desk services. As such, they must travel to Mamelodi Tshwane Center to access municipal service desk services. She also alleges that waste is not managed efficiently in their community. As such, they request the municipality to implement an efficient waste management program. Furthermore, she alleges that drainage system is blocked, resulting in flash floods whenever it rains hard. She further requests the municipality to unblock the drainage system. She also alleges that the streets in the area have potholes and pleads with the municipality to fix all the potholes. So this is service delivery. I don't know where the province enters. Unless if... Is that correct, Mayor Masdorp? Is there anything that might have been missed?
Yes, Chair, there's a lot. I don't even want to start. That is why they don't even look at us.
No, just on the petition
Yes,
that
yes,
you submitted.
That's correct.
Yeah. So that is what we have. So I don't know, Sipo, what were you going to report on?
Thanks, Chair and honorable members. From the side of Human Settlements, Chair, it was an issue of picking up the city in terms of other services that would have been supplied with regard of development around the area of Easteras. Hence, the petitioners are saying they've been neglected for a longest time. The department then had the program of the Rapid Land Release project, where they were going to intervene in terms of assisting with the issue of giving service stands to the people of Easteras. While there are these issues of waste and other issues of service delivery, but the Department of Human Settlement felt very strongly that at least the pockets of lands that are available in Easteras should then be utilized to also try and stabilize the situation of that is raised by the petitioners. But in an actual fact is that the issues raised are service delivery related. But this one is only to substantiate and back up the services that will have been required by the city in terms of providing the Rapid Land Release Program. Thanks, Chair.
Can we beam the report? I've been asking that the report gets beamed. Are we struggling? Maybe just scroll down. So this is a 2020 report. Scroll down. So is that the identifiable piece of land?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at least there's some movement towards that. So what are you saying, Sipoli? What are you saying there is going to happen?
As it is, sir, we don't have a clear timeline because all these pockets of land, they are in various stages of development. Because some of them we did identify that they are not necessarily developable. If you look at I think
EIA,
ABCDE, so an ABC. So we are concentrating now, for instance, on to D. If you go down. We were currently
scroll down.
We were currently doing planning. So those are especially that one. This is where we are concentrating on developing this particular piece of land, so that once it's developed, that it can be able to yield much more.
So where are we now? I want to get a sense of where we are now.
On this one, sir, we have already done township establishment. We are concentrating now on detailed designs on this particular one.
On B, what is this?
It should be D.
Or D.
Yes.
Can you take us to D? Or is that D?
This is D.
So that is where we would want to erect some of the houses.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When is the anticipated time frame within which you could commence with that project? And I'm mindful of what you will have said about it still being on a planning stage. But at which point would the planning be concluded? Because you can't plan indefinitely. And I'm only assuming that it would not have started now. Again. So when are we concluding the planning cycle?
So it's going to be difficult for me to make commitment onto that particular one. I'll speak like as Ernest has said. Once it moves from planning, it comes to us for implementation, but basically it comes to the region for implementation.
Yeah,
so it's going to be difficult for...
No, let me tell you, I agree when you, that tell, with due respect, when you do project conceptualization, you have inside what you think might be a reasonable turnaround time within which planning, again, the planning phase, as well as the implementation stage. So I'm not saying commit yourself. I'm asking at which point would the phase of planning be concluded? Where are we? How far? What is outstanding? That is the question we're asking.
What is outstanding, say, is 30%. We've already done 70% of the whole work that has been done, has been concluded. So now what is outstanding is going to be 30%, which is subjected to approvals from the city. So once we receive all the approvals from the city, then that particular project will be ready.
Okay. Well, it still doesn't answer my question. But I want to ask whether at any stage have you interacted with the residents of a Yerstras? Me Masdoropo says she's the chair of a community. What is it? Me Masdoropo? Assist. Who is assisting with the mic? Abegaru are sleeping on duty. Who is assisting with the mic? Or they are also tired after lunch, these mics? Or they die after lunch? Evan. Okay. Yeah, no, I want us to just deal with this one. We are going to adopt a similar approach on the other issues in Masdorp. So, on the issues of service delivery, maybe whilst we are still on it, who are supposed to give an account on this one? The regional head. Billy Siburu. The fellow, the lighter fellow. He must also come to the legislature on Wednesday. So, members Dorop will also come there. Billy Siburu must come and account. We want a report by tomorrow at 12. Dr. Russell. Okay. Yeah, so Mas Doropo, you were going to say something?
I am the chairperson of Easter's Local Housing Organization. I'm an
Yeah.
NPO.
So the question I asked, that they tell, was whether you have interacted with this community forum structure. You know why often at times we have got difficulties, people have got anxieties, is that we do a good job of planning and we plan very well. Then we make a mistake of not involving the residents of those areas. They don't know. So they assume nothing has been done. Whereas alone, you might be behind the scenes working day in, day out. Again. So have we interacted? If so, with who? Yes, the Ras is Ward 43, isn't it? Yes. Of Tshwane.
Yes.
You see, I know Tshwane.
So there has been interaction with the committee of ESTRS, in particular in terms of our planning. There's a committee that is led by...
It's us.
So we have interaction on the development, on housing issues with them. I even spoke to her, I think, last Friday.
Who is that person?
Mayor Zelda.
So you spoke?
I think I spoke to, if it's not you, but I spoke to somebody from the yesterday.
So you are not sure? Eh?
I can check.
Yeah,
the name.
maybe let's check so that we
I'll
leave
check
here.
The name of the person that was raising issues on.
Mr. Telly.
No, it's Teller.
Teller, yes, you spoke to me.
Yes.
I called you.
Yes. So
Okay.
I spoke to, on issues of housing.
So at least there's been some engagements flowing. So we're going to follow up that one. But I want you to assist us in that detail. Ne? Maybe when you go back, we'll also give you the 14 working days. Ne? Just on this aspect. So that you sort of do a foresight assessment when the planning phase can likely be completed. Just the planning phase. I get it?
Yes, sir.
And then, against that background, assess when the rollout might likely be and what are some of the encumbrances. I get it? Because beyond the planning, you might still have to formalize. I'm not sure whether it's formalized, All of those are processes. So you sort of give us a depiction, a timeline, so that we have got an understanding such that even when members dorp, because informally, it doesn't carry weight. But when you have given them something similar to Bondate Mpage, ka blog you see there's a document that says this is what is going to happen and so on. So the interruption might have been budgetary constraint. But at least we have got a working document. People can remain hopeful. Or at least there's movement. But when you just talk to them telephonically, when they called you, when you have not even called them, you see, people grow despondent. So please, let's facilitate that interaction. The one thing that legitimates representative democracy, it's citizen involvement. That's the only thing that legitimates. When you involve people in a process, you legitimate governance. But if you just say, it's just like representing a client in court without taking somewhat of instructions from them. Who are you representing? So my plea, just on that part, let's facilitate continuous interactions. But on Wednesday, in fact tomorrow, Billy Sipuru is going to give us a report. Tomorrow again, 10 by 12. Wednesday 10 is at the legislature to deal on the service delivery issues. Agree agwal? Maybe some of these people now won't answer no phone. Because I think they are having it easy. Because now I IFTC wa ka re motho a tlhaloganya gore he's on holiday. He's having a nice time. Ntate Motlhala le ena wa mmuella. Oh, how did they? Okay. Le Ntate Motlhala a mmuelle. Ntate Sipuru, I've put you on a speakerphone. I'm in the pet well as Ralozwan. You are being listened by 500 people here. You were supposed to be here to come and give us a report on the lack of service delivery in Eersteras. We are told that you are the regional executive director. Number one, why are you not in our hearing?
No, I mean, we got the invitation at 12 o'clock.
Come again?
We got the invitation at 12 o'clock. The last time we did a hearing at in Centurion, we submitted we made written submission. After written submission, we were given time. When we got to the venue, the meeting had finished. Today, the invitation I literally received at 12:30 for the meeting that was supposed to start at 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock.
Who gave you that invitation? Because the Speaker's office says they alerted every single one of you.
I can show you the email that I have received. The first email I got from the colleagues from housing. The second invitation I got it from our head of department. It was at 12 o'clock.
Who is the head of that department?
The head of department is Kali, who's on leave. I'm actually acting for him. The reason they sent it to me, they sent it to me at 12 o'clock. I have sent it to me by Putimolot on WhatsApp. The email I got from Chipu in the morning, it was from the colleagues from housing. It was also late in the morning today. So I never got an invitation to come and present.
It's okay. So we want our report by tomorrow at 10 on the issue of Eersteras. 10 without...
We have responded to the issue of Eersteras. We have submitted written response on the Eersteras issue.
We don't have it. We don't have your report.
We were invited to a session in Centurion about late last year. We prepared. We arrived at the venue. When we arrived at the slot allocated to us, the meeting had finished. So the response for Eersteras, I know it very well. We have long responded in writing. We'll retrieve it and resubmit it. We'll never refuse to come and account to people.
Yeah,
if we're
so
invited
I am saying...
and invited on time.
Yes. You might have sent it somewhere.
Yes.
We are going to give you the contacts of where you should send that report to. But on Wednesday, you are subpoenaed to appear before the committee in the legislature at 10. Where we are going to deal with this outstanding issue.
They must send us the invitation properly now. They must not tell us on Wednesday at 10 o'clock.
That is Buru. You don't instruct us.
No, I'm saying they must send us invitation.
No, wait. That is Buru. I am saying to you as the chair, you are going to appear before us in the legislature at 10 on a Wednesday. Again.
I agree.
Your report, no, wait. Your report, we are expecting it by 12 tomorrow. And then we'll share the details with you. Yeah, we don't want to have a conversation about it. Because you are not here.
Yes.
Yes,
and
okay.
I would have been there, and I must put it on record. Had we been communicated on time, I would have definitely been
It's
there.
okay. So let's see
There's
you on
no reason
Wednesday.
why I would have not came. I will definitely be there.
Okay. Thank
Thanks.
you very much.
So.
So we are going to see Billy Sipuru on Wednesday. He says there's a report. We'll get the report. We'll also share with you the report before the actual meeting. So maybe let's leave it at that. Ne? And then we'll follow up. Please assist us with that other part. Ne? And Kajwa, you want to say something?
Thanks, Chair. Through your indulgence. We really appreciate that you've given us an opportunity to do this presentation with regard to the Rapid Land Release Program. The position where we are now, it is at a stage where we've got to engage the city with regard to the power of attorney, so that we get that it takes plus or minus 3 months to process those. We'll be engaging the city. Once we get that, then we'll be able to say within 3 months after that period. So it means we've got 6 months to then complete these processes on this issue of the Rapid Land Release Program for the planning. The planning will be done within that period if we can be able to get the POA. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much for that additional information. While we tried calling men on Samabaz, our phone is just taking us through a blog or something. Yeah, so it's not going through. Yeah, Ntate Motlhala o tla re thusa so that we deal with all of these issues. So maybe let's step off that one, Mme Masdorp. We apologize for that inconvenience, but we'll cause for its correction. Again, are you with her? Yes. Okay. You want to say something quick? So that your time is worthwhile here. Yeah? No, I'm going to follow it up. Just quickly.
Thank you, Chair. What I wanted to also ask, it's actually a request that should the meeting occur on Wednesday, we would actually request the city to provide us with a plan. Also the zoning area that they have highlighted, because as far as I'm concerned, I've been a resident of Eastrus my whole life. And the area that was zoned is actually marked. It's the infrastructure of, I should actually say, extension 6. There's pipes there. So if they say that's the area that they want to build on, that's going to be impossible. So it was yet another lie to us. Thank you.
So thank you very much for that. So that is how we're going to deal with that one. See, Bagre, Linda Tetela, we agreed on a process. Interact with the community structure so that you share with them information. So that they are always abreast on issues. I want us to take the refillway. Is it the refillway? I hope there's a report here. But maybe just before that, Otlanta the Maluleke, okay? Ellen. Poncho, okay?
Yes, sir.
I know Poncho. Where's Poncho?
Here.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Where's Ous Ellen?
How's Ellen?
Hey, Ous Ellen.
Yes.
Where is she?
She's currently at Guyana.
Oh, Gian. Yes. Okay. Just hold on. I just want to quickly check something. Petal. I'm learning that you have got extension 1 as well as extension 12 in Mabopane, where possibly Polena, the one who came in earlier, could possibly be considered at. I don't know. Somebody wrote this for me. Are we aware of that? Okay, I think it might be the council. When are we getting Os Catherine? Yes. Yeah. So can we just quickly get a sense? Because both. So why can't we consider Mepolena either in extension 1 or extension 12? Because apparently there's going to be a housing development. Maybe just explain it quickly, Catherine.
Through you, Chairperson, there is a development that has been done in extension 12, phase 2. Yes. Sorry, Chairperson. Yes. There is an Mawopane extension 12, where there is water and sanitation project that is ongoing and is done. We are going to phase 3, which is housing. And there is also extension 1 in Midas, where I'm staying. They are busy with water and sanitation of 539 stand. From that 539 stand, there are 100 empty stand in that 539. So while they are still looking for a registration to register, why can't they just consider her and look for funds to build for her the house there, one of the two?
All right. No, thank you very much, Mama Catherine. It does assist when you have got an attentive counsel who is well acquainted with all of these issues. So, Mama Patel, can that be a consideration?
Yes, Chair. we will consider whichever service side projects come up first. We'll consider them. So I'm sure those are possible as well. So whichever ones come up first, and where there is, some of the projects are for like the flood victims and that, so we might not. But this is only one, so whichever one we can allocate first, we will.
Okay, maybe let's investigate that one so that we can see where best both the Mama. Well, Mama Nelly still has to apply, isn't it? So she has to be assisted first to resubmit and so on. But with Mepolena, I think we can just fast track, that application process, which will assist us. So let's quickly take Ponzo on the summary.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
What are we left with?
I'm Ponzo Malashela. I'm from Kanlen, Rufilemana. I'm here.
No, Ponzo, let's read out our summary. Let's read out the summary from our side. You will confirm. Unfortunately, I've been to your orphanage, isn't it? Is that the one that I visited? Okay. So let's read out quickly.
Thanks, Chair. Request for land and funding, District Orphan Care. The petitioner is Ms. Ellen Maluleke, submitting this petition on behalf of residents of Refilwe, who alleges that Distinct Orphan Care is an NPO and has been operating for over 5 years. She alleges that as a public benefit organization, the Distinct Orphan Care function to educate, develop, and empower disadvantaged youth in the community and has over 70 beneficiaries. She states that they do not have a permanent structure to operate from. She indicated that they had numerous engagement with the ward councillor, who committed to assist them to find a suitable place to operate from Refilwe Manyo, however, to no avail.
Let's settle down. There are other people who still want to listen to how their petitions are being handled. Again, yeah. Sorry for that. In that,
She also states that they also convened meetings with the regional executive director at the municipal offices. The executive director indicated that they will revert back to them. However, they have not received any feedback to date to that effect. She states that it has been difficult sustaining the NPO, and the Gauteng Department of Social Development has not been forthcoming with grants since they applied for funding with the department. Chair, the petition was before the committee and it was considered and further adopted, referred to both City of Tshwane and the Department of Social Development for consideration and responses on the 11th September 2020. Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
So I'm all too familiar with this petition because I did an oversight visit here in Refilwe, and I met the committee, if I'm not mistaken, isn't it? That the bonds. You even drove me to a site where you thought if you could be assisted to develop.
It's true.
Yeah, so I remember that one. So, isn't it, to get an update where we are? Are you confirming that it's the true reflection?
It's certain, Your Honor.
Okay. So who's assisting us with this one? Social development. Where is social? It's you.
Yeah, it's myself and the Provincial Department of Social Development.
Oh, wonderful.
I will be
sharing. So you have assisted us, my brother. God bless you. So navigate us through this one.
So I've sent my report to the lady there. I think she went out. We sent our social worker. She went there on the 24th of November 2021.
Wait. Simbu, do you have the report? Yes. Beam the report. Let's beam the report. So this is what we call just basic etiquette of being a responsive official. You are invited to a meeting, you are there, you give us a report. We may not necessarily agree with the report. but you have given us something. You made an effort. Again, so kudos to you. We appreciate you for your diligence, including the province. Again, that you at least honored, not us, but the people who are here. So we really would want to appreciate with gratitude. Thanks. So let's proceed.
My name is Moses Lekwadu, Deputy Director responsible for community development, representing my seniors who were unable to come here. We sent our social worker on the 24th of November 2021 to assist with the situation. She sat down with them and advised them to apply for rezoning with the group property and city planning. So, can you allow me just to give the recommendations? In short, what we have done.
Okay, maybe let's do that.
Yeah. And then recommendation are stated like this. Sports and recreation will provide a way forward, whether they are willing or not to give the site 482 in Refuel Manor, extension 9. The group property and city planning should consider rezoning the site to allow for community activities such as NGO. The city should waive the cost attached to the process of rezoning because the money paid there is too much, and that particular NGO could not or cannot afford. So in our submission to city property, we have mentioned that they must consider that. Not to consider, actually to make sure that they don't pay. The group property should further advise the organization on the processes to follow once the rezoning process have been concluded. Actually, our purpose was just to mediate between the two. So maybe the guys from city properties, if they are here, they can give more information concerning this. But ours was just to mediate and make sure that they get assisted.
I'll tell you, I'm worried about the recommendations and their sounding because they remain as that at the recommendation stage. They don't move past that. And it's 2 years later since the petition was raised with us, isn't it? Or it could even be more.
It's true.
Yeah. So when we still say we are waiting for sports and recreation to provide a way forward, group property and city planning should consider rezoning. The city should waive the cost attached. So these are still distant, if you will, recommendations. There's nothing that says this is where we are 2 years later. And I'm assuming that, because it would not be the first time that you are interacting with the issue of the NGO or the orphanage. Why is it taking far too long to respond to the petition? Why are we still saying the city will, sports must? Why are we still saying that? We're using future tense in how we're recommending. I'm really worried about that. Maybe let's take it under the poncho to engage with what is being said.
Yes, yeah. I recall last year, I can remember vividly, their social worker came to our center actually requesting a letter from us. Yes, we did write a letter and then send it back to her. Promised that the letter, it will be presented by she's senior. Yes, from the way I'm seeing, yes, they did meet and then communicate about the letter. Because later this year, it was around, I think, the 1st of February, somewhere there, or before February, they did send the list document from Asia, to Asia, I'm sorry. So currently we're still getting the requirements for Lycia. together so that we can submit everything to them. Yes.
Divisions. Because like I said, I mean, you are using what in English they call a future perfect tense. Should. We don't have a present tense scenario or mapping of how you are intervening there. So it's still a subject of some unknown, eventuality. And I don't think we can work around that, It would have assisted 2 years later if we're saying, well, where we started with the process, this is where we are. This is the shift or the movement that we will have made. And this is where we are. And this is the intervention at least employed. And on the secondary issues, this is where we are. Or this is where we started. This is where we are. That is all that we want. But when you still say a group property should waive, it means that it's still going to be a continuous thing. So there's a continuum of the problem. We are not remedying the situation. And by your own voluntary admission, you are saying it's a problem that they are still expected to pay. Whereas it's also known on your part that it's actually unaffordable for them. But we still say the city should waive. So it makes it an indefinite thing. So there's a miasma. A mirage. Do you know a mirage? A mirage. When you drive, you see something, you think it's there. When you arrive or move closer, it's not there, it's somewhere else. It's a mirage. Okay.
To be honest, the problem here at my level, referring to my seniors and the others in the group property, is leadership. This is not the first problem. We have a problem with the ECDs, where they must get the zoning certificate so that the provincial department can be able to fund. We are still struggling even today to get that authorization to say we'll rezone them with the lesser price or without payment. So with our department, we don't have much powers. Thank you.
Alnamata. Okay, let's get in that thing in Beni and then we'll get Mekum Raugo.
All right. I think the biggest challenge that we have in the city is that one department cannot be a big brother to another department. They all report to their own respective group heads, and they have got their own regulations that they apply. In terms of social development, my thinking is that because this matter is a cross-sectional, it involves social development, it involves group property, it involves infrastructure planning. So these are supposed to be departments that should sit in one roof and then say, as and when they do inspection in local, then they decide what should happen. Especially in terms of rezoning, that means infrastructure planning should then have been there to then decide on the spot whether that will be doable. Then in terms of group property should have sat there and say whether they will be able to then say waive the cost that has to be done. And if all the lease process that they need to go through, because for all intents and purposes, the little that I know is that the city has taken a decision to say all the properties within the city will need to go through the lease process, and then there should be a report within the group property that then need to go to council for ratification. Because time and again, we had to encounter challenges wherein people invade land and then ended up saying, no, they've got a lease. And as and when we then interrogate those leases, then we find that these are all fake leases. So my suggestion will be maybe for the social development to go back and then engage the working relationship with group property and then infrastructure planning for them to then agree and disagree on processes that can be done and that cannot be done. And probably somewhere along the line, then they need to find each other. Thank you.
You have got a brilliant mind, man. You remind me of my father. I'm giving you a promotion to be the manager of Ntatemo. So you are promoted. Okay. But thank you very much for that guiding input. because it really takes us closer to how best that we can try to respond or fashion responses to this long-standing issue of the orphanage, because they are doing an excellent job. I visited the orphanage, and they are not only catering to young people, but there's also elderly people who are there, and you can almost imagine. I mean, just these pockets of excellence, not getting the necessary support, it wanes their hopes and confidence down. Where I said this is exactly what we are saying: building social compact with the citizenry, so that they do for themselves with the support that they could possibly leverage from government. So we don't want to retard their hopes on the state and the capacity of the state to respond to them. So I wanted to request you that Nyembeni, because you are strategically located, that maybe let's take Lekwalo, on that Lekwado. Let's take in that Lekwado by the hand, while understanding that the senior managers are not here, and maybe engage with those managers to have a point of convergence where they can jointly brainstorm around how best to deal with this issue, but as you rightfully state, all other issues of a similar nature, so that we can take the process forward. Because to simply just say, this will be done or it should be done, doesn't necessarily give us much comfort. You can almost imagine that the point, so young as he is, a young man, when he goes back and have to report, he would essentially not have anything to report back on. So you can almost imagine how it dampens the spirits of the committee. And he's leading a committee of elderly people. You see, they have placed all their hopes and aspirations on him, that he will be able to have the necessary agility to follow up on these issues. So let's ask his sponsor, so that he does not walk this journey alone. They are doing a noble job. We are quick to respond often at times when young people are silly, they're engaged in all other funny things. But when they are doing good, we are like a daisical. I mean, we are very far from them. So I'm pleading with you. Let's follow up. Let's give the necessary support. May you wanted to say something from the province?
Yes, Chairperson, thank you. From the province, we did advise the NPO, looking at the delays or all the requirements that they need to comply to whilst awaiting the city. That the other option that they can look at is to function as a home-based care, caring and looking after those children and those elderly people whilst they are at their homes, because they are registered as an NPO, but they are not registered as center-based organization where the people can come to the center where they are due to the requirements that they need to comply with from the city. But they can look after them whilst they're at their homes. That is another option that we can have. And if they meet our funding requirements, then we can assist them and guide them to be funded whilst awaiting for all these processes. But the organization is not that keen in terms of looking at that other option. It was an interim option whilst they still sorting all the compliance requirements from the city.
We walk them through the process. Often at times, all it takes is just to take somebody by the hand, walk them through a process. They may have all sorts of anxieties because what you may have proposed to them might have been unbeknown, So they might not want to venture a space unbeknown to them. But if you take them by the hand, show them similar examples, you might actually enthuse their interest in what you are proposing. So if we can do that, I'm not sure whether under the Bonzo you can go with that consideration for the time being. Okay, you may come in.
Okay, I'm surprised. I'm surprised actually when she says they once advised us about the first option mentioned here. I don't recall, I don't remember being advised here.
Interacting with the social worker. ML mama social worker. But it's okay. So is that a consideration that we can make? The interim measure, whilst we are considering or awaiting this process to be rolled out of the rezoning of the exemption again from the payments, is it something that you can include in the province?
Oh, I can go back to the one, city of Swania. Actually, land. So, because the land actually is our main concern. Because without it, actually, it's like we start.
Yeah, so what we are saying is that is being considered, yes, but it may still take a while. That is why we are advising, or we are not happy with how the recommendations were couched. Because in essence, it says there would be a process, and unfortunately, there's uncertainty around the turnaround time of the process. Yes. So we don't want you to be hanging, waiting for somebody that we may not be tangibly determined around when it may be resolved. Yes. So whilst we are still on that option, there's another consideration that makes. Can I get mema? Of a process which has no certainty. So that is why I'm saying maybe in a layman's expression. So you have a conversation about, can we do that?
Yes, we can.
Maybe after the meeting, or you can schedule a time where you meet, take it through, show him examples. So maybe you may just want to go on site, go refuel a manner, and then present. Maybe just to come and present to the committee, because it's a committee of elderly people over 60.
We can definitely do that.
Yeah, if we can do that, ne? And then Rona will pressure Bundate Mos to follow up on the suggestion made by Ndate Nyembeni. I own sagacious input. What would be workable a time frame?
All right. Just before I get to the time frame, my brotherly advice to Ponzo is that as and when you do community-based organization, one of the things that you need to do is also to understand that if you then a fixed point to say you are unmovable in terms of getting advice and suggestions, I think you are cutting yourself short. That's one part. In terms of the processes that I'm just thinking out of my head right now, is that I'm keen to coordinate meeting between social development, group property, and the spatial planning, which is a parallel process to what is being suggested by the social development province, so that at least the two should run rather than to keep him hanging. In addition to that, the process will be aimed to then conclude, one, if there's a possibility to then have to waive in terms of the issues around the payment. That's number one. Number two, whether the spatial planning will be willing to rezone them, so that at least if that process gets cleared up, and I think Moses, from that process, he will then have to revert back to you in terms of the report. Because then we are trying to say every department should then get to a point where it says there's a teamwork, rather than to look at another one department to say you are working on your own. So my commitment that I can make in this meeting is that I'll take details from him, and then probably going forward we'll need to have documentation from him, because some of the things that I will not want to do is to work from without any records, because somewhere along the line I will get befingered to say, no, you have donated the land, surely you have gotten the brown envelope somewhere. So those are some of the things that I will always want to run away. But then those are the things that I will request Moses to then work with me. Thank you.
La utla a model official of the state. Model. Agre la utla. Utla ga di solution go ra no bua fela re. Tla ga di solution in Tate Nyembeni we appreciate you once more. Le Ntate Motlhala la ile ro defender menomsa. I don't know why. But it's okay. So Bonzo, maybe let's leave it at that. So Bontate Mose, le Bontate Nyembena are going to liaise with you. Ne? And me Mpoager, you will also pay them a visit. Just to present. Uska it's convoluted, not con. Uska it's difficult to understand. Ne? Just simplify it so that bo mama le bo papa ko the committee understand this thing. Again. And then utse number ya me mpo. Wa meet?
No, I don't.
How meet?
Yes.
Ba no ngwa bona ra o seta ba no. Mara skwa ba mo romella di WhatsApp boshigo. During the day, between 8 and 5. Again?
Yes.
Is it Mushiwa or Romezi WhatsApp? Again? I got to assist the number, Mamquin. Okay. Let me measure social work how I meet.
Yes, I know her.
Oh, wonderful. Why won't I smile like I meet? Why do you? It's okay. So let's do it in that fashion. Do you have any last parting shots? Anything that you want to say before we close on this one?
No, I'm covered.
You are covered. You are agreeable. Okay. So thank you very much for that. We're wrapping up now. Again. We're wrapping up. I similar to this issue. I want us to deal with quickly. Time is now against us. There's the issue of Shoshanguve Block X. Yantate Ntoke. Uga yantate Ntoke. Okay. Ntate Ntoke nereka ka bu kokobetso re kopa fela re letsene mo platformong ya rona e.
Sorry, Chair.
Hey.
Is Moses decide? Can I be released? I'm going to Bronx Street. I'm just worried about.
It's okay. It's okay. You may be. You did well. You didn't do too bad. Your report was not necessarily exciting, but at least you gave us something. So it's not too bad. Ne? Yes. So just on that, I think we'll release you. So Ndate Kimang on this one. Katiso. Okay. So let's quickly read this one. Yabo Ndate Johannes. Maybe they'll also introduce themselves and then we get a response on this one. Okay? That we have its number one. So we'll explain
No,
that.
thanks, Chair. It's application to lease vacant land F1546 Soshanguve Block X. The petitioner is Mr. Johannes Matumen Toke on behalf of the Zion Christian Church, who alleges that there is a-
Arutlwane a ke re ba holo re ska nna le dikopano ra feleletsa re go bokhutlong a ke a re fetsa re deala ka Central School and then we're done.
who alleges that there is a vacant land that they are currently occupying for church purposes, that they have engaged the city of Tshwane on the matter and they were informed that the land belongs to the Department of Infrastructure Development. The petitioner indicates that they are prepared to pay for services that will be rendered by the municipality. The petitioner also alleges that the municipality has agreed in principle to provide them with services such as electricity, water, once a lease agreement has been granted. Chair, the petition was before the Committee for Consideration and Adoption, which was later adopted and referred to both the Department of Infrastructure and City of Tshwane on the 31st of March 2015. It was further tabled at a hearing of the 1st October 2016, and follow-ups were made on the 21st October 2016. Another follow-up was done on the 10th February 2017. City of Tshwane should provide and table a status quo report on the disposal of F1546 Block X following the transfer from the Department of Infrastructure and Development to the City of Tshwane as initiated by the petitioner through this petition. A formal report is required, Chair, on the structure that the petition needs to follow and how City of Tshwane will facilitate this process. Thanks, Chair.
Ya utlwana again. Ke sa itseng maybe le ka ikitsise bagolo and then le tla bontsha gore ke mang a tlo buang to dikarabo tsa lefapha or municipality.
Okay, wa lenka mo letsogong la left ka mo ke Mr. Johannes Nthoke, coordinator ya LCDC mo kerekeng ya ZCC.
O abolelang ke Refile Chabalala, Secretary ya LCDC ko Soshanguve Block X, ZCC Church.
Tobela wa bolelang ke Philemon Monyela le nna kwa bona wa leloko la LCDC mo kerekeng ya Zion.
Tobela baholo wa bolelang ke Jacob Molewa, Leadership Executive Committee member ya Ward 27.
Okay. So re buisitse summary ya petition ya lona la I confirm bagolo.
Era confirm ke yona.
Okay on. Ya utlwala.
Ya utlwala.
So are kre ntate kana ke ntate ma? Ntate Katiso. O Khatliso, ntate Khatliso Mmushi. Kana ntate Khatliso Mmushi ena designation ha ke.
Khatiso Mmushi ke property officer ko City of Tshwane, standing on behalf of Nomsamulako, director ya land assets management.
Ke Nomsaola be? Eh?
No, Mulako.
Oh, ole ke mabaza ne. This is gonna be Nomsamuna ga re ba tshwenya bene. Okay, it's okay. So maybe take us through where is your report? Oh, there we have your report.
Yeah, just a brief background based on the progression. Yeah, the petitions committee. It was a long walk, and I'm very apologetic, and it's of a very regrettable situation. Hore ka nako e 2022 ever since really on this matter, whereby I think a long time ago. If you have property, you will advise you through the letters. Petitions committee, ya province, we have two documents. One is certificate for a bonsting, for kit document the long and short of it is the property is not available based on the zoning of that property, which is public open space. The property is not available based on its zoning, which is public open space, which is meant for public open space or sports and recreation for grounds. Also, on the report, or on the letters, let me shorten it, saying, on the letters, it is stated that paragraph 5.8 from the report, it says environmental management is saying the property can be availed. I'll read verbatim from environmental management. The department knows that the site is zoned public open space and it is meant to be developed into a park. Also, there is generally a shortage of parks in Soshanguve. This shortage of recreational parks in Soshanguve is also emphasized in a report compiled by City Strategies and Performance Management indicating the severe backlog of community parks in relation to the standard of 0.5 hectares per thousand at a 1.5 kilometer access distance. Soshanguve is one of the priority areas with the greatest number of parks backlog. As a result, if the land is alienated and its use is changed, it may negatively affect the social life of the surrounding community, and prevent the city in meeting its long-term objectives of creating level communities. The Environmental Management Services Department therefore recommends that the Corporate and Shared Services Department should collaborate with... The Environmental Management Services Department therefore recommends that Corporate and Shared Services Department should collaborate with City Planning and Development Department to identify another suitable space for donation. That was 5.8 from Environmental Management. And I'll 5.7. This is a letter. I did send a report to NCL. There's a soft copy document.
Because what we are reading and what you are reading seems to be two different things.
Yeah, what was on the screen is a letter sent to the church, and there's another document on the same, as an attachment on the same email, which is a report.
Okay.
So what I'm reading now is part of the report.
My brother, let's not read line for line. What are we saying?
I wanted to go straight to two negative.
So you are essentially saying you can't alienate that land simply because there's a shortage of parks, recreational facilities, and you can no longer be in a position to donate or even consider any lease agreement over that property. That's what you are saying.
That's what we are saying. And
in summary.
In summary. And the end part of the letter sent to the church, it says the church is therefore advised to apply for an alternative appropriately zoned property in the vicinity.
Yeah, Mare, you know what? Response. There's something that irritates me about your response. You know what that is? And you also acknowledge it. Kereke erased this thing in 2015. We have identified a piece of land. Balelata, re bone lefatshe ne re na no re no re ka lisa ra patela ba re mahala ba re no ne re ka kopa ka re ka lisa re tla patela le ditshebeletso tse di tlang le lefatshe le 2015. Then 2016 we still deal with them. We say no lefatshe le ke la DID. Tshwantse re kope DID or re le kry mo DID le transfer into the city. So all along this land was suitable. Because if it's DID doesn't deal with parks, doesn't deal with recreational facilities. Well, unless if contracted by the client department, which is sports, recreation, arts and culture. But this is not the case. So DID ultimately transfers the land to you. Against this petition, the city then redetermines its position by rezoning. Even when there's an issue, an application, and a church is also an integral part of our communities. So if you talk about public institutions, a church is also one of them. It's a body that regulates human conduct. You know, a gym spiritually in a church. I got salvation. I get a so-called. So character plays a very, very crucial role. My irritation is that from 2016 up until now, we have kept Bondaten talking. Lebontate Molewa waiting, or just lingering. When we knew all along, Ronara rezone. So which year did you rezone?
That part, the township establishment, I'm not aware of it or yes,
no, you must be aware. You can't say you are not aware. You can't present the report and say I'm not aware.
Yes, sir, I'm presenting a report from group property, not from city planning or from legal, as it is part or is their prerogative.
Yeah, but you need to consolidate. Nanto ya lona gi utlwisisa are na gi belong mo gi belong ako. You need to embrace a versatility. If you ask me today, here, seated here, on what happens in the portfolio committee of sports, I'll tell you. If you ask me what happens in the portfolio of education, I'll tell you. Even if you ask me what is happening in Scoba, I'll tell you. When you come in a meeting of parliament, Bare, will present the report, you gather all your facts. You see, you can't fly to Cape Town or come to the legislature with half information or a nugget. It's a problem. Our people do not differentiate between the different divisions in the municipal. They don't do that. They actually don't care about those things. They expect that when they engage the seat, information is here. And that is how naturally people think. So, the reason why I was asking that question was simply because I wanted to establish when did you become aware that you can no longer donate this land? And I suspect it's not this year. I suspect it's not last year. It's always been there. But we have allowed one that then talk to just hang. Under the impression that maybe in Tuaruna somebody consider you. Whereas the contrary is true. So we've actually just wasted their time. You see, now we're saying, go and look for other pieces of land. Where? Because they identified that one. Have we even did an investigation to check what other available portions of land are there? Have we done that?
Definitely, I can tell you that we do have about 10 other property zone institutional around Social River X and Y.
Yeah, but I'm saying, have you taken them into confidence?
Not at all, to be honest.
Yeah, you see, that is the problem that we are having. Oh, woman. We can't function like that. Government must function in an interoperable fashion. That is how it must. I used to be an employee of government myself. So I would know the entirety of the National Department of Health. So that when I must go to parliament, I give it to on non-communicable diseases. I give what is their strategy. Ki file on medical schemes or on medicines related substance amendment act. We don't do that. You gather information wholly because you are now engaged by parliament. And that is how serious you must take parliament. I don't know if it by the way, we want detailed information. When the petition was raised, what is the timeline of that petition? That is what we want. Am I asking for some unreasonable thing?
Not at all. That is why I started by saying it's very regrettable that this information comes up now.
So how are we remedying the situation? Now that you are saying this particular earth is no longer available, can we assist them to identify, guide them through the process?
Yes, definitely I'll do that. I'll talk to them, I get their numbers, arrange a meeting, and then I'll take them over through other properties around.
Yeah, take them through. Show them this is where we are. This is available. If you apply, these are the turnaround times. These are the documents that you need. You see? Yeah, so we're going to take you, Linda, the So, when do we do that? I want us to do it as soon as possible. Redemption. Redemption. Again. So now you are denying the church to function.
Sorry, I wanted to sponsor this process. I'm not sure how best Bontateva Kereke will take this. With the limited knowledge that I have, my suggestion will be probably then they need to rope in the leadership, Yakoma Milodi, to join them. That's number one. I know for a fact down the line, as and when the registration is going to be done, it will need to be done on the name, the headquarters, so that at least there are no complications. Yes, yes. It will need to be registered on behalf of the headquarters. So surely the secretary of the church need to come to the party. As and when they engage them, that process will then seamlessly be concluded. That's number one. I think then the colleagues from group property will then need to then take them by the hand, show them spaces that are available, also guide them in terms of the processes that needs to be followed, either to lease on the identified property and then see how far it goes. Often at times the issues around the leasing and the letters that needs to then form part of the report. Because I think is that a report? Yeah. I think there's a report that was done. I'm not sure whether it was a resolution of the council to say they're not going to be given that part. So if that is the case, and then there's an alternative process, is to then have to involve the line processes from headquarters, probably also Mamelodi, and to join them. I think it will also carry weight as and when they approach the municipality. Thank you.
So Ndate Khadlis will do it in that fashion. And then I'm not sure, Member Peach, if you may want to come in as well. And then we'll get the last remarks from Bondate and Ton.
I think that's the best solution.
Okay.
Chair, I want to
just guide us through.
To test my understanding. What is presented to us is that the church is currently using that piece of land, if I'm not mistaken. And they've been using that piece of land for some time now. And they are confirming that. That's an area that I was not happy with. Because the feedback we're being given here is like there is a piece of land that is vacant, that it needs to be occupied or to be utilized for whatever purpose. That is not true. But I'm happy with the fact that they are mentioning that there are other pieces of land within the area that are vacant. Now, where I find it puzzling and difficult is why are such pieces of land not being rezoned for the same purposes that they are talking about, so that this one can stay where these ones they can continue to stay where they are. If really there are other pieces of land, as they say, he says there are many within the very same area. And as you said, Chair, it is not fair, I must indicate. There are people who occupy land day in, day out. They are never removed from those pieces of land. They are never told that we are going to build a recreational center here. Actually, they even go to the extent of rezoning those pieces of land and build houses, even though it is not their plan. But here we have erred, and he has apologized. I was going to reject the apology. That you are undermining these old people because for whatever reasons they don't know what is happening. That is the first part. The second part, Chair, they have lodged a petition with us. We are dealing with the petition. Now they are no longer corresponding with us. There is no report unless there is another report. They are talking directly to the church. What is the point of this exercise? Now they are giving us that we have corresponded with the church. It means, therefore, the issue is closed. It means they even undermine this process that we are engaged in. Let me not take it further, Chair, before I say other things. Thanks.
So, so if we can just correct those weaknesses, so that next time run things by us. What the intermediaries, when somebody sends a petition to us, we are their counsel. Again, we act on their behalf. You write the petition to us. Again, so maybe let's go with that recommendation that we agreed on and assist the situation. And then talk. ko bofello ne re ka rata maybe ha ile hore le na le mantswe a o harela re le fe monyetla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ke a leboha. Ke dumedisha batho botlhe ba ba leng ka mo hare ka mo. Ke re khotswa modimo a ebelele. Mr. Chair, ke leboha hore o beile background ya kereke hore kereke e tswa go kae from 2015. Ka the very same year 2015 ne re engage le Tshwane, city of Tshwane, with the land, and we re-engaged from 2015. City of Tshwane ke bona ba ba itseng ba re ba ka se re fe lebala la 15 next door, yeah, 1544. Then next door, 1546. They said to us, we must go back and identify another land, which is alternative. We met with Mrs. Molako. Mrs. Molako promised us that immediately after you identify the land, you must come and apply. We did so, and we identified 1546, which currently the church is occupying the land from 2012. So, apply. We could really apply. The city of Tshwane. City of Tshwane, they told us that this land does not belong to them. So they refer us to Gauteng province. They said 1546 does not belong to city of Tshwane. So we go to Gauteng province. We put the application to Gauteng province requesting for the lease. Gauteng province has got all the necessary proof, documents for us, asking for a lease. So when we are busy engaging with Gauteng province started with the process of transferring the land to the city of Tshwane. So after that, Barbota hor no, le transfer go city of Tshwane, and the city, we are donating this land to the Zion Christian Church. That is Gauteng province. Gauteng province have written this, that we donate this 1546 to the Zion Christian Church, and the city, we will transfer this land to the city of Tshwane, and city of Tshwane hand over the land to the Zion Christian Church. So the report that Mr. Muso is coming with is a new report, and I totally dismiss it. Yes, I have everything. And then the person whom we were supposed to be speaking to him, the right person, it was Buti Manamela. Buti Manamela make a recommendation. Buti Simela make a recommendation supporting the church. We do have that recommendation. We do have that recommendation. And then you know what, in the church, we've got the head of office, which is Moria. We've got Moria Property Panel. Down we've got the DPTT, which is in Mamelodi district, which is our district office. We've got the local church developmental committees, which is the LCDC in the local church, including Baruti. So the local church developmental committee, ke yona e leng hore e tshwantse e identify mabala, e apply mabala. It assisted the head office. The head office cannot come there and then you have to apply a mabala on behalf of the branches. Now the branches engage Gauteng province, ka 1546. Gauteng province donated the land to the Zion Christian Church. So, and the recommendation was made by Buti Similan that he supported the church by the Gauteng province because the city of Tshwane was unable to assist the Zion Christian Church.
No, so it changes the complexion. Because if indeed there's that correspondence from the province, donating through the city, it means there might be a case of undue enrichment. Why would really it? You are invading people's land. So we might slightly need to tweak our earlier recommendations. So if we can get that correspondence, do you have it? That the or you are not aware? So if we can get the correspondence, so my suspicion in that the Nyembeni is that we might have to retrace.
My suggestion would be if I could have copies of both the letter from our team and also the recommendation that was made. And the problem then we need to interrogate these letters.
Yeah.
With the colleagues. For all intents and purposes, my sense is that I think it just changes the whole complexion.
Yeah.
Of how after all these processes they have followed, and then there's a change to say it cannot be done.
So yeah, maybe let's do that.
May I
Yes.
come in? My understanding, my little understanding in relation to transferring of properties. The province doesn't transfer properties to churches or to individuals or businesses. My understanding in relation to Social Movement X, YTVW, those townships were supposed to be transferred to the city. And then the city will do whatever due diligence it has to do. If applicants need to make
Yeah, but there's
applications,
so it's conditional. So if I give you something, it might come with preconditions. I gotta say how. If I donate something to you, I may say, hey man, ke donate la khatliso lefatshe, mara it will pass through this administration or authority. Because obviously it's within the environs of that authority. You see? There's a correspondence, let's say interrogate. And this is the process that Nyembeni is proposing. Because to simply say, no, there were other arrangements, we don't have a report on that. We can't rely on it. Can you see it in that Tian? Yeah? Okay. So let's resolve this way. Then talk. You give us the correspondence. We go back. We are going to give a copy to Ndate Nyembeni, Lendate Khatliso, to interrogate. And then together with Ndate Tian, what we are going to do, we are going to check with DID. Ndate Tian. So we also check with DID. What would have been the pre-qualifications for the transfer of that land? What arrangements will have been made? Yeah, so let's do it in that fashion. Ne? Sure.
yeah, also I believe that really recommendation is that the Buddhist land.
No, all the records. We'll get all the records so that we know how to proceed. Again, nothing talk ya utla again.
Ya utlwala.
Ke tshaba nako because setse ile 27 re setse ka petition a bofelo.
Thank you, Chairman. Ya utlwala, but I'm very much worried about the city of Tshwane because every now and then when they come here, they send the new faces to come and give us a report. And this is wrong. This is wrong. They don't respect.
I couldn't agree more with you. That is why we always stress that we want senior managers. Senior managers. Because now when you have not been intricately involved in a you would not know. You would lack some of the details. And not by your own fault, but simply because somebody who's responsible has passed the buck. They say Khatliso go. And Khatliso may not necessarily have all the answers. We end up blaming him. You see?
Chair, what I wanted to agree with you, I think we're talking with my colleague here. I wanted to impress to my colleague from the Speaker's office that going forward, meetings of this nature need not to be attended by only probably people who are at the junior level. Because somewhere along the line, their commitment and the responsibilities that needs to be taken are responsibilities that need to be taken on record, and so that down the line, people do not turn around and say, it is not me, it's a certain junior officer. Because that on its own is more of abdicating responsibility. I've noted it here, and I think I'm going also to indicate to the CM to say, this is one of the things that also emerged during these presentations. And unfortunately, certain matters could not be resolved due to the fact that the group heads themselves who were supposed to be here, some of them, they could not even make it. And it's very disappointing because these are the very same people that we go out and say we need you to pay the services so that it's down the line the municipality can function. Thank you.
Maybe people want to see. We can call the mayor, we can subpoena the mayor, it will embarrass you. Because we'll simply say to the mayor, hey mayor, I narla bilegi ki manager at zao. Arba biza batle. Ba no re batla wena to account wena directly city manager. And I can tell you, you are not going to sleep. If that happens, maybe we must try it. Re no biza mayor, right? Kobo mose ba romeletse mose ana I mean khatlizo ana all the answers and then we move again. Yeah, so mama, just quickly 1 minute and then we wrap up again. Rabatlo
na problem ya ka gore are a ke accept request ya ntate Nyembeni because le balalela already re occupied and then hona le di services tse lo reng se re di patela metsi le mabone
no ntate Nyembeni o tla ka ntwe re thusa mama re kopa di record tse le di tshwereng tsa o bontsha gore DID yona irile no e fa lona lefatshe so that we can confirm so that whatever illogical decision by the city can be reversed, you know, having interrogated all the issues and all the records again, because re ka se no re fela ha tswalla mpele nne mo tshwantse re batlisise khanye re kresent again ke kopa re tlwele mo bagolo ke a itse gore ne re batlo re ga bua ka ona re tswelle pele mara wa re ya ka gore ke kora 27 and ona le batho ba lo re ba tswa gole gona le petition a bofelo tshwantse re dile ka yona again tse dintse re tla di bua a re le ka montle so ke boikopelo bo ke boetsa ke re ntate ba re ke man ntate Nthoke so a re tlwele mo a ke re bagolo re tseng the following petition ele ya ba re keng because tlebe re ba shaetsa bano re ka nna ntse re tswalla o kra le tsamaile ba botlosetse bona ke mara e ba no nga ena le bitso ke ama central hostel ke ama okay re ke tsene fela mo
oh
You read it.
Can I read?
Yeah, you can read.
Thanks, Chair.
Sorry. Ke kopo botsisa. Ke bona Chair are this is the last petition. But I see petition number 13 yeah, request for roads surfacing and storm water. Yeah, Ward 20. No, Ward 20. Ward 20. It was not. It's not the same ward. You can't love them. It's not the same ward.
I was chairperson of the and then Tobe, are you going to take us through the petition? Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's Convention of Central School Block H. The petitioner is Ms. Eunice Mulaudzi submitted this petition on behalf of the residents of Central School, who indicate that they are currently residing at Central School, which was previously a boarding school, which is no longer utilized. Oh, okay.
which is no longer utilized by the Department of Education. The petitioner therefore requests that the school be converted to a residential area and are willing to pay for rental, provision of services such as electricity, water, waste removal. The petitioner alleges that the area is dark and requests for installation of high mast light in the interim. Chair, the petition was before the committee and it was adopted, further referred to City of Tshwane on the 18th of March 2013 for consideration and responses. And also to the Department of Education. because the city indicated that the building does not belong to them, belongs to the Department of Education. Subsequent to that, the department presented a written report based on their presentation on 2013. It was further tabled on the 17th of October 2014, and the department did not attend. Tswane also presented a report that they cannot provide services since the school belongs to the province, and that the petition should also be referred to the Department of Infrastructure, of which we did. Chair, with regard to this, we are currently awaiting a progress report as to how is the department going to go about trying to assist on how best petitioners can find a record in this matter. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, before we get that, the department we are making reference of is the Department of Human Settlement. Do we have the department official from infrastructure department here?
Sorry. We currently, the Department of Human Settlement is the one that is supposed to give us a progress report, because there were a number of indications, a number of engagement between the Department of Human Settlement and petitioners and the committee.
Sipu.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this matter, when we looked at it, we must be honest and open that we followed the details of the petition and thought and felt that it felt under the ambit of DIT and education, because the department would not be able to step in when there are still those issues between the two departments. And it's an infrastructure issue. So the Department of Infrastructure should be able to give us an indication of what is happening. But as the department, honestly, we are unable to move an inch on this matter.
Okay, it's fine. We'll come back to you. Let's go to the petitioners. Please introduce yourselves and then from there confirm as to whether the content of the petition is a true reflection. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Yes, we like to confirm that the way they've stated.
Your names, please.
The way they've stated the petition is true.
My
name is Walter Mvula. I'm from Central. I'm a member of the community. Yes, it's true that the petition has gone through several levels. Re-engage different types of department, like the way officer has already indicated. So the last hearing was with development and infrastructure that took place at Johannesburg City Hall, whereby infrastructure transferred the land to human settlement. So I don't understand that that guy what he's saying about the education and human settlement, but I don't want to argue about that. So I just want to give the fully report about what happened until today. So we went through to an extent that the Department of Human Settlement once make a meeting with us whereby they give us a progressive report. So we do have that report as an evidence from provincial human settlement. So what we are waiting and what we are struggling now is to get the department to come and implement the report. Because the report is there, everything is compiled normally, and then what is left is just to implement that report. Thank you, sir.
Can we get the names of your colleagues?
Tobela, Lina Laga, Mike Service, Central Austin. Dumelang baagi, leina la ka ke Gloria Sisana from Central Hostel.
Sanbonani Baki, igama lami ngingubhela Maluleka from Central Hostel.
Yes, you are actually saying the report is correct, but you took it even further to say this is what we have been doing all along. Can we then get a report or confirmation from DID in relation to what has been presented to us before we go back to human settlement? Are you able to attest what has been said here? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, my name is Charity Gunene, Deputy Director, Property Management, on behalf of our Director, Ms. Tina Mabungu. Yes, according to the petitioner, the property is currently under the custodianship of the Department of Human Settlement. And if the chair may allow, can I just go through the presentation because it's only two slides.
Carry on, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, the subject property is portion 2 of RF 2076 Soshanguve H. The improvements on the property constituted buildings of the Central Secondary School, which remained functional and operational on the property until 1999. During the third term of 1999, the school was moved to the new school in Soshanguve WW. Following this relocation of the school, the Department of Education handed over the property, including the vacant buildings, to the then Gauteng Department of Housing and Land Management, now known as Gauteng Department of Human Settlement. And then there's an attachment in terms of the correspondence whereby the handover was, the property was handed over to Department of Human Settlement. It was on the 10th of May, 1999. And then it is apparent from the historical data that an intergovernmental transfer took place between GDE and the Gauteng Department of Housing and Land Management, known as the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements in 1999. The data extract from the Asset Immovable Register confirms that the property is owned by the Gauteng provincial government and is recorded under the usership of GDE because of the origin of its use was for the purpose of a secondary school, that is a Central Secondary School, Soshanguve. However, the aforementioned transfer means that the property is currently under the custodianship of GDHS. The request from the petitioners refer to the conversion of the school, which is the boarding facility, into a residential complex. And then the residential development and the delivery is the core function of the Department of Human Settlement and not that of the Department of Infrastructure Development. So the most probable course of action could be to direct this petition to Department of Human Settlement, who could engage with its City of Tshwane Regional Office to investigate the matter. That is the end of the presentation, Chair. Thank you.
You want to say something?
Let me ask her a question.
Okay, Member Pish, you wanted to ask a question?
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit confused by the report. There seems to be a lot of back and forth in regards to the Education Department, who's obviously alienated this property to human settlement. Now, I'm a little bit confused. The last statement, perhaps if you can just flight the last slide. It indicates that the department will then go and discuss this situation with the Tshwane regional structure. But it doesn't take it further. It doesn't say what the recommendation is. To what end? I'm a little bit confused. Can you perhaps give us a clear recommendation? Is it the department's recommendation that that Housing and Social Development should allow the petitioner to continue with the development, or what is the perspective? I'm a little bit confused. Thank you, Chair.
Are you able to clarify that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think our conclusion is that the matter needs to be directed to Department of Human Settlement because they are the custodian of the land, not DID. Yes, we are from DID.
Let me recap in terms of my understanding from what she said. There is a school that was under the Department of Education. And now that school was then taken over to DID. Now in the process, I'm saying the school is no longer operational. It's the one that is occupied. Now
Correct.
DID, being the custodian of the property, has then handed over the property to Human Settlement. Since Human Settlement is the one that provides housing, not DID. Is that the correct understanding?
No, Chair. Point of correction is that there was a letter, a communique, which was sent on the 10th of May, 1999, where Department of Education was writing a letter handing over the building, including the school, to Department of Housing and Land Affairs, which is currently now known as Department of Human Settlements. So Education directly handed over the school to Human Settlements, not DID. So the property is not under the books of the DID, it's under the books of Human Settlement. It's not reflected in our books as DID.
Comes back to you again. And according to what was presented to us is that in the last meetings, the Department of Human Settlement did not attend. Is that correct? Or which department did not attend? Is it Tshwane?
Yes, it's Tshwane.
No. I wanted to confirm that. That's why. That property is yours, according to the report. Can you talk to that? Maybe before you take the podium, can I find out from the petitioners, when was the last time you got a correspondence from the Department of Human Settlement pertinent to this property?
Yeah, 14 February 2019. That was the correspondence from Department of Human Settlement, provincial level.
Mr. Tlatsai?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. One will be misleading the House or the hearing if one will be confirming that document when the office of the MEC has never seen that report. And the issue of petitions is centralized in the office of the HOT as the accounting officer, who receives petitions from ourselves when we receive them from the petitions committee, and then they are processed accordingly. And when you look at the information given here, that in 2013, the processes were ongoing, and then 2014 also. So what makes it difficult for me to understand, because I came here not even knowing, having gone through this information, that the only departments that are involved in this, it's DIT and education. And it does not speak of human settlement when you look at this information. And that's the reason why we don't have a report from our side. But it's for the first time hearing about that document that they are having. So it means there's a serious disjuncture. And then the communication within the department itself leaves a lot to be desired. So I'm no longer sure what is really happening. But this petition comes to our office for the first time. And I'm really and honestly not aware of the document that is being presented there.
Moran.
So
before I ask the petitioner, can you confirm that you had engagements with the Department of Human Settlement? And maybe from the petitioner, just confirm as to who is the author of that letter. You remember you did indicate that there were some engagements with the Department of Human Settlement. Can you just take us through that process in a short?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Indeed, I can confirm that there were engagement with the Department of Human Settlement, wherein Mr. Kevin Simelane represented the Department of Human Settlement, particularly on this matter, and also the previous chairperson who used to preside over this committee, that is Mary Filele Mogale. There were those engagement with the Department of Human Settlement. Thanks, Chair.
Walter, who is the author of that letter?
The author, this letter is inquiry on Tshepo Baloi, and then from Office of Tabani Kundwai, something like that is a development planning. And then this report was presented by Kelvin Simelane in 2019, Co-Central, at 14th February. Thanks.
Mr. Atlata, Kevin Simelane, you know him?
Yes, Chair. He was moved to the beneficiary unit. And I think there was no proper handover that was done, because it's for the first time that I'm hearing this petition. That's why I was just being honest with it. And I also looked at the information provided from this actual petition. It does not speak to what is being raised here to say the Department of Human Settlement has to submit or provide a progress report here. That's where I was coming from, that we only looked at the information provided, and that's why we don't have a report. But we must be honest with the committee that we'll have to go back and request Smelane to give that report or hand over that report to the office so that we are able to investigate further. Because as of now, we honestly cannot mislead the hearing. Thank you.
Chair, I'm handing it back to you. What transpired in a nutshell is that this petition, since 2019, nothing happened. But according to the information from DID, is that this is a property of human settlement. And the PLO, Mr. Tlatswayo says he's not aware of it, and he did not prepare anything around it, because as far as they were concerned, it is a matter between DID and the Department of Education, which is disputed by the documents that are presented here, but he'll go back and investigate and probably come back to us with whatever findings that are there. He did not know that they are owning this property now. Back to you, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Letaba, for holding the fort. I had a long day, and I'm a bit fluish, so it's only now starting to kick in, you know. So I really want us to come up with a way forward on this one. So in an instance where we confirm that the property does belong to human settlement, what would be the next steps? So once we have cleared the gray area, because the entanglement now is really just about the gray area, isn't it? Who owns the property? DID against the human settlement. But there's an interest communicated by the committee that is here, that they have got a keen interest in accessing the land and causing for the conversion of that school. So it's an old, decrepit school into, habitable human space. So we're asking, what would be the question post the confirmation that it's a property falling within the ownership of the department, so that we don't go to and fro on this issue? Because if there's a report coming from DID giving an indication of a transfer to human settlement, I don't think we should make it much of an issue now. Safe to say that if we can't confirm at this stage, upon confirmation, what do we think should be the next best course of action in trying to assist or entertaining? I don't know, you are going to consider favorably, but we are saying what would be the best course of action for their issue to be considered, because they've put forth a matter, but as it stands, the matter has not been responded to. The only nuance has just really been about ownership. Where does it belong? So I'm asking about what are the next steps? Post the confirmation. Are we able to speak to them now, or do we want to revert back, possibly get a report that confirms ownership, and in the same report, advise Bo Mme Eunice, Mme Eunice, or Bo Mme Glory, so that we can best advise Bo Mme Glory on the process that they may have to follow. What would you prefer?
The last part of it, Chair, that we get the report, look at it, and then engage the planning unit. Then we meet with the petitioners.
But are you aware of this school? Have you possibly paid a visit to the school?
No, Chair.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking, it's also to establish whether there might have been prior plans for the site. Possibly it may have been a subject of a demolition. Could have been that you need to sort of reconstruct it into, a living area of some sort. So if you can just check that for us, but also on the process that would be followed, give them Gloria, if ever they are still keen on a persuading human settlement. Well, they are basically asking for the same thing. That falls within your mandate. So your mandate is around the development of human settlement. They are also saying the same thing. Convert into a residential area. It's the same thing. But just the mechanics of it. You see? So if you can confirm and whether you can be persuaded to go with what they would have put forth as their proposition. Unfortunately, I'm unable to get much from the summary. Whether the thinking would have been that it be rental stock, it be, Joshua has got this working. Yeah, the social housing. Whether it would be in the form of social housing or other units, so we can still have that conversation. So that we establish whether we're far off from what might possibly be the thinking of the department against their proposal. So we match the two, If it can be done, let's communicate. But if there are other plans that the department may have over that side, maybe let's play open cards and communicate so that they can also be able to respond on what you are, responding back on. Ya utlwala baholo. Are you sentle?
Asetse utlwala ga botse, Chairperson. Lebaka la gore ke re asetse utlwala ga botse a shele. Our worry is one, because always there is a progressive report from the department. We have to struggle before. Before to get this report, the Department of Human Settlement until badumela or all the time last and stuff. Even today, they still repeat the same. So, struggle the report move on. And one thing for sure, really almost the process to total. The database, the feasibility studies, that land already is completed. What is left is only to come or that development. Issue ya demolish, of course, is there.
Maybe just assist me. It's ready for development by who?
For the department.
From the department?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Sure. So everything really from the office of the department. It's just that nantatu like Tomo Monagachim. Now Muturum Tsiba Kelvin Smilan. Since the beginning of this process, Neriger Zamalen. Though it or Nanchar Soguri Shaganyane there and there. But Ernaga report, Nanchar, Fagana Legachin, Hings Alote Kelvin Smilanimo. Nergas will problem. Nato Vochar restarting a project steering committee because.
So let's reconcile, my brother. We're saying more or less the same thing. So now that there's an indication that the property may belong to human settlement, he wasn't aware of. You came in at 2019, isn't it? After elections, with the new MEC Lebogang Maile. So he says, give me a bit of time, let me go back and investigate the veracity of this issue. And if there was any correspondence, if there was any report being passed to you that says, this is the project, it means they have ownership of that process. It's theirs. So he sources that report for us, and once it's sourced, he advises on the best, or rather on the next steps, which should not be far from what you will have suggested as well. Because seemingly, it appears as if you are happy that at some point, the very same department committed that there would be a residential development there. So the question would just be to follow through on the previous commitment. So that is what we're asking him to revert back on, to go and investigate. Once he has it, he will obviously run it through us, will interact with yourselves, and then we can even cause for a point of convergence for your interactions. You see? So you are not far apart. It's just the process. Mismanagement, that possibly there was an interruption when there was a change or the transition from the 5th administration into the 6th administration. So let's deal with those hurdles. Let's deal with the hiccups. Or get us that report that confirms, because he doesn't have it. And he obviously can commit to something that is unbeknown to him. So up until he has received the report, which he will source from the department, we then have an interface where we're saying, fine, in 2019, this is the commitments that the department has made. Where are we now? Is the project still in the pipeline? Has it been abandoned? If it has been abandoned, can we bring about a newer, recommendation or proposal for it to be reconsidered once more? Or alternatively, if the department is still agreeable that we want to proceed with that project, what are the processes? What are the mechanics of managing that so that you are not displaced? You are still, read as being beneficiaries if ever there's going to be a residential development there. Yeah, Udwal.
Ntho e irang hore re ske re belaele re tlhoke go dumellana le taba e bolelang ke ntate mola go hore the process tse ntate Walter di bolelang di setse di editswe. The last process e ne tshwantse e iriwe ke ntate Kevin Smelane le ntate Baloi o shingeng re mmone ba re tshepisitse hore o tlatla ba tlo forma the steering committee azanka deirahala, and then more gwa bonahala hore ka 2019 le 2020 there was funds tse ne di tshwantse di tsamaise the process tseo tsa di steering into a committee. So ke yona ntho e chair abutisang hore is the process still on? Rona rena le hope ya hore yes, the process is still on, because if ever ho formiwa the steering committee hora hore the process is still on.
Mama Lori, tloka pelaelo. Agere le re kwaletse petition. La bona re biditse o mong wa go officing ya MEC. Tla mo itlisa, mo biditse ke rona. So any petition that we receive, we follow up. So all of these things that we have said throughout the day, we're going to follow up on them. They are on record. Record. You can even take us to court if you don't do what we committed to doing. So we are saying, yes, on your part, you say the processes were followed. But the new administration does not seem to be aware. Well, it's an anomaly of government. These elects. It's unfortunate that they happen. Those are weaknesses that you must find a way of correcting. But be that as it may, go and confirm what in that the altar is presenting to us. You see? Because other than that, we would not be able to task him with anything. Up until we are also assured. So Lord, now we want to satisfy ourselves. For the version that you are presenting can be corroborated by the department itself. And whether that project is still in the pipeline. You see, whether it's still being pursued. Because it does happen in Barno, because of unavailability of resources, we're abandoning the project. It does happen. So we want to test it against its current status. Sorry. Where is that thing? Where are those commitments that were made? You see? And once we receive them, we are going to interact with yourselves and the department, these are the next steps that should be followed. You see, that is what we are saying, because unfortunately we are going to have a secular exchange if we say no, but he should be aware. Well, the reality is that we are seated here with him, he's not aware. So we're tasking him to go back. How long can you take, Mren? Okay. So we're giving a time frame of Friday. Again, once you have received the report, before they are confirming that thing, then what is the second step that we take? We reconvene. You advise them on the next steps. Again, if it's not inclusive of them, or what is the next steps? You take them through the overall thought process of the department. Agree, Agwal? Because I because even when we are pushing, or you must know, they would not know up until he is confirmed. Again. So are on that on Friday you give us the report, Sibu. Are we noting? I don't see you noting. Where? Oh, I just needed to be sure. Proof. Evidential material. Oh yes, wonderful. So that is what we would want to do. So we're going to leave it at that. Other than usala di petitions morao. Again, the petition. The petition. Again, it's in our nature. So we're going to follow up. Again. So I want us to leave it there on a Friday commitment. See, but please don't disappoint. I give out Friday, Beru, Rabatana Luena, Baru go Sainzi, go Tafolcon. We want the report. Again. Yeah, we don't want to seek after you. Barugo Altitude Beach. We want the report. Agree, Outland, by Friday. So let's leave it there, and then we'll follow up as such. So thank you very much. Do we have the last petition, or was it addressed? Or I was blocked you? Okay. So let me take this opportunity to thank all of you, the remaining ones. You are a living testimony that you were not only here for lunch. You see, you are the mainstay of these critical processes. Again, special thanks to Ndatenye Mbeni, Borasel, who helped to navigate the fort. Again, yourselves, petitioners, you keep us on our toes. And this is what government is about. This is what the Constitution postulates. We must harness, we must stimulate active citizen participation. And today you have demonstrated but that and more. Again, I also want to applaud you for your discipline. Or when we cautioned on some of the misdemeanors, you corrected yourselves. We really want to appreciate. We don't take it for granted. Our time here in Mabopan has been worthwhile. We've got to learn more about the machinations of how the municipality is run and governed. Again, we're living here all too wiser. So that even on our part, tomorrow when we do planning for these external hearings, we're more wiser. Again, we can navigate them with a speed, but with the kind of resolutions that will satisfy you. So I really want to appreciate you and applaud you once more. Good evening to all of you.
Russell, I think going for. Thank you.
Ke wali members a ke bale betse. Le staff mara ke le buile go mathomo wa ke. Hello.
Sekumele manje ngimbhekile. Yebo. Sure.
Oh, right. Okay, good. Sabong. Sure. Ma auti. Welele wa face. Sure.